காட்சியும் மாறி போச்சு, ஆனா கடற்கரை காதல் இன்னும் மாறலங்க.
தெருவோரம் கிரிக்கெட்டு,
கோயம்பேடு மார்க்கெட்டு,
எத்தான ஹைகோர்ட்டு,
டீ கடை பிஸ்கெட்டு,
எம்டிசி டிக்கெட்டு,
மெட்ராஸின் மொசாட்டு,
சூப்பர் ஸ்டார் கட் அவுட் சல்யூட்.
என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு, என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு, என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு, என்றும் 16 எங்க சென்னை பாரு.
They didn't know what else to do, so they asked us to take him home and wait.
They said they could get the disease out, but I would never walk again.
I had the spirit. I was ready to fight, but they said there was no point.
At Miot International, we believe there's always a way. We just have to care enough to look for it. Listen to our patients when they speak. Agonize over solutions before we treat. Keep pace with science. We just need to understand our patients' dreams and care about them. Because when we care enough, we will find a way. At Miot, we see it working every single day. Miot International, putting patients first.
Rapid digital adoption in India across sectors has led to data explosion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request you all to kindly take your seats as we are ready to begin. And a small reminder to please make sure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. Thank you so much. We'll be starting in the next few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we request everyone to please stand for the Tamil Thai Varthu. Thank you so much to the students of the Tamil Nadu Music College. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paloma, and I'd like to welcome you all to Tamil Nadu Unlimited, organized by The Hindu in collaboration with Guidance Tamil Nadu. This summit, which is being organized ahead of next year's Global Investors Meet, highlights the potential of the different sectors in developing Tamil Nadu into a preferred growth destination. The Hindu Group is India's most trusted media house for over 144 years. Fueled by the fierce trust and loyalty of our readers, our publications and digital products strive towards being the vanguard of credible journalism and innovation. The organization today is house to 7 unique publications and 15 digital products spread across websites, apps, and e-commerce portals with a view to inform and reflect public opinion. It offers something substantial for different reader segments and caters suitably to their requirements. Guidance is the Government of Tamil Nadu's nodal agency for investment promotion and single window facilitation. They are mandated under the Tamil Nadu Business Facilitation Rules to promote Tamil Nadu as the most preferred investment destination by reaching out, helping, and improving the ease and cost of doing business. The team of sector, policy, and country experts provides round-the-clock counsel and support to the investor during the entire investment cycle. They also bring together industry, community partners, and various government departments under one roof for business facilitation. A word to our sponsors for today. Tamil Nadu Unlimited is co-presented by Guidance Tamil Nadu, powered by Veranda Learning, powered by State Bank of India. A big thank you to our associate sponsors, VSS Global, Credai Chennai, and Nippon, our digital transformation partner, SIFI Technologies, our tourism partner, Tamil Nadu Tourism, our diversity partner, the Avatar Group, our color partner, Nippon Paint, our healthcare partner, Miyot International, our industry partner, FICCI, and our TV partner, Pudiya Talamurai. We now welcome our dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. I first welcome the CEO of the Hindu Group to join me on stage. I call upon Mr. L.V. Navneet. Can we give him a big round of applause? And we welcome the Honorable Minister for Industries, Investment Promotions and Commerce, Government of Tamil Nadu, Dr. T.R.B. Raja. Welcome, sir. And we request Mr. Navneet to please felicitate the Honorable Minister. And now to join us for a very special book launch, I call upon our other dignitaries, Mr. Arun Roy, IAS, Industries Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu, and I call upon Mr. Vishnu Venugopalan, IAS, Managing Director and CEO, Guidance Tamil Nadu. Can we have you on stage, please? From the bustling industries that fuel economic growth to the exhilarating world of sports that captivates millions, Tamil Nadu Unlimited leaves no stone unturned. Replete with over 10 captivating chapters, this book attempts to offer a vivid exploration of Tamil Nadu's multifaceted identity. Discover the heartbeat of entertainment and music that echoes through every street of the unrivaled state, and delve into the thriving cultural rhapsody that shapes the state's artistic landscape. Tamil Nadu Unlimited, our coffee table book, an immersive experience, ladies and gentlemen. The first copy presented to the Honorable Minister. Can we have a big, big round of applause? I also request Mr. Navneet to present copies to Mr. Arun Roy, IAS, and Mr. Vishnu Venugopalan, IAS. Apart are unseen archival pictures sourced exclusively from the Hindu, providing a visual journey through time. Can we have another big round of applause for this beautiful coffee table book? Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen. We request our chief guest to remain on stage and deliver the keynote address, Tamil Nadu on the fast track to all-round development.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Gives me immense pleasure to be here today. It's a very crisp, beautiful morning. I was just telling Ram, my comms head, I was just cribbing to him saying, why are you making me get up so early and walk into something, into a stage? But then that's what we've all been doing, especially me all my life, waking up early in the morning to the Hindu. So when it's the Hindu calling, so it's so refreshing to be on stage with an organization which is just delivered facts in beautiful language, enabled people to learn about not just everyday happenings, but from world over, but also about unique developments around the world and about life as such. I always said, I've heard many parents growing up, when I was growing up, parents saying, Hindu padida, appada English oranga varum. So I think I'm okay at English, at least thanks to the Hindu. And it's the choice of words that the Hindu makes. It's so precise, it's so beautiful, it's so eloquent, and it's so to the point. And there are these words that we search for every day in the Hindu, trying to learn new words, and trying to learn new ways to look at life and governance in India particularly. When you read the editorial, you know that they're giving out something which is unique, and no other newspaper, no other media house delivers that on an everyday basis. So thank you, Hindu, for what you've done over the years, and it's really amazing to be here tonight. So, I'm glad my Secretary, Industries, MD Guidance, and then MD Nanmudan, Pallavi ma'am from, again, my Industries team, and the entire FICCI team, and lovely people from Hindu, and all the co-sponsors of the event, and all those who found it right to wake up early in the morning to come to this event, so good morning. I'm glad that you did come, and this is Tamil Nadu Unlimited. I had a few inputs for corrections in the title. If you look at, if you saw some of you noticed the first print, the first teaser that they put out, Tamil Nadu had an infinity in it. Some creative guy came up with a very beautiful idea of putting infinity in the middle of Tamil Nadu. But the problem is he took out ir from that. So, and Ragaram is the heart of Tamil. So we really wouldn't want to let go of that. So we made it a point to ask them to come back with Ra in it. That shows how particular we are about holding on to our tradition and Tamil pride and Tamil culture, and the very thought of inclusivity in Tamil. It's nice that they found Tamil is also infinite, infinite, undefinable. It's growing. It's the oldest living language in the world, and continuously transforming. When you look at the words unlimited or infinite, people generally question if it is for real or if it is just a marketing gimmick. Certain words elsewhere may be gimmicks, but not this one. Not this one, because we're talking about Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is a land of transformation, and it's something which is kept abreast with development everywhere. But Tamil Nadu has been a very shy state, ladies and gentlemen. It's something which we're trying to correct. We've heard this elsewhere, everywhere we travel. People keep walking up to me and saying, "Hey, ivlo pandringa, but you don't talk about it outside. Why don't you talk about what Tamil Nadu means? Why don't you talk about what Tamil Nadu is and how we have transformed over the years?" Tamil Nadu, when you say it's unlimited and it's infinite, we talk about the opportunities that are there. We talk about the infinite capabilities that we have. We talk about the infinite, the CG is here, okay. CG, good to see you, CG. So, yeah, we talk about the infinite opportunities and the amazing talent and the unbridled, unstoppable spirit of Tamil Nadu. The spirit of Tamil Nadu, we just got out of, I didn't want to talk about this, but then when the Hindu asked, one of your excellent journalist here walked up to me and said, "Sir, adhu patti oru vaartha solli dhaan avanunga." I said, "Okay." So here you have it. Tamil Nadu is unstoppable, and so is Chennai. We had the biggest deluge in about 50 years, and we came out of it within a week. The central part of Chennai moved out of it within the next day. T-Nagar was dry. The next day, parts of the very area where that residency towers and that Tenapat signal, which was flooded for a week or more last time, is dry today. Wherever the work's been done is dry. But some parts, yes, there's more work to do, and there's lessons been learned. And this time, this government is, ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you, that we own up to whatever has not been done right. We own up to it, we look at it, we study it, and we make sure that this doesn't happen again. And this time we've done a lot of corrective measures from learning from last year's, and then not last year, about 5 years back, we had a huge deluge again. But if you look at the last month or so, we've had regular rains, so your entire water table is high, and yet the entire water drained very quickly in the central part of Chennai. But the north and south, there's more work to be done, and I can assure you that the Honorable Chief Minister will not leave anything unturned to make sure that that happens very, very quickly. So coming back to transformation, so you're going to see that transformation happening very, very soon in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai too. Already one part of Chennai has been transformed. If you look at transformation, we've come a long way from the days of the Cholas, even from the days of being prosperous farming, fishing communities, and then to the glorious days of Cholas, and then on to the days of early industrialization, especially in the West. If you look at how we grew from a small textile town and to the global booming textile hub of India, and if not the world, Coimbatore came a huge way. And if you look at Madurai in its own way, if you look at Thoothukudi in its own way, if you look at Chennai in its own way, if you look at Krishnagiri again, it's a huge, huge booming town today. We make parts from being early agricultural, agro-based farming communities. We're now making parts for jet propulsion, jets and drones and supercomputers also in a very, very short time. So this state has grown leaps and bounds, and this is not something which is going to stop very soon. When the industrialization started, Tamil Nadu was one of the first states to bring in TIDCO in 1965. I think Maharashtra did it in 61, and we did it in 65. But you look at the kind of growth that we've seen right now, it is way, 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 way past other states, ladies and gentlemen. We're number 2 in the economy. I keep saying that we're not number 2, we are number 1. If you pull out Mumbai and parts of the HQ, the headquarters in Mumbai falls way short. We're around 300 plus billion, and they're around the 400 billion mark. It all, you know where that comes from, the gap. But if you look at the number of factories, we are at 40,000 factories. 40,000 factories, and it's no mean job. And the MSME sector, again, is a huge, vibrant society. We do about 21.8% of the industrial output. We are about 9.47% of the GDP of India. 16% of the FDI in 22-23 came into Tamil Nadu. The textile industry, as I said, a huge legacy from the 1800s. And now we're moving into what I personally would love to see that whole industry develop into is the technical textile sector. It's a $50 billion market in the next 5 years in India alone. It's going to be huge. And I keep telling my Tirupur friends that please quickly move into technical textiles. And we already came up with a policy which is huge, which is giving huge impetus to the technical textile industry. And then we all know, the world knows the automobile story, Ashok Leyland, 1948, and the TVS and the big names that came and who stuck to Chennai, stuck to Tamil Nadu for the long run. And amazing talent that came along made us the automobile capital of India. And Detroit, they said. And now we are the EV capital of India, and very soon probably Southeast Asia for sure. We are doing about 40% of all the four-wheelers that are sold in India are from Tamil Nadu or manufactured in Tamil Nadu. We are at 30% of all the automobiles manufactured in India. And it's 70% of all the EV two-wheelers in India are manufactured here in Tamil Nadu. This is a huge, huge thing, ladies and gentlemen. But this is not where we stop. If you look at even your traditional sectors, your olden days sector, you look at the tanneries in Ranipet. Ranipet is now a huge MSME bustling town. But you look at the tanneries there, the leather sector there was huge. That's the olden days. What is happening now? The Taiwanese are coming in hordes. A huge number of Taiwanese companies coming into Tamil Nadu. If you look at 2006, I think Feng Tai and all these people came in then. Now it's a huge pouchin story and huge non-leather footwear manufacturing story booming in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu. We're manufacturing in places like Perambalur, which never saw huge industrial growth. Perambalur and Arulur, hugely backward districts. And we're taking growth into Tamil Nadu, the most urbanized state in India. So what is happening there is a huge story on its own. Non-leather footwear, giving huge labor, manpower is available in deep south Tamil Nadu and in the middle delta of Tamil Nadu. And they're giving opportunities to people over there. So if you look at that, if you look at the kind of work that these industries are giving, it's mostly for women. Mostly for women, if you and women. Almost 43% of all the women working in India are from Tamil Nadu. What more do you need, ladies and gentlemen? That is a number which we have always been extremely, extremely proud of. And we've never been okay with just the men working. That's the kind of, that's the Dravidian model philosophy. And that has paid dividends to the Honorable Chief Minister's vision of Tamil Nadu. Parvalakkapatta Valarchi, he calls it, and the distributed growth. If you go to any other state, you will see probably one or two cities booming, one or two hot spots, industrial spots booming. But if you come to Tamil Nadu, everywhere, every nook and corner has been urbanized, and every nook or corner has industrial growth. So what's happening next is what you're asking, and I would straight away say there's huge development in GCC. Again, everybody's talking about GCCs. Hitachi Energy opened their biggest R&D facility in the world in Chennai. If you look at the kind of development in sustainability, we are not only the most advanced manufacturing hub, we are not only the most industrial state, we are also the most sustainably growing state. Our Chief Minister has a target of 33% green cover in the next, by 2030, and we're going there very, very quickly. So this is something which we're also very proud of. We are about 50% of green energy right now. We would like to push that to 75%. About 10K is from wind, 7 is from solar. You're going to see a huge push for wind coming with the repowering policy coming very soon. You're going to see a huge push for solar coming again with new investments in solar energy coming. The government of India the union has already announced the offshore wind, probable areas for offshore wind, which we are not particularly happy with. It probably comes over a few. I personally am definitely not happy with it because of the areas that is coming up. Because lots of coral reefs in that area, so we need to be extremely careful. We have a very, very green government, but yes, huge potential offshore. We want to tap that. We want to make sure that we have offshore wind, floating electrolyzers, and probably making huge hydrogen storage around the coast, becoming the best hydrogen producing state in the country. So this, I can just keep going on and on about this, but I'll just finish by saying what the industry department itself is doing. We at CIPCOT, we are one of the greenest company in itself. We're planting 1 lakh sapling next on the 15th of December, and then we're doing, and in TNPL, you know that we're saving about 40,000 acres of forest just by using bagasse and other inputs into the paper manufacturing. And TIDCO, by the way, is also getting into district cooling very soon. These are things that you don't listen to from other governments. District cooling is very new in India, and we are already talking about using district cooling for TIDCO in the fintech city in TIDCO. So finally, I will just add one last point about what the future what is the kind of future that we want to look at. R&D, ladies and gentlemen, that's where we're heading, and we want to be the knowledge capital of India. We really want to be the knowledge capital of South Asia. We really want to be the knowledge capital of the world, and the possibilities are immense. You do know that everywhere in the world, wherever you go, from the Silicon Valley to CERN, there is a Tamilian sitting there. There is somebody from Tamil Nadu sitting there. There is somebody who studied in Tamil Nadu sitting there. We want to stop that brain drain. We want to make sure that we give them the facility to learn and research here, right here in Tamil Nadu. You do know that all these sectors that we are already growing in, we would love to see some amazing tech growing out of Tamil Nadu. You also should know that Tamil Nadu has filed for the highest number of patents in India. So we're getting there. And this is the R&D capital as of today. And very soon, we're definitely going to be the R&D capital of India. There's a huge knowledge city also being planned. So finally, as I said, this inclusive sustainability growth is at the heart of whatever the Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister Thiru M.K. Stalin Avargal does. And this government is going to make sure that this state sees the biggest progression yet in the most sustainable way possible. And GIM 2024, the Global Investors Meet 2024, is going to be a huge step forward. It's going to be unlike any other investment meet that you've seen. This is about knowledge sharing. This is about sitting and listening to amazing minds talk about amazing development that's coming our way. And this is about making sure our MSMEs get the best possible platform to showcase their products and connect to other industries too. So this is a personal invite from me, and on behalf of the Chief Minister, I invite all of you to the Global Investors Meet. And as I said, the Dravidian model of inclusive, diverse, equitable, and inclusive growth is what is driving India today, in Tamil Nadu today. Ellorukkum Ellam is the Taraga Mandram of the Dravidian model of inclusive. Hence, yes, it is Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is unlimited, and yes, TN provides unlimited opportunities for the Hindu and for everyone else. Thank you. Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now begin with our panel discussions. We have a wonderful lineup of panelists bringing expertise from various fields, offering invaluable insights as we look forward to a fruitful day ahead. Please give us a few moments as we set up the stage. But once again, we would like to say a big thank you to our sponsors. Tamil Nadu Unlimited is co-presented by Guidance Tamil Nadu, powered by Veranda Learning and SBI. Our associate sponsors, VFS Global, Credai Chennai, and Nippo. Our digital transformation partner, SIFI Technologies. Our tourism partner, Tamil Nadu Tourism. Our diversity partner, Avatar Group. Our color partner, Nippon Paint. Our healthcare partner, Miot International. Our industry partner, FICCI. And our television partner, Pudhiya Thalamurai. Thank you.
Rapid digital adoption in India across sectors has led to data explosion. The rollout of 5G, accelerated adoption of cloud, data sovereignty, government's measures like Digital India are some of the key drivers accentuating towards India's digital growth, and data centers form an essential part of this ambition. India's data center market is growing, and we are poised to be a global hub in the years to come. SIFI Technologies is India's digital infrastructure leader that has been deploying technological advancements to enterprises for over 2 decades. Our Cloud at Core vision is built on world-class data centers, cloud and network assets,
landscape of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu has always been leading in terms of the literacy rate and is well known for its GER being above the national average. This session will talk about the dynamic landscape of education and how Tamil Nadu is future ready in creating a talent pool, which will in turn attract MNCs and other domestic players to consider Tamil Nadu as their first choice for their investments. Please put your hands together for our panelists as I invite on stage Mr. Kalpathy S. Suresh, Executive Director and Chairman, Veranda Learning Solutions. Can we have you on stage, please, sir, with a round of applause? Entrepreneurial by nature, Mr. Suresh is also an active venture capitalist, angel investor and businessman. He is an inspirational leader with a supportive yet challenging management style that motivates his team to seek success beyond their standard responsibilities. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. Please keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite our next panelist, Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras, to take the stage. He specializes in the area of computer architecture, information security, and VLSI design. He heads the Microprocessor Development Program and the Information Security Education and Awareness Program at IIT Madras. He has over 150 publications in international journals and conferences. Welcome, sir. Our next panelist is Mr. Ramkumar Ramamurthy, partner at Catalinks and former CMD Cognizant India. Mr. Ramamurthy has over 33 years of experience in the IT industry and academia. He spent over 28 years in the IT industry and worked with two of the largest private employers in India, Tata Consultancy Services and Cognizant. And our final panelist is Ms. J. Innocent Divya IAS, Managing Director, Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation. She has 20 plus years of experience in administration in the government, holding different portfolios such as Revenue Divisional Office, District Revenue Officer, Special Officer, and District Collector. Her focus areas include public grievance redressal, maternal and child health, environmental protection, and youth skilling, to name a few. And of course, a big round of applause for the moderator for this session, Mr. D. Suresh Kumar, Deputy Resident Editor, Tamil Nadu, The Hindu. Sir, over to you.
A very good morning to all of you. One advantage of participating in the opening session of any summit is that you're guaranteed that the audience is attentive, right? At the same time, the flip side is that it's like the first day, first show of a Rajnikanth movie, so the reviewers waiting outside to finish off their views on the movie with a very opening scene. But we have a very distinguished list of panelists here. So, before we start, I'm reminded of a story about a minister who had this habit of narrating anecdotes at every public meeting that he would address. It so happened that at one particular meeting, he ran out of anecdotes and he had to repeat himself. At spotting journalists in the crowd, he requested them not to publish it because he did not want to appear that the minister did not have adequate stories to narrate. The next morning, he was going through the newspaper. There was a report about the event, and there was one sentence which said the minister also narrated an anecdote which cannot be published. So anyway, let me assure this distinguished group of panelists here that whatever we speak is on the record, so we will not face such embarrassment. I think this is a wonderful topic to start with, the expanding education landscape in Tamil Nadu. We just heard the industries minister sharing his vision to make Tamil Nadu the knowledge capital. I think that is where the future is headed. Knowledge is the future. So Tamil Nadu is expanding, there's no doubt. We are the number one in terms of gross enrollment ratio in the age group of 18 to 23. The access to higher education is tremendous. It's more than 51% as per last data, and it is almost twice the number of the national average. And we have done significantly well even in terms of GER when it comes to the enrollment of youth from scheduled castes. So my question to the IIT director, Professor Kamakoti, would be that, given this higher GER, Can we say that there's a sense of comfort in terms of the state's progress when it comes to the Human Development Index also?
So our ambition should be that every kid born, first we'll start with our state, then we'll extend it to our country and then to the entire globe. Every kid born must become at least an undergraduate. So in that stage, 50% is a thing that we can rejoice but not relax. And we need to move forward. And ultimately, it is that we need to establish connect with the young students. So let me also now take this opportunity to tell what we are doing with the state government today. So one of the programs that we have started, very recently the Foxconn CEO visited. He visited he met the Honorable Chief Minister, then he also came to IIT Madras. One of the points that he was raising is that we need human capacity building in electronics. Today, everybody wants to do computer science, machine learning. I am also a professor of computer science, but then electronics becomes extremely important. So one of the projects that we have started with the state government now, we have identified around 252 government schools, and we are basically introducing, we made an in-house IIT Madras developed electronic kit, and we are educating the kids from 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th with 25 experiments each. So they finish off around 100 experiments by the time they finish +2. This hopefully will give them a very good inclination to electronics. And also, they will also have an idea about what would be the job potential. And we are reaching out around 25,000 kids per school, per year, per class. So we'll have 100,000 kids we'll reach per year, but 25,000 will come out. This is very important because I'm sure many of these kids will take a career in a field where there is a lot more of employment opportunity. The major attraction to going to higher education is there is a scope for good employment opportunity. So this grassroots level stuff we have started doing, I think that is going to be very key in the overall development of the overall increase in the GR. But we must not relax till we get GR 100%.
I think that's a very valid point. There's no scope for any sense of complacency, and we have a long way to go. So while on the subject of this access to higher education, it's grown tremendously, and of course we have a long way to go. But at the same time, there is a concern about the student-teacher ratios that we have on our campuses. So I would like to ask Mr. Kalpati Suresh that this concern, because the AICT says the ratio should be 1:15, the UGC says that it should be 1:20. And we have this, very sad state of situation where even in the state-run universities, today we are employing guest lecturers who are paid about 15,000 to 20,000 rupees per month. And this, everybody has expressed concern, not only the academic stakeholders, but also, bodies like the CAG. So what needs to be done to address this, shortcoming in the student-teacher ratio, and how does it impact the learning environment?
Thank you. I think one of the primary pressures that is coming in terms of student-teacher ratio is also to keep education affordable in India. So while a higher number of faculty per 10 students will be very welcome, and I'm sure will add to the overall learning quotient of the student, it also comes in the way of making things affordable. So I think many of our institutions all over India, especially in the state, realize this, but it's the cost factor that keeps it down. My submission is it probably needs a relook at the pedagogy that we use. So if there is a combination of people who actually teach students, where the ratio of students to teachers could be much higher than even 20, but if it is followed by a system of having mentors who work with them a lot more closely, then we could achieve a much higher learning quotient while letting go of the student-teacher ratio being 20 or a 15 or a more ideal 10. So I think if there is a pedagogy that's aligned by keeping education affordable so that we are able to reach more people, while Kamakodi mentioned a GR of 100%, I'm sure you will know the type of effort and the investment that will be required in the teaching faculty. So if there is a pedagogy that's aligned to where we want to go and keeping education affordable and hence accessible to many of the people in the state, I think that would be most welcome. And some insight and research into the pedagogy will take us a long way there.
I think that's a very different take from, because having covered those expressions from the industry, there are quite a few representatives from the industry as well. Their primary concern is that our graduates are not job ready. So they find a gap between the skills that they acquire, which is required for the job market, and the things that the student attains in form of formal education. So, both the center as well as the Tamil Nadu government are trying to fill this gap. So if you could throw some light on how easy it is to bridge this gap and what are the qualities that are required for this. And one another aspect is that, we always focus on the personality development and other issues, but somewhere there is, we overlook the emotional quotient of a student when it comes to, and that is why we have cases of students not being able to cope with academics and stress and all those things. So what is the government and your own department trying to do to address these skill gaps?
Yeah. We're all aware that Tamil Nadu has the highest GEI, you mentioned that, and we have the highest network of colleges in the entire country. The number of engineering institutions are more than 470, and arts and science colleges we have more than 1,200, and including the ITIs and polytechnics more than 800, and an array of professional university colleges too. So while having said that, we have the highest number of institutions, the network of institutions is good, but what kind of quality of education are we giving the students is of utmost concern now. So here, are they getting only academic knowledge? That is what the complaint of the industries is. When they go into campuses to hire, what kind of students are they looking at? What are the skill sets that they are looking at? So this is what government, the present government has looked into in detail, and that is why the Naan Mudalvan, the program, which is a massive upskilling program, has been launched across all higher education institutions in the state. Now this gap between the academia and industry has been existing over few decades now, and it is widening now that the transformation in technology is in leaps and bounds, in the industry. So how do we keep updated? Are the faculty, you made a very important point about faculty. Are they updated? So are they teaching the students the right skills? And are they competent enough to teach the students the skills that the industry needs? So this is something that we are looking into as part of Naan Mudalvan. That is why we've opened up all campuses in the entire state of Tamil Nadu to the industry. Now we have given an open welcome to all industries to partner in education. So part of the 2 credit program which every student undergoes in every semester, be it arts and science or engineering, ITIs and polytechnics, would be what the industry needs. So we are going back to the industry every semester, sector-wise, and asking them what is that you exactly need in terms of the technical expertise, in terms of the soft skills, or the cognitive skills that they are looking at when they are hiring from campuses. So every 6 months this is being done. So we have roundtables with the industries, we understand what the requirement is, and then we curate programs along with the industry experts and the academic experts, and then that tailor-made course is being offered in institutions and it is being given credits for. And the assessment is also being done by a third party, that is the training partner. So here we would like more industries to join in this, because this, I think, is the need of the hour. Now, gone are the days when industry used to stay out of campuses and say, look, this is what we want. Here we've opened up, we've said, we are giving you space within the university, within the colleges, and we are opening up the doors of the classrooms for you to come inside and teach. So I think this is right time that the industry, seizes this opportunity and becomes part of the massive Naan Mudalvan initiative. Of course, you mentioned that emotional skills and, those kind of soft skills and the attitudinal skills, something they call the 21st century skills or the transferable skills, is something that is very, very important, and we've taken note of it. So this semester, last semester, the current semester, we've offered 21st century skills as part of the curriculum. And, communicative English is also very much part of the curriculum. So all this, any intervention in education will take some time to take effect. for us to notice any noticeable change in the community, in the student community. It will take time, but we are prepared for the long haul. But the first year of Nan Mudalvan has achieved moderate success, I would say, in terms of it increasing the placement percentage in colleges. We've increased about 10% increase we've noticed in engineering colleges and around 5% in arts and science colleges compared to the last year. So I think this will take some time, but I'm sure we are on the right track. Yeah.
I think that's a very positive development that you mentioned. So taking on from this, I would like to ask Mr. Ramkumar, she was mentioning about the need for industries to come to campuses. Often there's been one complaint. The industry wants candidates who are job ready, but they don't want to open their premises for the students. Even students find it extremely difficult to get even internship in the industry. You have been part of the IT industry and also the academia. So, what needs to be done to ensure that industries collaborate better and open their premises to students and, they become active partners in the academic collaboration?
Sure. I think the industry has taken a few baby steps. I wouldn't say that we are there yet. But there are a multiple set of areas where the industry has participated in. Joint research with the faculty development program, curriculum development. In fact, when AICTE revised the computer science curriculum this year to be adopted by all AICTE affiliated colleges in the country, we had a little over 20 companies, including the Googles and Microsofts, participate in the curriculum development so that if you're able to catch them at that stage, the impact is going to be substantially higher. The second thing is, I'm a big believer that the industry has a major role in driving research. Because if you look at the history of research in India, suddenly, for whatever reason, the government decided that all research will be done under one umbrella called CSIR. They made all educational institutions as teaching institutions, and research got moved into a handful of universities and any institution that comes under CSIR. So, if you really need teachers to transition from, or institutions to transition from teaching institutions to learning institutions, in the first place, teachers need to learn. And learning comes through research. And that's the second one. The third thing is, I think we have innumerable examples in Tamil Nadu. I'll give you a couple of those and then hand it over to you. If you go back and if I were to ask the audience to list the top 10, top 20 educational institutions in the country and discount the government-sponsored ones like IIT and Anna University, you would find a significant number of these institutions have all been corporate-sponsored institutions. Whether it's PSG, Bannari Amman, Kumaraguru, Shiv Nadar, it's a long list, and more recently Sai University and others. India has had about India today has about 450 state private universities. Tamil Nadu has 2. I would probably argue that we need to really dial up and allow corporates to start participating in education in a meaningful way. We have corporates participating in schools in a big way. But in terms of higher education, we have very limited examples in the state-private university ecosystem. I'm saying this because I spent close to a couple of years with a state-private university the last 2 years. And finally, I think post-pandemic, with distributed technology development and talent available across Tamil Nadu and across the country, it's a huge opportunity for industries to go and establish their physical presence inside campuses. I tell you, about 15, 16 years back when Cognizant entered Coimbatore, today Cognizant has 15,000 people in Coimbatore. Fine, some of you may not believe when I say this. We entered Coimbatore and established our premises inside Kumaragulu College of Technology, so that every semester students can come right across. Our own employees can go and teach. They can come and they can probably do their internship. I think this model needs to be cultivated. Madurai Tyagaraya College probably has dozens of companies operating out of their premises, including Honeywell, which is doing a lot of research, so on and so forth. And I think we need to probably start thinking creatively and not look at the traditional model of internship. Because in-plant training lent itself very well to the manufacturing ecosystem. A TCS goes and hires 50 to 75,000 people from campus. Where will you probably give them internships? Fine, you need to probably open up find a quasi-TCS just to probably run internships. We just need to get creative and figure out newer models and newer ways by which we can get the industry to participate.
That's a very valid point. So, taking on from the point that you mentioned about research, Professor Kamakutti, Tamil Nadu, the IIT does technology, but that sort of a, intense, orientation or research does not take place in many of the state universities. So what do we need to do to ensure that there's a better research environment on higher education campuses in Tamil Nadu?
There are two things that I would like to present here. One is research is severely dependent upon equipments in basic sciences and also in many fields of engineering. So one of the things that we can do as a state, I've been also telling across the country, is that let us take the top 10 big schools in the world, take the top 10 disciplines in each of these schools. Whatever equipment they have, one sample must be positioned across our Tamil Nadu institutions. It can be private universities, it can be state-run universities, it can be this and this. There must be some skin in the game where we say that let us allocate, say, some amount of grant, and if, say, equipment worth X rupees goes into your institution through this grant, you should equally contribute another X. So if we invest, say, 2,000 crores for this, 4,000 crore equipment will be there in this. And there must be a support. The main point is there must be a support for, maintenance of that equipment and also scientific staff who can run these equipments. If this is facilitated, I think some of the basic research in all the universities will immediately shoot up. This is number one. The number two is, one of the things that IIT Madras has realized in the last 20 years, 22 years now, where we started the research path, translational research essentially gives much more in-depth and in-depth focus. Because I now have a product in mind and I have to start working towards that product. A simple example now, we have created a robo that can do septic tank cleaning. But underneath there are 4 very important patents that have come there. 2 PhDs and 4 MS students have graduated from there. But then it actually solved a very nice, interesting problem for the society. So translational research where we have certain products in mind and then people start working towards solving that also gives us a good impetus to make very relevant research come out. So these two are the points that we need to work on. And if there is some funding that we can accumulate, put together, and we set up this web of equipments within Tamil Nadu, which is accessible to all. Say 40% it can be for the institutions, but 60% we can give it to the MSMEs and the SMEs who are also equally struggling for these equipments, and that's why they could not make that product. So then it also becomes an industry-academia collaboration. So these two are my take in this.
Thank you for that. Now, Ms. Divya, what is the government doing to take skills to the rural parts of Tamil Nadu? Because, more of the stress on skill development appears to be on the urban side. But rural areas, there are students who want these kind of skills and they have a limitation in terms of communicating in English. And somehow there is this feeling among us that if we can't communicate in English, then you can't be confident. So therefore, the students don't come forward with their own talents. So what is the government doing to ensure that the rural students get the benefit of skilling?
Yeah, now that this Nanmudalvan has taken its hold into every part of the state, it's universal coverage. It's not like any other government scheme where only government institutions are targeted. All self-financing institutions, all schools are part of this initiative. Be it government aided, except for autonomous, because they've been granted autonomy for a purpose. So we don't want to intervene in that. Otherwise, the rest of the affiliated institutions are part of the non-mother program. And here, when I'm talking about education, it's more about skills in education, you know, because education as such is not, you know, you would all agree, I think industry partners here would agree with me that unless the students have the skill sets that they are looking for either for working in the shop floor or in the service sector, they need the skill sets. So there are different skill sets that each of the industry requires, and that is what we are assessing as part of our exercise that we do every semester. And now that it is there in every college, you know, every college has become a skill hub. And with regard to the vocational skills that we are trying to, you know that this is an inverted pyramid. The engineering graduates are more than the ITI and the Polytechnic students in Tamil Nadu. So here we want to ensure that even engineering grads are given technical skills. And whatever soft skills or whatever other skills that they require, the colleges have become hubs. And Professor Kamakodi made a very important point that infrastructure is something that is required for any type of a technical training that is given, apart from research. So here we see a large number of colleges which do not have access to this kind of an infrastructure. So here we are creating hub and spoke models where we create centers of excellence, we identify colleges which have the necessary infrastructure, and we map colleges, spoke colleges to these centers of excellence. We bring in students from the rural colleges into these centers where there is infrastructure, where there is faculty, who have the expertise to teach those skills, and then we train them there. And when we talk about vocational skills also, for those which are the students that are apart from the formal education sector, because Skill Development Corporation is also dealing with vocational skills, and we are part of the National Skill Development Corporation, which is then offering, NQR, the national qualification packs that are there. And we have training partners who are operating in various parts of the state. Here, what we have done as part of the recent initiative is we are bringing all of these institutions into schools and colleges, because the network of schools and colleges everywhere, rural, urban, it is equitable, the distribution is equitable. And therefore, we want to ensure that these academic institutions, the schools, colleges themselves, become skill hubs. So there we are going to train a large number of teachers in these skill sets. They are going to train them as trainers of qualification packs. So this would be entirely voluntary. We've just floated an EOI, an expression of interest, to garner interest from faculty members. We would be giving them honorarium. Even for those students who belong to their own institution, we will be giving them an honorarium because it's over and above the academic work that they are going to do. So this is somewhere where we're trying to integrate skills into education, and this is all over the place. The entire state, we have this network of schools and colleges which are going to become skill hubs.
I think that certainly inspires confidence and makes it appear that it's certainly sustainable in the long run, because most initiatives, they start off and then somewhere, there's no continuity. So from what you're saying, it appears that it's very decentralized and, very sustainable. So that's good. Now I'll move to Mr. Kalpati Suresh. So the post-pandemic period, during the pandemic, we saw how online education was really successful. Nobody was prepared for it at that point, but it did take off. In the long run, do you think that online education can be a very sustainable alternative model to regular education to widen the access to education?
Thank you for asking me this question. This is one of the favorite topics I like to talk about. I think a lot of us saw the phenomenon that happened, which was triggered by the pandemic. The pandemic created a very artificial environment of many of the physical facilities becoming inaccessible, and people were forced to contend with it. So starting from grandfathers to grandchildren became proficient in using iPads and mobiles and Google Meets and Microsoft Teams, which they would have otherwise never done. And post the pandemic going away, a couple of key facts. One of them was manifest in what people called as the revenge buying that happened. People really came out into physical locations. Was it for entertainment, be it for travel, be it even many educational institutions where people came out to use physical infrastructure like they used to do before. I think the pendulum has swung to the other extreme. Today, the online usage has significantly come down across all medium of education, and offline is today seeming to be the preferred choice. But what has effectively happened, the pandemic created such an accelerated learning of what online could be across the entire population, starting from a 5-year-old to a 95-year-old. And that is a learning that can never be undone. People know what the benefits of online are. People know and have become proficient in using online. So there will be certain areas of education that will prefer online as the medium going forward. This pendulum will swing back to a new normal. It's not going to go back to pre-pandemic days, but you will find that online will be a significant component. I think it's really not an alternative choice between online and offline, but the world is emerging into lots of hybrid ways to do this education. One of the things I keep saying in many forums is, and it's my own thought, that online usage typically starts at a minimal level as you get on to education, preschool, schools. And as you go on to colleges and post-college into your career development, the online starts becoming a more and more meaningful component as you go along. So I think the world was forced to get educated in online and online usage in some parts thanks to the pandemic. And I think that learning is not going to get undone. And we will find more and more usage of online in many of our ways of education. Just a point before I hand over the mic back to you is, in many of the formats of education that we have done, there is a certain sense that an online qualification does not in some form compare to an offline qualification. This is coming from parents, this is coming from students, and I think in some form, I did find to my own surprise, it is also coming from the industry. I know there are some industry participants that we spoke to, especially their HR and recruiting part of the organization, who actually mentioned off the record that if it is an online degree qualification, they would rather prefer an offline degree student. Some of them make it explicit in their filtering process for recruitment. I think some of those also needs to be corrected. I think while UGC has come out with very many norms, where they are now allowing even 50% of an offline program to be delivered online, I think from an industry perspective, there is still some holdback. I'm not sure if it is due to the COVID batch who got automatically graduated without writing exams. I'm not sure where it's coming from, but that's also a change that will allow for a very effective use of a hybrid model.
I don't think that comes from the COVID impact, because what I've seen is, online is pretty new to us, but the industry has also rejected the distance education board. A lot of people, we have the IGNU, we have Tamil Nadu Open University and all those things. They give wonderful degrees. It helps people who want to, do part-time employment. But somehow the industry is not very receptive to taking these graduates. So I think it comes with a bias, inherent bias, and that needs to change. Hopefully it should. In the years to come. So now I'd like to ask Mr. Ramkumar, if you notice, the entire progress in higher education in the last few years is heavily tilted towards engineering education. Today, the BE and BTech have become default degrees, and that is why you see that a number of applicants who apply for even jobs like the police grade 1 constable or the army soldiers have an engineering degree, so it's become your default degree, just like what a BA or BCom used to be earlier. So what needs to be done to, ensure that the balance of scale is set right, so that we focus more on arts, humanities, and science, liberal arts, and other programs, instead of this skewed orientation towards engineering?
I think, especially the last 20 years, there has been an outsized focus on STEM and engineering education, but we are beginning to see the pendulum swing back as we speak. You talk to institutions that offer courses in economics and psychology, you probably hear that they get more applications in psychology and economics than they probably get it for undergraduation in computer science. And even the so-called engineering institutions have started offering humanities programs. fine, a BA economics with specialization in data analytics, as an example. So clearly the pendulum is swinging back. I remember a report that Kotak Securities wrote a few years back and titled it, "How many engineers do we need to light an electric bulb?" Fine. So I think there are two things here. One, I think the parents are equally responsible for this because they have templatized higher education to be engineering, medicine, and chartered accountancy, as if the other degree programs don't offer any career choices to individuals. What is needed is twofold. One, we need to create, and I think the media has a very important role to play in this, that they will have to start writing about role models in humanities that have actually climbed the corporate ladder and have made it really big. I'll give you a couple of examples. All of you have heard of this company called Accenture, right? Do you know what the qualification of the CEO is? Julie Sweet. It's the largest IT services company. And after she took over, she added $10 billion of revenue in 1 year, something that the education. The current CEO of Wipro is an economics and a lawyer. The last two CEOs at Cognizant had no STEM exposure in their higher education. So I think we are at a point where we also need examples and instantiations to drive opportunities that are available for these individuals to make it really big. I think Professor Kamakoti and I, we had the fortune of being at Stella Maris College for the 75th convocation function. I didn't know that Vanitha Narayan, who headed up IBM, was a student of Stella Maris College, and she was a bachelor's in humanities. She is the most recent board member in HCL Technologies. So I think we also need to start projecting people. The second important thing is, it's important to understand in the last 10 years how the pecking order of capabilities has undergone a change. You had physical and manual skills. Then you probably have lower order cognitive skills, higher order cognitive skills, technology skills, and social and emotional skills. The manual labor is down by about 9%. There's a published report. Technology skills is probably up by about 20%. Emotional and social skills are up 60%. Let's look at the pandemic that Suresh spoke about, right? If you understand the pharma industry, you realize that it takes 10 years to develop a drug and 5 years to commercialize it before it goes off patent. During the pandemic, we crunched the 10-year cycle time to 1 year. We produced drugs in less than about 1 year, manufactured in quantities that we have never heard before. But where did we fail? We failed in with vaccine hesitancy. We failed with vaccine wastage, so on and so forth. And if you look at the vaccine hesitancy was contributed by religious, social, psychological, physiological, and some of those considerations. I think the market is clearly moving in that direction, which is probably the reason why some of the best known newer institutions, whether this is Ashoka, OP Jindal, Flame, Kriya, and many of these institutions are all focused primarily on science, humanities, social sciences, and arts.
So, like, Ms. Divya, now he was mentioning about how, people with varied academic backgrounds go on to become successful, in careers that are completely opposite to what they had studied. So that brings to the question, often our students, when they complete class 10, when they want to pick up a stream, there's this policy that we have that the student who gets the highest mark naturally goes into the computer science, maths, and then next category is science, and then the one with the lowest marks goes into the commerce and the arts. This profiling somewhere comes from the teachers themselves. And also, I think the students are not able to make their career choices properly after class 12. So what needs to be addressed there? How do we ensure that our school students are better informed so that they can make better higher education choices?
Yes, you are right. These career choices that the students make depend on teachers first, because they look up the teachers, rural students especially, they look up to the teachers in the schools for them to make choices for them. The second very important factor in a career choice is the parent community, and the third one is the peer group. And also this depends on a large number of other factors like proximity of the college, the higher education institution, and what job opportunities they see are coming in that particular area. Because right now we see among the student community, the youth, particularly in Tamil Nadu, they do not want to move out of their own hometown. They are sort of cloistered within they feel very comfortable within their locality. So these are some of the factors that influence their career choice. So here, as part of the school's non-Mudalvan initiative, we have trained teachers, because the teachers themselves are not aware of the various career pathways that are available beyond engineering and medicine, So we have trained these teachers. We've given them booklets to see where these kids can go by choosing an art stream, a liberal arts stream, or a science stream, where they can go and how they can sort of counsel the children into taking up those and understand the interest of the child. Nobody does that. We are looking at marks, but who understands the child, what the child wants, what the child aspires to do. So we see after 20 years into a career, the child feels the youth feels very frustrated by the work that he does. He feels that he's not made for the job after 20 years. Of course, now we have so many avenues to switch careers. But then, a lot of time has been wasted. So much of productive years have been wasted. So here we want to target children at the school level, right from 9th grade onwards. We have trained teachers from government schools to counsel students. We formed counseling clubs in each of these government schools, and they will counsel the students on the interest. They will profile the students' interest. We've also, as part of Non-Mudalvan portal, we've given them a psychometric test analysis, so that the student themselves takes a printout and sees what they are good at, what kind of skills they are good at, and he can make an informed choice. And we've given them career booklets to understand where the colleges are, where good institutions are, and some of these kids feel that they are not made for those, elite institutions. So we tell them that you can aspire. We, as a part of the government, we want to ensure that if you have the aspiration, we are here to fulfill it for you. So whatever resources you need to get into those sort of institutions, we are here. You would have seen that our Honorable Chief Minister felicitated students from government schools who got into elite institutions. So here the government is all out to help the student community to make informed choices and to ensure that there is seamless, that on all of these choices don't depend on external factors, but rather intrinsic. We've made that choice a student's choice. And that is why the Uyarvukku Padi, that's another program as part of the Non-Mudalvan initiative, where every student is given these various career opportunities, and on-the-spot admissions are done by colleges. So he can fill up a form, and then on-the-spot admissions are done. And we also want to ensure that students join ITIs and polytechnics, because that kind of aspiration is also missing among the youth. Them are aspiring to get into higher education. They want to complete a degree at any cost, and then they and then they think about their career. What kind of job should I get into? They complete a BA degree and then they think about. Here we want to ensure that even when the child is in school, he thinks about a career. He thinks what kind of job he wants to do, and then channelize him into that kind of a career.
That's a very pretty structured system. So my final question would be to the IIT director. So we have a lot of these private universities that have come up, deemed universities. Once again, these have revived the debate about whether these private and elite universities are going to widen the gap between the haves and have-nots in terms of access to quality education. Because earlier it was only the government institutions that were available. Now you have more choices. The fees is pretty high in some of the liberal arts universities that we have, about 12 to 15 lakh rupees per annum. So is this going to widen the gap, or how do we address this?
Widen the gap between what?
The haves and have-nots, the access to quality education.
Okay. So access to quality education, there are a lot of initiatives that have been done, at least from the engineering side. Today, as Ramkumar mentioned, The AICTE today has said that 40% of the education can be online. So with the Swayam portal, the NPTEL, we have more than 1.4 million students who write this exam and take the credit and transfer the credits. So there we have ensured a lot of quality education goes to them. The second is that UGC also has said that you can do 2 degrees at the same time. And that's, in my opinion, a very historic order. So we see in our data science course at IIT Madras, today we are seeing more than, we have enrolled more than 25,000 students, in which at least 70% are doing 2 degrees at the same time. So they can do a degree at some other X institution in, say, mechanical engineering and do a data science. It will be a very good combination. They can do a BCom and a data science. It's also becoming a good combination. So these avenues are now coming up from the government initiatives itself. Of course, quality education today, as we were a short point which Kalpati just touched upon, the student-teacher ratio. Education is becoming costly. At some point of time, if you want to run a very decent education institution, and we need very good professors. For example, some of the arts colleges where we are talking of this phenomenally high fees, right? What we charge in IIT for a BTech degree for, say, 4 years, put together will be 25% of a yearly charge in some of these universities. But the reason is that type of faculty they have hired, the amount of salary that they pay is quite phenomenal, right? It is at least 4 or 5 times the salary of a director of IITs. Okay, so putting all these things together, I think there is a cost of quality education, and that is something which we need to recognize. But at the same time, we are all committed to this SDG 4, where we want to get quality, accessible, quality education, affordable education to the general public. And so this combination of policies plus efforts, I think will not basically deny good education for the deserved people. And then so when we look at the some very good initiatives that we did with the government of Tamil Nadu, we did go to some of the corporation schools in Chennai and train these kids to write our eligibility test. In January 2022, when I took over, there were around 100 students, 100 government school students who are in the BS data science. Today, I'm very happy to tell you we have more than 650 students there. And all of them have cleared the eligibility test. So we did not reduce the standard or anything. But some small intervention. And then many of these, we do get a lot of support under CSR for scholarships. So that way, we are also trying to fill up the affordability gap. I think overall, over a period of time, no brilliant kid will miss education just because of money. I think we'll reach the stage.
I think on that positive note, we'll end this first day, first show. And leave it to the audience for reviews. Thank you to all the guests who participated. Right? Thank you all.
We request our moderator to please felicitate our panelists, a token of our appreciation for being a part of this event. Thank you so much. Tamil Nadu Unlimited is co-presented by Guidance Tamil Nadu, powered by Veranda Learning and State Bank of India. Our associate sponsors are VFS Global, Credai Chennai and Nippo. Our digital transformation partner, SIFI Technologies. Our tourism partner, Tamil Nadu Tourism. Our diversity partner, Avatar Group. Our color partner, Nippon Paint. Our healthcare partner, Miyot International, our industry partner, FICCI, and our television partner, Pudhiya Talamurai. Our next panel discussion will be starting in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. promoting Tamil Nadu as the ideal data center destination and data center capital of India. The enabling role of the state government in facilitating the building of IT infra, faster connectivity, and the creation of an ICT talent pool. The government of Tamil Nadu recognizes data centers as critical infrastructure and their importance in the enhanced digital global economy. I'd like to invite our moderator to take the stage, so a big round of applause for Mr. Prashant Perumal, Assistant Editor, Business Bureau, The Hindu. Our next panelist is Mr. Joseph Abraham, Vice President, Network Operations, SIFI Technologies Limited. Joseph is a senior ICT professional with over 24 years of experience in operating and managing complex multimodal networks. His forte has been in building and managing network operations for large enterprises, data centers, setting up and managing network operations centers, project management, and infrastructure monitoring. Welcome, sir. Let's give him a big round of applause. Our next panelist is Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Director, Scientist G, Software Technology Parks of India, STPI, Chennai. He has 28 years of experience in implementing various Government of India schemes such as STPs, SEZs, IBPS, and other mission mode projects. He's also contributed to India's digital push in terms of supporting startup ecosystems and established the Center of Excellence in FinTech at Chennai in a collaborative environment. Welcome and a big round of applause for Dr. Sanjay Tyagi. And our final panelist is Mr. S. Arun Raj, IAS, Executive Director of ELCOT. His previous experiences include working in finance as the Deputy Secretary, Budget for Tamil Nadu Government, as the Sub-Collector of and the Sub-Divisional Magistrate of Palani, and as the Assistant Collector of Kanchipuram. Welcome, sir. A big hand for Mr. S. Arun Raj, IAS. I now hand things over to Prashant. Over to you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to all of you. As Paloma explained, we're going to talk about mainly about like building the brand image of Tamil Nadu as a tech-savvy state. And I have the esteemed panelists today here. I'll just start with the questions. I'm going to start with the very fundamental question of the very relevance of the topic that we're discussing. So, why do each one of you actually think that Tamil Nadu needs to focus on like building the image of as a tech-savvy state? So I think like each geography has a certain comparative advantage, each country or each region or even each person. So what exactly is the reason Tamil Nadu should actually focus on IT or data center or anything particular that the government is currently focused on? I think data centers are something that the government is really focused on right now and promoting Tamil Nadu, Chennai as the data center capital of India. So what's the rationale behind it? Do you think it's a really smart idea to go about that way? So any of you, whoever wants to take it first.
Thank you, Prashant, and Hindu for inviting us over here to give me the opportunity to speak about the pros for the Tamil Nadu, why Tamil Nadu is very well poised for the next destination. In fact, it is the destination for the IT industry. We have made humongous progress in the last 25 years in this state. And if I say that IT infrastructure is definitely the requirement for the state, but the IT infrastructure is only the enabler. We have to bring the industry over here which uses this infrastructure and grow further. And that is why I'm saying that it has already become a destination where we are having a very vibrant IT exporting industry, which is having a revenue of $26 billion from the state of Tamil Nadu, which is number 2 in the country. We are the people who are providing the 2.3 million jobs in the IT industry. And that is why this is the most attractive destinations. There is another point which I would like to focus is this, that this is the place which has become a hiring ground for the most of the industry in the country. We are having such a nice technical education institute in the state of Tamil Nadu, which not only attract the bigger industry to come and hire, but actually providing
a state level and world-class professionals in this state. So I think we are all set to to leapfrog from here, and we feel that this is the right time to strengthen the IT infrastructure in the state so that we can go to the next level.
Thank you. Mr. Joseph, since SIFI is particularly into investing in data centers and stuff, so if you can particularly focus on data centers, and why do you think Tamil Nadu actually has a certain comparative advantage, and why do you think it makes sense for Tamil Nadu's policymakers to focus on data center as such, or on bringing in the investments into data center and stuff?
Yeah, thank you, Prashant. When we look at what is happening around us now, it's the age of data explosion, right? The amount of data being consumed is humongous, and so it's a need of the hour that these so there has to be somewhere we need to focus on getting these getting into the trend of the data center technologies as well. So if I go a little back on history, over the years, Tamil Nadu has been known for its, the previous speakers also was talking about, we were historically from agriculture into manufacturing. So Tamil Nadu has been leading, on the manufacturing sector. Now, these, whether it is manufacturing or any sector, IT is the enabler for all of these sectors. And when we talk about IT, it is about data. And the data has to be connected data. It cannot be standalone data. It has to be connected. And where do we store this data? This data is stored in these data centers. Now these data centers are becoming cloud centers, because the data centers cannot, individually by itself, cannot mean anything. It has to be connected. So in that per se, data centers are a critical infrastructure. In fact, the government of India has recognized data center as one of the critical infrastructures for the nation, right? So in my view, yes, a lot of investments has to go in the data center way. Not only looking data center as a standalone, having it connected domestically as well as internationally. So in that line of thought, from SIFI Technologies, what we've been doing it into is like not looking IT as only IT as a means, but then IT has to be an enabler for the common man. Whatever we consume data day in and day out, has to be consumed evenly across the society. It's not only for the elite, it's not only for the the knowledge, it's also for upbringing the the social economic status of the community, of the state, and of the nation, right? So in that line, just like we say data center. So when we talk about data center, we think it's just only an infrastructure, but the core fact is it has to be connected infrastructure and relevant data stored in that infrastructure. So in my view, yes, it is the need of the hour that a lot of investments has to be done towards building data centers and having them enabled through IT.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Arun, how do you see, what's the thinking of the policymakers here in Tamil Nadu in promoting the IT sector or data, whatever, as a particular point of focus? Yeah.
Good morning to everyone. So I would say that IT occupies a very important mind space in the minds of policymakers as well as the government. And we want to promote this sector. Firstly, the reason, your first question as in why this sector is probably very important to the development of our state is, see, we have so many factors that can help position Tamil Nadu as, probably the #1 state as far as IT is concerned. See, because the statistic speaks for itself. So if you look at one particular statistic, there are so many statistics, but I'll just point out one statistic, which is that 43% of the manufacturing workforce of the entire country, the women manufacturing workforce of the entire country belongs to Tamil Nadu. So that is absolutely, I mean, it just pops out of the paper. So the reason is because of our education levels. We are a very educated society, and in fact, when we travel to other states, they say that even though IT companies may be based out of there, but they say that their manpower studied probably in Coimbatore or Chennai or in some part of Western Tamil Nadu. So the first factor is, of course, the level of education in our state. The second factor is, of course, the incredible level of infrastructure. You don't see this kind of infrastructure in any other state in India. So in fact, you see any other state, the kind of development that is there in any other state would be very focused, would be very concentrated in one particular city or maybe two cities. But then if you take Tamil Nadu, there are so many cities where it has almost comparable level of infrastructure. So of course, one city may have more compared to some other city, but then the sheer number of cities, the sheer number of, let us say, airports, developed airports, it's much more than any other state. So you take the kind of road connectivity. So you take any other state, the development would be very focused on one particular area of the state. So, but however here, the south is as well developed as the north. The west is as well developed as the east. The north is as well developed as the west. So, in fact, that is one of the major problem points. If you see socio-politically in other states now, people are protesting that one part of the state is not as much developed as the other part. So if you see Maharashtra, for example, now, that is one of the major issues that's going on now. So apart from that, we have this goal of becoming a $1 trillion economy, our state. So IT would play a very big factor because this is very human-centric, so manpower-centric, and we have all these other factors also in place. So that makes our state, very prime-focused to capture a large part of this pie. And of course, government is working on a lot of policies which helps promote this sector. So we have this data center policy that was released very recently, and we are seeing a lot of interest from different companies that want to set up data centers here. And we see a lot of such conferences. We see a lot of summits happening to promote this data center space. And data center is very investment heavy as well. So, it's not like any other project where, you can give employment to a lot of people. But then finally, if you see, the investment would probably be very less financially in any other sector. But then data center, you have one particular project, and then the investment is, that itself would be, would have a lot of trickle-down effect, would be in the range of 300-400 crores for even a medium-sized data center project. So, in fact, Chennai is very, it has a lot of advantages to promoting data centers. In fact, a lot of submarine landing cables are positioned here, and in fact, a prime ecosystem is there. So any data center player, I'm sure they would point out directly to Ambatu, which is really developed, and we have not just one center, we have two centers, and probably third center in the making. So the second center is Sriperumbudur is really coming up as second data center market. So all these different factors are there, which are really, which can really help position our city as well as the state as an top IT player. And the other thing that I would like to talk about is the AVGC policy. That is, the government is...
Yeah, before you go to that, I just wanted you to give us an overview of the data center policy of the state that you talked about. Can you give us a sum of that?
Yeah, of course. So the data center policy has a lot of incentives for data center players. So in fact, I would say that, it is one of the most far-reaching data center policies in the entire country. In fact, we see a lot of other states coming and asking us, how we devise this and what kind of incentives do you have in this policy. So, in fact, it has a lot of electricity incentives. That is, data center players would be eligible for the commercial tariff rather than the industrial tariff. And you have registration incentives depending on which district you set it up under. So, we have categorized different districts of the state into different categories. So, it is part of our objective of, spreading out development. We don't want any particular area to be more developed compared to any other part of the state. So, we have registration charge. I mean, it's the percentages vary among the different districts, but you have a lot of incentives on that area. And then you have this building, data centers have a lot of building requirements. That is, they cannot fulfill the floor-to-ceiling height which is there in a normal building. So in a normal building has according to the building regulations, they can only fulfill so much height and all that. So, but we have given relaxations in the policy that they need not fulfill any of these criteria under the building regulations. So we have given relaxations from the FSI angle, and we have this single window clearance system in place for data centers. And we also have a large fiscal incentive in place, that is investments which are more than 500 crores and above. So a special package would be decided by the government, and depending on the value of the investment that is coming in, we would give large fiscal incentive as a percentage of the investment that's coming in for projects more than 500 crores and above. So these are broadly the incentives under the policy.
So that's your case for the state's data center policy or IT policy as such. So if we can turn to Mr. Joseph. So what's been your experience with dealing with governments in India, different state governments or the center, or particularly the Tamil Nadu government? When you come in with, like, let's say, the 9,000 crore investment that you come to, are there certain impediments that you face, or what are the different things in the process that you think can be better, or or what do you think are good about the process? Yeah.
Yeah. So it is very heartening to see that the government is giving a lot of incentives and bringing in more transparency in the entire process. So it makes investors more confident into putting in their investments into such a place which because data center investments are it's not like a 1-2 year investment. It's for a period of at least minimum 5 to 8 years. So much of capital has to be invested, and we are the we have the accountability, and we are the guardians of those investors. The investors are the shareholders who are putting into that money, and they would definitely like to see those investments being responsibly utilized, and the returns we need to get those returns effectively. For that we these areas where we invest, it has to be secured in sense like there's a secured way of getting out the return on investments, and there are no impediments in setting up the whole this infrastructure, right? So as Mr. Arun was mentioning, there's a lot of transparency has come in, which eases the investors to do business in this area. And predominantly or primarily if you look at, Tamil Nadu is well poised in the sense like for building such a critical infrastructure, what are the key underlying things that is required? Basically, you need to have a large amount of land parcel, and Tamil Nadu has a very good policy on the land and the land usage, and for building such critical infrastructures, the regulatories, the single window mechanism, all of that has aided compared to other states. They are much ahead in ease of getting those reforms done. Secondly, one is land, the second part is the energy or the power. Now, we heard earlier the minister also was talking about sustainable energy. We cannot just rely on fossil fuels anymore. We'll have to look at sustainable energies like the wind or the solar and all of these green initiatives, which by doing so you are actually giving back to the environment as well, right? So Tamil Nadu has got a large or a long coastline, which enables it to actually get into the sustainable energy, and also enables the coastline also enables us to get interconnected with the neighboring nations, because if you look futuristically, countries like Singapore, where you have huge amount of data centers set up over there, they are running short of land. There will be a period when we'll have to Chennai can be looked up as the next Singapore of the world, right? So that way these coastlines enable us to get those international cables in, and SIFI has been pioneering in building open cable landing stations. We have the one which is there in Mumbai, and we are replicating the similar one in Chennai, so that as a nation we are connected both on the east and the west, and leverage the large the coastline that we have. So in my view, ease of doing business is definitely there, but then there are risks in that. We'll have to take calculated risks on that. But also, in my view, we should also look at some of the best practices followed by other states. When we look at the single window mechanism, having a single ownership of interacting with the various administrative offices in the government, because we cannot let the investors go and interact with each and every administrative office, rather than having a single window system, which I'm sure it is already in place. Who will be the single point of contact to ensure whether it be the land, or it be the energy, or it could be even telecom plays a big factor in interconnecting data centers. So right of way, having ducts across the city, so that even if we have this deluge to come again after 5 years or 6 years, there is no single interruption which happens in our daily bread and butter, which is the internet, right? So I feel that Tamil Nadu has got that infrastructure in place. It's just that the investors have to tap in and get it up.
Thank you. You mentioned about policy stability. So my next question is actually can be answered by both Mr. Arun as well as Mr. Sanjay. When it comes to policy stability, there's so much, something related to that, I guess, is about how the old thing of single window clearance, and governments are focusing on how quickly you can process investor requests and things like that. I also want to focus on how fair is the system, in the sense do all potential investors have the same influence, or is there maybe the larger investors have greater lobbying power in some ways and stuff. So how do those risks get, does the state government or other states or the center, how do they address that? So both Mr. Arun as well as Sanjay, I would like to talk about. Yeah.
So I would say that the system is quite fair, because as I just told, we have enshrined all these incentives in the policy. So it's there in black and white. So it's clearly there for everyone to see that irrespective of whether you are a 100 crore data center player or a 500 crore data center player or a 2,000 crore data center player, you're going to have the same incentives under the policy. And we have, we have clearly laid out that, you have to approach LCOT or guidance to ensure that, you get these policies, get these incentives released from the government under this policy. So it's, there is no case of, pick and choose at all as far as these incentives are concerned. And it's extremely fair in my opinion, because where it misses out is the kind of knowledge and the awareness among probably bigger players would be much more. So they are much more aware of what are the incentives under the different policies, how can government release these incentives, and therefore they are able to get these incentives probably little more easily. So maybe a smaller player, he may not be that much aware, he may not have that much knowledge, but however, if he develops the awareness, if he develops the knowledge, the system would treat both the people, both the persons very, very, very equally, is my opinion.
Mr. Sanjay? Yeah.
So as Arun said, these all schemes which, STPI is implementing in the state of Tamil Nadu, they are all notified scheme by the government of India in foreign trade policy. The incentives have been envisaged, the obligations have been envisaged, and this is uniform for a small, medium, or a multinational company. So there is no question of any partiality being done to a small entrepreneur or to a bigger guys. All have to come under the same umbrella. They can enjoy the same facility, same incentives, as long as they are meeting the obligations which is envisaged in the policy. As far as the The single window mechanism, STPI, is one of the first of its kind single window mechanism which has been created in 1991. As you all know, when this economic liberalization has happened in this country, which has started in 90s, the economic liberalization for the IT industry have been manifested through STPI. STPI is the first single window mechanism which has been created by the Government of India, through which all the IT industry have been provided the incentives, right from import duty exemption to the excise duty exemption, from CST reimbursement, old policies I'm talking about, corporate income tax holiday, and so on and so forth. So all those incentives have been given them uniformly, and the result is there that we have become a $26 billion industry in the state of Tamil Nadu today. I agree with Arun when he said that, the infrastructure in Tamil Nadu is really phenomenal. And if you go to the neighboring state and you find out where is the IT, you will find it only in the couple of the cities. But if you talk that which are the cities which are ready to welcome any industry, for that matter, and specifically the IT industry, I think I can take 4 to 5 names in state of Tamil Nadu where these cities are very well ready with all the infrastructure to welcome the IT industry. So I think, yes, policy is very, very uniform, and we are, central government and the state government are working in unison. We approach each other, and we help each other in, creating the right environment for making the Tamil Nadu the best destination.
Okay, to go off a little on a tangent, we had a discussion right before the discussion, and you talked about the difference between what SEZs do and STPI does. And that SEZs are limited to a certain geography, and STPs give benefits whether you're located at a certain place or not. Can you elaborate on that? Yeah.
Yes, so STPI scheme have been notified in 1991, and it was specific to the IT and ITS industry. After seeing the tremendous success of this scheme, and for the IT services industry, it was a great scheme. But Government of India thought that to attract the manufacturing industry as well. So for bringing the manufacturing industry to India, Government of India thought of creating the special economic zone scheme, wherein the industry has to be in a particular zone where you will enjoy all these incentives which I have explained to you earlier. So that was actually initially envisaged for the manufacturing industry. But then IT services industry have also gone over there, and it have become a little bit capital intensive for them, because you have to go to a particular region to get all those incentives. Though in STPI, we have given them incentives at their doorsteps. So both the schemes were complementing each other as far as the services and the manufacturing industry is concerned. And we are, I'm very happy that state of Tamil Nadu is the state which has having the largest number of the IT SCG in the country. So that is how Tamil Nadu have taken lead in creating the infrastructure. And that is why we have several options in the state of Tamil Nadu where the IT industry can find the special economic zone or STPI, where they can implement their projects over here. And this has resulted in getting, a number of the companies coming to the state of Tamil Nadu.
Is there a reason why SEZs have become a lot more popular than STPIs? Because with SEZs, the problem is that people actually need to
SEG is the scheme which has come in 2004. And earlier, STPI scheme also had the corporate income tax holiday, which has continued up to 2011. But due to WTO, commitments, for every scheme, you have a sunset clause. And for STPI, the income tax holiday sunset clause struck us in 2011. So after 2011, we could not provide them the major incentive of the corporate income tax holiday, which has gone to the SCG. But now SCG have also, come into the same ambit. They also have been stuck by that sunset clause. And that incentive is no more available in SCG also. But creating the infrastructure and facilitation of the industry should continue, irrespective of the incentives or not. Because the infrastructure is required for all the industry. And that way, for a while, SCG was definitely a popular scheme because the corporate income tax holiday was there. But then, if you feel the flexibility of a small entrepreneur who wanted to start their, business at the backyard of it and enjoy the incentive, probably it has become a little bit capital intensive for him.
Interesting. Mr. Arun, you talked about AVGC policy, about like animation, video game, and how you were trying to, I guess the Tamil Nadu government's trying to promote it. Is there a particular reason for that? Because when someone really thinks about Tamil Nadu, they don't really think that much about the state being a hub for video gaming and animation and graphics. Or maybe it's just my ignorance, so if you can elaborate on that.
This is part of a goal of becoming a $1 trillion economy. So we thought that this is probably a sector that needs much more attention, and where we have already all the factors that are conducive to developing AVGC in our state, but it's probably not taken off as much as it should have. So that's why we decided that probably this is an area where it needs an extra push. And so we are working on that, and we are trying to think of what all incentives can be there under this policy, what we can do to promote this sector. And in fact, we had recently, about 1-2 months back, we had a meet with all the major AVGC players in our state. And in fact, you'd be surprised to know that a lot of people, a lot of players from our state are in fact doing animation work and visual effects work for a lot of these Hollywood movies, in fact. And so in fact, we met a lot of people who told that they were able to get the work done at probably 1/100th of the price that someone abroad may be doing the work for. So in fact, so that is a very a big advantage that we have. And so they were also very happy that they felt that this was a sector that probably didn't have that much of an attention from government, and all of them felt that since government is now focusing on this, it would give them an extra push. And we also utilize this occasion to study the AVGC policies of nearby states, including Kerala, Bangalore, Hyderabad. So in fact, we studied the model of Hyderabad, where they have this image tower, where they would, it's a government project where a lot of AVGC companies will be based out of a specific location, and they'll be given some incentives. And a lot of startups are also can be incentivized under this policy, because if you see a lot of these companies, these are all very young guys who have a lot of talent, but they don't have the right connect, or they are not able to implement their ideas properly, not able to bring their ideas into the mainstream. So we felt that this is probably an area where some funding specifically from government, because these guys will all be funded under the general startup policy of the government. But then we need something which specifically focuses on this. And so another idea that we thought of was probably including some part of it under the education syllabus of the state. That is, some AVGC concepts, some AVGC syllabus can be incorporated into the existing syllabus, so that at least some kids who may have some inclination towards learning more AVGC can also, they will get this push at a very early age, and then they can develop it, and then they can come up. So this is a policy that we are seriously working towards, and it has neared completion. So we would probably be releasing it quite soon, and it needs some more finishing work as well. But then we would be releasing it very soon, because as I told, we have developed a lot of IT infrastructure in our state. So in fact, as Mr. Tyagi was saying, we have a lot of SEZs in our state. We have probably the highest number of SEZs concerning IT in the entire country. So these are based in different areas. So they are very dispersed. They are there in Tirunelveli, it's there in Trichy, it's there in Salem, etc. So like when you interact with a lot of entrepreneurs, when you interact with a lot of industrialists in our state, so the difference from other states is that as I told, they are much more dispersed here. So you meet people who say that they are from Trichy, or they are from Tirunelveli, or they are from Salem, and then they say that so I tell them that we have infra here in Chennai, so or Coimbatore, you can come and set it up there. But they say that sir, I am from Trichy, I am from Salem, can I do something for my own district? So I meet a lot of people like this, and so we are envisaging under this policy that some incentives can be given for people who want to come back and give something to their home district, or maybe some group, some other district apart from the urban centers. So these are the various incentives that we have envisaged under this policy, and I'm sure this would be a big push for this sector in our state.
I found it interesting that you said that someone in the AVGC sector said that compared to doing a certain thing abroad, and you could do it at like 1/100th of the cost here. So if that's the reason, why do you think like private sector hasn't really invested so much in that? Why do you think the government actually has to take certain special incentives to actually spur the sector if the cost differential is so much?
No, actually, I feel that the reason is probably that, see, this is, AVGC is something that you can do from any location. So, the same, it's very manpower centric. So that person, particular person who has the talent to do AVGC can do it from the US or Singapore or from Chennai or from Tirunelveli. So we have had a lot of outward outward mobilization of manpower happening from our state. People have gone abroad and they are working. And but now there is a feeling that that much of a flow outside is not there. So a lot of people want to come back, and a lot of people, that much outward flow is also not there. So these people who want to come back, they say that they may as well do it here. They are anyway going to do the same work from outside. So probably that is why investment has not happened that much till now. Since this reverse flow is happening now, probably our goal now would be to bring back all this reverse investment into our state. So it should not go to some other, probably, Bangalore or Hyderabad or some other city in our country. Now our goal should be to focus it on our state, to bring it back here. So because we had taken the lead. In fact, the Tidal Park, the IT corridor in Chennai, when it was created first, about 96, 97. So this was probably the first instance of an IT corridor being created in the entire country. And if you see, that is really the first step that changed the entire landscape of the city in that area. So in fact, it is just an anecdote. So we have an office there in the IT corridor. So we have had it for nearly 30, 35 years. So that is the old ELCOT office there. So in fact, my staff tell me that that used to be the only building in that entire area about 30, 35 years back. But now that building is lost among the various other buildings that are populating the IT corridor now. So this is the kind of transformation that government has brought in. And I'm sure government can do the same for AVGC as well.
Thank you. I want to bring the focus to the whatever happened over the last week or so with the floods and stuff. So the risk of natural disasters, particularly to data centers. So how does that play in the mind of an investor, particularly because Chennai's had at least two massive floods in the last decade, 2015 and 2023. So as an investor, Mr. Joseph, how do you, you must be thinking a couple of times before you think of setting up your data center in Chennai.
Yes. So looking at what happened last week and also rewinding to what has happened in 2015 or 2018, definitely calamities pose a kind of, investors would like to think a little bit. They want to pause and see, what would it take, if I have to invest there and if it were to repeat. But if you look at the past history, we have very successfully seen whatever happened in the past calamities, how the city has came back to life. So there are lessons always. It's a continuous process. If you think that calamities are there and I will not do investments, then you will never do any investment anywhere. Calamities are there. That's the way of nature, giving us a lesson, right? Now, what do we learn from there? How do we, overcome? What are the technologies that we can deploy? What are the, scientific data that, we gather over each calamity, the data which is gathered after each calamity is over? And what plans that we can make into overcoming this next time? Because whatever happened last week is like a kind of deluge or rain that was not seen in the last 40 or 50 years time, right? So our infrastructure, what has been built has got a certain capacity, but then when there is triple or 4 times more of what was built has suddenly happens in one focused area. It downpours in a focused area. So obviously there is a calamity there. But one thing what I saw was that the city sprung up within the next 24 to 48 hours And I've now not seen any IT infrastructure per se getting affected for that matter. In fact, we are in Tidal Park. Tidal Park was accessible always for us. And even, the areas that we are looking at, we are building up a data center in Siruseri. I think the government has a clear plan of how to plan for the next deluge with the data which is being collected now. So I think calamities will be there, wherever you look at across the world. Calamities are there, but then there are measures, there are lessons being learned. There are those lessons are being applied or implemented to overcome those challenges. So even if we build the drainage network or the roads or the ducts, looking at what happened last week, maybe 5 years down the line, it might come up 10 times more than that. We don't know. We can't, look at the nature is, such that it has to always teach us a lesson, right? So I think we should take it in that spirit, and don't stop any investment is what personally that I feel. But there has to be calculated risks, always taken. And of course, we are seeing the government is doing a good job, and they have a plan. Definitely they have a plan. They are talking about that plan, and I think it's way to go.
Okay. I'd like to pose the same question a little in the middle of a modified way to both the policymakers here. So when an investor looks at Tamil Nadu as a destination, potential investment destination, they're also evaluating other states as a potential destination, and even locations in other countries as a location, because capital is free to move anywhere today. So given the kind of public infrastructure that you have in Tamil Nadu today, however you evaluate it, how do you compare that with what other states offer and other countries offer? Because capital can choose anywhere to locate. Yeah, so Mr. Sanjay as well as Arun, I think. Yeah.
So I'm a central government officer, and I have been to the entire country. I've been posted at various locations in the state, and I have seen the state of the infrastructure in different states. And I think one of the best urban infrastructure is available in Tamil Nadu. The cities which they have developed, and the road infrastructure which has been developed over here, and all the completing infrastructure has been taken place for the industry point of view. So that is in that way, the Tamil Nadu is way ahead. And for the IT industry, I can talk about what are the ingredients which any investor will look for coming to this state. Number one, he will look at the IT infrastructure, whether it is available or not. Number two, he will look at the manpower, skilled manpower available or not. So we have become a factory for creating the skilled manpower for the entire country. I told you that the four largest company of the country comes to recruit the people from Tamil Nadu. So like, our Arun said, we have to make sure that we don't allow these people to go outside from the Tamil Nadu, and they have enough opportunity in the state of Tamil Nadu itself. So we have to keep on strengthening our policy, and the policy is something which you cannot make 10 years before, and that policy will still work. We have to keep on evolving. For example, I can just only vouch for the proactiveness of the state of Tamil Nadu. We set up a fintech center of entrepreneurship in the state of Tamil Nadu. Why? Because it is a financial services hub. It has, of the country, all the, top banks of the world are having their back office in Tamil Nadu. So we choose this place to set up a center of excellence, center of entrepreneurship in fintech. Tamil Nadu was very generous enough to immediately come up and contributed for the 50% of the contribution towards the setting of the center. Not only that, they declared that we'll set up a fintech city as well over here. So they are not only giving you solution for the present, but they are also thinking for the future as well. So that is how we have to keep on thinking. So world knows that there is a fintech city in the state of Tamil Nadu. There is a fintech center of entrepreneurship in the state of Tamil Nadu. So these are the things which we have to keep on throwing in the sky, which will definitely attract this investment into the state, right? Similarly, I am thinking that, the earlier question which you've asked to Joseph, that why you will look towards the, Tamil Nadu despite these calamities which is happening. So whatever he has given a wonderful answer that, you cannot, stop your investment because certain thing has happened to Chennai in last 10 years. You have to only look at it, that how it sprung up, how it came back from this calamity. I am having a tier 3 data center in my building, like he's having in Tidal Park.
But what about other cities that might probably have better infrastructure, public infrastructure that handle calamities in a much better way?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Are you saying like there are no other
you go to
cities
the
like
neighboring,
that?
you go to the neighboring state and find out whether they have a better infrastructure than us or not.
Or maybe other countries.
Yeah, no, I mean, but then cost arbitrage.
Yeah.
So nobody can give the best cost arbitrage than us.
Maybe they don't have the cheapest labor.
Yeah, so we have everything, man. And that is why we are progressing. And that is why the IT spent for the country in the next financial is going to be 128 billion. Right? That is why, because this shows the growth of this country. It is more than the US,
But don't you think the public infrastructure here can be a lot better?
So public infrastructure is improving. And that is, if you are comparing within India, we are at par with them and improving. But yes, we have to improve vis-a-vis to the Europe or vis-a-vis to the other countries. We have to definitely improve on that. But we are a winner. We should know that we are a winner because we are having a skilled manpower. We are having our people which can, develop any product sitting over here. So that is the strength of this country, and we have to keep on nurturing that. So that is something which, infrastructure is something. But that is skilled manpower which we have to continuously nurture in our state, and for all the domains, for fintech domain, for AVG, for everything we should nurture, and the industry will automatically follow.
Mr. Arun, take.
Yeah. So as far as infrastructure is concerned, so government has announced a slew of projects in the last 1-2 years. So including the fact that, we are setting up tech cities in different parts of the state, including one in near Chennai, Coimbatore, as well as Hosur. So these are supposed to be integrated cities where everyone comes together. It's supposed to be a living tech space. So this is a different model that we are promoting compared to the SEZs or these other zones. Since the kind of incentives that are there in such an area has gone off now. So we are trying to promote these cities now. And the other projects that we have announced is, of course, the FinTech City in Chennai itself, and which is a great model of collaboration where it's specifically focused on FinTech alone. And we are also setting up tidal parks all over the state, not alone in urban cities. So apart from that, I would also say that, we are among the foremost states in the country that involve itself in PPP projects, so public-private partnership projects, because in fact, if you see a PPP project, there are many risks involved. So the mark of responsiveness or the trust which any private party has in the administration or government of a state can be measured by the willingness of a private party to engage in a PPP project with that particular government or the state. So I see a lot of responsiveness, a lot of interest among private players to involve or collaborate themselves in PPP projects in our state. So we are also working towards that, where in the tech cities, for example, we want a private partner to come along with us, establish along with us, put in some investment, and try to develop some projects. So these are the various infrastructure steps that we have taken to develop our state. Apart from that, I would also say the recent, since one of the topics we're discussing is about flooding, which happened recently. Urban flooding is not a local phenomena. It is not something that is restricted only to Chennai. Urban flooding is a global phenomenon. So it has happened all around the world. It has happened in cities all around the world. So investment cannot be dependent on whether urban flooding is happening in this particular city or that particular city. It has not happened here or not happened there. So in fact, if you see even in California, urban flooding has happened as recently as I think 10 years back. So it's about the lessons that we learn. It's about how we develop our infrastructure after that. So it's all, in fact, ELCOT itself runs a data center in our own premises in Perungudi. We have a disaster recovery center as well in Trichy. So in fact, in the recent flooding, since our building had good drainage networks and all that, we didn't have an issue. And we also had a disaster backup in Trichy. So again, that was not an issue. So we need to build these safeguards into place as far as infrastructure is concerned, and I'm sure infrastructure-wise, Chennai is no less compared to any other city. I would in fact say that other cities have to compete with Chennai to come up here, rather than us going up above.
Just a quick last question about the common complaint that a lot of graduates in India are usually not employable, the kind of skills that they get from colleges or anything. So the education infrastructure in India is generally considered to be poor. So what do you think that what's your view on that, general, for the panel?
So, Tamil Nadu, what I've seen, they have been forefront in school education. If you look at, compared to other states, school education, they have been, I would say, number one in ensuring everybody gets the basic school education. The next priority has been the graduation, the undergraduation and post-graduation, right? The previous panelists were talking about, skilling them, becoming employable, right? So I am a product of campus recruitment. 25 years, I was hired in the campus. So at that time, the campus hiring was a big thing, right? Over the years, when I go back to the campus and start looking at hiring people, we're seeing there's a big gap. There is definitely a gap, right? The gap could be on the students' know-how on the industry need, right? Because most of the universities or campuses were mostly bookish, but then a lot of industries are going there and connecting, and then helping these colleges or the universities to give a view of what is happening in the industry. So from the CIFI's perspective, in my personal activities that what we do, we are trying to bridge that gap. How do we bridge that gap? How can we bring more awareness to the students on various technologies, not only the cutting edge technology. People talk about AI, ML, all sorts of virtuality, virtual reality, all of that, right? But then, how does it get applied in the real life, right? So that's what they need to understand and get them interested at a very early stage, right? So there are, various sessions we do wherein we go to the industry, the people who are actually doing the work in the companies or in our organizations, they will go and talk to these students, literally telling them, what to expect. Because when you hire somebody and they come to the office, they think that they are going to code or program the next biggest product, in the world, right? But that's not the fact. You have to go through the grind, from the ground level. So we have to, give them a view very early so that they take informed decisions. There have been situations where we hire, probably we hire them for electronics and communication technologies like fiber technologies or DWDM technologies, which are relevant for telecom. But then they come in and then these students, once they get hired, they come in and say, no, I thought that I will do some programming or coding, right? So there is a gap. What they thought that they will do the work in the real life, but then what they thought, they are getting hired for was something else. So definitely there is a gap. And also I've seen somewhere, there's a statistics which says that only 24% of these students are employable, right? So, but then we cannot harp on just pointing out that it's only 25%. What can be done to make that 100%, right? So what we do in CIFI Technologies over the last few years, what we have done is we've gone back to the universities, assessed the knowledge of these students on the industry, relevant to our industries at least, not only on the data center side, but CIFI is an ICT player, information, communication, and technology. So we look at the various technologies, what is required, on the technology front to equip the people with the knowledge, right? So we go and assess them, see the gap they see there, and when we give them a view of what it is in reality which happens in the industry. We also co-create certain curriculum, right, very early in their semesters as electives, so that interest is sparked. Because if you look at electronics and communication, as a standalone, fiber technologies, if you look at it, electronics per se is a very, very dry subject, right? In theory, there is something which is said, which all of us learn and put it on the paper. But then when we come into the practice, it's very dry, right? So how do you make it more interesting to the people? How do you apply those terminologies which we study in the universities practically in the industry, and how it is benefiting the common man? If you give that view very early stages to the students or in the university stage, it becomes more interesting for them, right? And they take informed decisions on committing to what they want to do, rather than leaving midway and trying to change their career, right? So to answer your question, there is definitely a gap, but then there are measures being taken in addressing that employability ratio.
Are these measures being taken mainly by the private sector? Because I mostly just see corporates actually going to the universities and training people and doing that. I don't see anything from the supply side of universities, whether they're public or private, actually pushing, trying to churn out graduates who are actually employable. Have policymakers done that? Maybe Mr. Arun Rajas.
I would just like to come in here because, in fact, I would say that we have the non-Mudalvan scheme of our state, which actually has this very specific purpose in mind, that is to bring private companies along with government, along with these universities, along with these educational institutions. All three of them can come together. And so we talk with the private companies, corporates. We ask them, what is the syllabus that you think should be taught to the students? And we talk to the educational institutions. We sit down with them and we assess the capability, gauge the kind of capability of their students. And so government brings these two together. So that is primarily the purpose of the non-Mudalvan scheme that has been very recently operationalized by our government. And so I see a lot of great response from educational institutions and in fact different educational institutions that I've interacted with. They say that now the students, see this because basically the syllabus is already there. The 4-year syllabus, the 5-year syllabus is already there. What we want is the finishing touch. So that's where people are missing out because these guys learn everything that is there in the normal syllabus, but finally, how do they operationalize? How do they work once they get to the company? How do they code? So that is where we talk to these companies and then we design the syllabus as per that need. And also another point is, see, the gross enrollment ratio in Tamil Nadu is the highest in the country. Is I think 93 to 94%. The statistic maybe 2-3% plus or minus, but it's about that. So naturally, when you have such a high gross enrollment ratio, you will have some people who are not that much up to the mark maybe. So that is what we seek to address through this scheme. And since it's been very recently operationalized, and it's getting some good feedback from both private sector as well as the educational institutions. So I think we need to wait and see, because the impact of any scheme, probably these people are just getting into the corporate sector. They are being employed now. So we need to wait and see for after another 4-5 years about what the real impact of this measure is. And I'm sure because I'm sure this is going to have a great impact, because what do you need? I mean, it's just the finishing touch. It's just educating the student, it's just educating the graduate about what he needs to do once he gets to the company, once he gets to the employability stage. Because see, if you see abroad, for example, the way these educational syllabus is designed, or the way the education system is designed is, it promotes more innovation, it promotes self-learning. So what happens is, even though you have the normal syllabus, once they get to the company, they kind of learn on the job. So that is probably not that much there here. That is something that we are working on, and we have to improve here.
Okay, on that note, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the discussion. Yeah.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists. A big, big round of applause. And we request our moderator, Prashant, to please felicitate our panelists with a token of our appreciation, if you would do the honors. Thank you so much to our panelists and our moderator. A lot of interesting insights were shared this afternoon. We now move on to our next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Women workforce and why Tamil Nadu is ahead of the curve. Tamil Nadu has the largest women's workforce in the country, and most new age firms entering the state want to hire women. Why is the Tamil Nadu government betting big on its women workforce? Our exclusive panel discussion will talk in detail on the enabling role of the state government in ensuring women's employment opportunities. Also, the session will delve into the DEI aspects. Before I invite our panelists to take the stage, can we request our guests to please remain in their seats? Thank you so much. We'll begin with our moderator, Ms. Ramya Kannan, Chief of Bureau, Tamil Nadu, The Hindu. Can we have you on stage, please, ma'am? And can we give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Our first panelist is Ms. Gayatri Ramamurthy, Head of Learning India, Capgemini Technology Services, India Limited. Gayatri is an HR professional with 20 years of experience and leads learning and development at Capgemini in India. In her current role, she is responsible for making the most out of people's talents by focusing on skilling needs of the future and strengthening competency building. Her vision is to leverage technology to create a continual and inclusive learning culture for a better future. Let's give Gayatri a big round of applause. Thank you for joining us here, ma'am. Our next panelist is Mr. Bharat Seeman, CEO, Veranda IAS. Bharat is the co-founder of the Chennai RACE Coaching Institute, and his goal was to provide high-quality coaching for competitive examinations to all aspiring bank and government exam candidates, irrespective of their background or circumstances. With a systematic approach to all things work-related, he is the epitome of discipline and dedication. His passion and dedication have inspired and impacted the lives of over 100,000 students who have benefited from the Veranda RACE coaching programs. A round of applause for Mr. Bharat Seeman. Welcome, sir. We have two more. Our next panelist is Dr. Soundarya Rajesh, founder and president of the Avatar Group. Observing the loaded inequities in the workplace for all underrepresented talent pools, she set up Avatar, focusing on creating diverse, equitable, and inclusive organizations. Referred to as a career doctor by companies and career-seeking women, Dr. Soundarya has influenced the creation of safe and secure workplaces for over 10 lakh women via the advisory services provided by Avatar. Welcome, Dr. Soundarya Rajesh. And our final panelist is Geeta Ramamurthy, a finance professional turned technology leader, managing director of KBR India. Currently, she is the managing director of KBR India and is responsible for its entire India operations with a total people count of 2,200. She is a jury and mentor for the 1,000 Women Leaders program run by Jombe, the largest cohort of mid-career women undergoing a development journey in India. Welcome, ma'am. I now hand the panel over to our moderator, Ms. Ramya Kannan. Over to you.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. We stand between you and lunch. But we have to do this because this is a very important subject, even as we look at a state that wants to be unlimited. Warm welcome to our panelists. And we're not going to do like a formal sort of introduction, but as we speak, we'll bring in the core competencies of our team here. So we've been hearing all day that Tamil Nadu accounts for 43% of the workforce in the country. While that is something that we have to be really proud about and also hope that it will increase in the coming years, we also have to look at the sectors in which women are a part of. There are some sectors in which women's role is very high and others in which, well, the participation is not that great so far. We know that in the manufacturing sector, women have come in, newer companies, modern technologies, EVs and solar batteries. These companies have included women in their workforce. But let's, and we know of the traditional employment of women in textile industries. But have we gone beyond this? Also, have we gone beyond the exploitative sweatshops that women were once employed in? What are the innovations that have come into the sector since Tamil Nadu talks about being an inclusive state, social inclusion, economic inclusion across the sectors? So there has been a lot of impetus on the development of women in Tamil Nadu in several sectors, for instance, including the right to property for women. Tamil Nadu has been a forerunner. Some of the other states are still catching up. They haven't caught up yet. But the thing that we must realize is that even if 43% of the women are working from Tamil Nadu, it's important to ensure that they stay in the workforce, that they grow in the workforce, because ultimately that is going to benefit the country, the state. And we're not talking about the participation of women in a very, very cursory or, what they say, naam ke vaste way. We are talking about women who will impact on industry, society, and country. So we're not mere statistics. So we have a range of experts here, as I told you. They have different core competencies, and they are perfectly suited for the range of subjects, the spectrum that we will be discussing today. Dr. Soundarya Rajesh, let's start with you. You've been a social entrepreneur. You call yourself a career doctor. That's very interesting. And you've been interested in training women who are re-entering the employment market. You've also looked at, Avatar, your company has also looked at the general participation of women in the workforce. Leaving these statistics aside, 43%, 42%, what, in your estimation, is the true participation of women in the workforce in Tamil Nadu?
First of all, it's fabulous being here today, and to have first a panel which is on women workforce, why Tamil Nadu is ahead of the curve. Big kudos to the Hindu for having put together such a panel. In my view, we have been part of many, many such conferences and such kind of, gathering of minds. But this kind of a focus being given for women in the workforce, it's a first, and I think this trend should continue. The second point that I'd really be, amiss if I didn't mention is the fact that Avatar, the organization that I represent, is a diversity partner to this conference, to Tamil Nadu Unlimited. And yet again, there is a first there. I think this particular, method or this kind of a category of a diversity partner is again a first in this conference. So again, thanks to the Hindu for, highlighting the fact that diversity is so crucial and so important. Well, they say this thing about data, Ramya. If you torture numbers enough, they'll tell you exactly what you want to hear. So I think while numbers are definitely very, very important, and they do give us a sense of where we are, where we wish to be, and what is the journey we have traveled, if I were to really highlight what's happened in Tamil Nadu, I think the first thing we have to acknowledge is this fight for equality which has been in Tamil Nadu has been a fight in which everybody has participated. So I think that sense of using equity to reach the goal of equality is something that has been pioneered by Tamil Nadu. So we have used equity in multiple ways. We have used equity to feed poor children so that they will not drop off the school. We have used equity to try and provide opportunities for the marginalized people from different communities. We have used equity to try and bring up very, very unknown and underrepresented industries and skills and arts and give them that kind of a focus which will help them to grow. So I think we have traditionally used this route of equity. And equity for the uninitiated is very simple. It is not the same as equality. Equity means if there are 3 children and they are looking at a game and each of them is of a different height, and if you are able to give them different sized stools on which they stand, and then they become equal to see the game, that is equity. So it means that you give people the kind of customized help which they require in order to be able to make it a level playing field. So I think Tamil Nadu has really led there. And to really look at what does that equality mean, leaving numbers aside, what does it mean? It means that this state of ours is amongst the safest for women to live. This state of ours is among the ones that really provide opportunities to not just women in manufacturing or fintech, but truly for a variety of different skills which we can see, which makes Tamil Nadu among the #1 states when it comes to women's workforce participation, and also for women entrepreneurs. It also means that if women drop off careers, and this is something that we spoke about, and by the way, the term career doctor is kind of given to me by the women who've gotten back into the workplace and by companies, so it was not a name I kept for myself. The fact is that why that terminology or why that nomenclature came about is because Avatar, the company that I founded, we are based here in Chennai, and we pioneered the return to work of women professionals in India. And that took place right here in Chennai. And while we always talk about Chennai being very, very conservative and, we are risk averse and we take time to take decisions and so on, we had the first ever instance of 148 women who had breaks ranging from 2 years to 18 years that made their re-entry back into the workplace here in the month of July in 2006. So that was many, many decades ago before, this whole thing of diversity, equity, and inclusion became fashionable. So I think there is a lot that is going for Tamil Nadu. There's a lot that's going for Chennai. I think we are really the vanguard city and state. And as proven by the top cities for women in India study, which we put together, which is an annual study, we find that the historical advantage that Tamil Nadu has had with a lot of aspects with regard to women's education, suffrage, their ability to be able to participate in a lot of public discussion, discourse, I think that has really created Tamil Nadu to be a real go-to role model state as far as women's workforce is concerned, Ramya.
Right, thank you so much. I think that sort of gave us the perspective, a rounded perspective on the status in Tamil Nadu itself. I'd like to go over to Mr. Bharat Seeman, who is the founder of Chennai Race Coaching Institute. And I'm mentioning this because it's significant. His goal was to provide high-quality coaching for competitive exams to all aspiring bank and government exam candidates, irrespective of their background or circumstances. So we've touched upon the whole question of equal opportunities and equity. Mr. Bharat, would you like to speak more about how we can create a level playing field, particularly for children from disadvantaged social and economic groups? And also maybe touch upon, we have to have some affirmative action in order to bring them back into the mainstream. So your views on that, please.
Yeah. Actually, we coach 40,000 students every year, out of which 22,000 students are women. And within that, around 10 to 12,000 are married women, right? Now, we start to see a trend in government jobs. First of all, we should understand, getting into a government job is 10 times tougher than getting a medical seat. For 1 lakh medical seats, 20 lakh students write the exams. And for 10,000 seats, 10,000 vacancies, 20 lakh students apply. So it's 1:20 for NEET, and it's 1:200 for government jobs. So it's very tough. Tougher than NEET, 10 times tougher. That's one fact. Number two, that's a very important fact. Out of all the selections in Tamil Nadu especially, 80% are women. In fact, our CM has funnily said, he said that 2 months back, we may need a quota for men. It's the first time men were agitated because we couldn't enter, just like that. Out of 4, just like 1, 80% of the government jobs are filled by women. That's a trend going on. Now, when you connect the two facts, you understand that the top brilliant minds of Tamil Nadu are moving towards government jobs. I said it's 10 times tougher than medical seat, and these jobs are taken by women. Now, the question is, why are they moving? We used to ask this question to our students. Come on, you should have got better job, better salary, but why? Why these government jobs? I think it's time for third fact, which we all agree. For women, especially in Tamil Nadu, and for rest of India, maybe in the world, they are the captain of the family, and their primary job is to run the family, which is their first goal. When I say they run the family, it means I've seen my family as well. From 5:30 to 7:30 in the morning, that's her rush hour. She makes sure that the husband gets up, gets his thing, and he gets his clothes, breakfast, lunch packed, his favorite lunch packed, goes to the office on time. Same thing for the kids, brush his teeth, food packed, breakfast eaten, homework done, those things. So 5:30 to 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, that's the rush hour for all the women. Usually men, we are lazy and kids are crazy. We obey what the mom said, or wife said. And we follow that. And because of that, the families are running. That's what I'm saying is, so 5:38 is the peak time. The government job starts at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Usually, in private jobs, it starts at 9. Government job starts at 10. And when it stops? At 5:30. 10 to 5:30. That's its job time. Government has considered this. Government has considered the women's point. That's why women are moving to it. That's one thing. And apart from that, as we talked about coming back after the break, maternity leave is 1 year. It's not like 6 months or 3 months. It's 6 months. It's 1 year. And unfortunately, if she has a miscarriage, 2 months break time. It's given to heal her body and mind. So these are the reasons why women are moving towards government job. And even she can take a break for 1 year. She can come back. And these things are very important. Maybe the private sectors can use this. If there's a shift in the policy of the private sectors, like changing time from 10 to 5:30, they can tap the brilliant minds. So why I'm saying is, there are a lot of brilliant people, brilliant women, they are still sitting in their home because of the timing, because of the allowance, because of all these things that are missing in the private jobs. And this is the right time to bring these things to the private sector. Of course, Tamil Nadu has 43%, but it can go beyond that because we are comparing it within India, right? So Tamil Nadu can go beyond that. And when in that case, we can always copy it from the government schemes. And to your question, there's a scheme called Nanu. Ma'am was here. Innocent Divya ma'am was here. This scheme, this program was launched last year by our CM. So this scheme, what is the program? Is to give, they have offered 200 plus courses by 50 plus companies. What are these companies? These companies are Microsoft, Amazon, IBM, TCS, Infosys, Flipkart. These companies have created courses for all the students across Tamil Nadu. These courses are free. So if these kids who are from tier 3 or from villages, if they have internet, they can access this. Just if they can log in into Nadu scheme. We are also partner of that. So we understand how it works. As the ma'am, Nadu MD said, it has increased the placement percentage. Maybe in 2-3 years, if done properly, we can do a lot. And first thing first is, they do conduct a psychometry test. They understand the needs. If she's interested in CAD, she can do a CAD course. If she's interested in Tally, she can do Tally course. There are, as I said, like 200 courses offered by 50 plus companies. So these things, if done properly, because internet is there. It's not like they have to come to Chennai. Internet is there. And if it's done properly, we can see a huge increase in our women's workforce. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that. I think that sort of segues very beautifully into our next subject, which is skilling. And I'd like to go to Gayatri Rammurthy for that. I think you have a really tough job, because imagine trying to educate adults, you know, and have them change their ways perhaps, gain new skills. So actually I have like 2 or 3 questions rolled into one in order to answer the, you know, larger aspect. So when do you think that skilling ought to begin in the first place? And what infrastructure do we have to create in order to, you know, ramp this up and ensure that we're doing it right? And do women have different skilling, or girls have different skilling requirements to boys?
Thank you, Ramya, and thank Hindu for this investment of time on women in workforce. I'll go from the micro to the macro. So what do I mean by that? So when you look at an organization and they identify talent, the intent of the organization is for profit. I don't think any of us doubt private sector. So we won't talk much about the government sector. I'd rather stay with the private sector. So the intent of the organization is profit. For any organization which is profit motive, they obviously want the best of the best when it comes to talent. When you look at IT sector, and I'm today representing the IT sector from a IT company called Capgemini, it doesn't matter the gender of the person who's doing it, because skill per se is gender agnostic. It doesn't ask me whether you know, if I'm representing, say, a data science requirement, the interest is in my capability, not in my gender. Yeah? That comes from the human being and the biases that humans have towards the process. But the skill capability is gender agnostic. So if you look across the skill capability, any skill can be across the talents, across the gender spectrum of men to women or women to men. Look at the entire spectrum, right? So when private sector is absorbing talent, 2 things are required: the capability and the attitude. If it's fresher, if it's entry level, obviously attitude works. Because if the attitude and learning agility is there, the capability can be built. As the individual grows into the career aspirations, the individual also understands where the passion is, where he or she or they want to invest into the next level of career. In IT, technology is extremely disruptive. You cannot say, I studied 4 years ago my BE degree and this is what they taught, and sit back. Because today you might be a Java full stack engineer, but you also need to understand the midware, you need to go across the stack to understand various components of what you need to learn and how it's getting disruptive. Today, Gen AI is what we're talking about. Every organization, every industry wants to understand how to leverage Gen AI for their customer. So IT companies like us, who are not just aggregators or consultants, are also delivering services for industry agnostic or sector agnostic, look at skills and capability as work in progress. You continually need to learn. I can't say I finished my MPhil 20 years ago and say, okay, that's all. It doesn't work. Education is continuous. You learn on the job. And as you skill for current, you start skilling for your future, because you look at a career aspiration and say, I want to be there. And today, Ramya, as we speak, there are so many role models in, not just women, and the earlier panel was alluding to it. And also in IT, you have decision-making roles populated by women. And that's what is the ask of the day. You can't say you're a talent workforce, we're close to 50%. You can't say you're close to 50% and have them only at the entry level. They have to be seen at every level, especially decision-making and business decision-making and career-defining roles for the pipeline of talent coming in. So to me, defining skills as, oh, this is for men, this is for women, is crap. And anyway, today you can't look at gender just as men versus women, okay? There is a spectrum. Two, as you're looking at skilling and upskilling, make it continuous. You cannot say that it's done and out. It's never done and out. Learning is continuous, and you have to be in that journey and have the learning agility to look at the next career enhancement that you want for yourself. Is there a question I didn't answer?
Yes, that's all right. So you do believe that it's a thorough and a continuous lifelong process.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, right. Thank you so much.
You had one more question, I think, so.
That
gender agnostic was one question.
Yeah.
Second, about continuous learning.
And when do we start? And
there is no finish.
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure. So compared to other industries, the biggest advantage COVID brought for us is work from home. So if you are a technical or a technology, or you're delivering for a sector, independent of any sector, but you are an IT service provider or a consulting for an IT organization, you have the flexibility of working anytime. We don't need a 10 a.m., sir, because you can work 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 noon. It doesn't matter. You clock in the hours you're required to do in the week and deliver for a project. So the flexibility of time is already baked in. The flexibility of physically being, present in a particular office location is more hybrid. It's not that we don't want our, teams back in office, but we don't insist 100%. We go on an average 2 to 3 work days in a week. We don't work over the weekends in IT sector. Predominantly, it's Monday to Friday. It depends on the client you're delivering for. And the flexibility of coming into work, the flexibility of designing your schedule, and the flexibility of the role you want to work in is with you. So then your career is in your hands. The companies make the enablements, and now the career is in your hand. The one bit of infrastructure which I think Tamil Nadu can definitely improve on is providing working women hostels. I think we really, really need better quality and safety mechanisms. So we can proudly say we are amongst the top. But safety doesn't have an amongst. It has to be 100%. There is no relativity in safety. Either I'm mauled or I'm not. Now the range or the different stages of mauling is not in question. So it's about safety. And I think definitely more safe workplaces, closer to hubs where we're delivering the services for our clients are definitely the need of the hour. Ramya.
Right. Thank you so much. And bringing in that safety aspect was very, very interesting. I think it's also very relevant. And Geeta Ramurthy, with your background in both the manufacturing sector and then, services, can you throw some light, since you work for an MNC, about the global sort of, participation of women, one in the manufacturing sector, two in the services industry? Do Indian and Tamil Nadu trends sort of, coalesce with this? And has there been a change in the last decade or so, moving from one sector to the other?
Thank you, Ramya. I hope I'm audible. First of all, I'm extremely pleased and honored to be here as part of this panel. As someone who was born and raised in Chennai, worked abroad, worked in Bangalore for a number of years, and to be back here in Chennai in this role, and to be here in this panel is really special. It was wonderful to listen to some of the comments made by Dr. Soundarya Rajesh, a driving force in this area, Mr. Bharat, as well as Gayatri. So before I directly answer your question, I just want to state a few things. With respect to Tamil Nadu, statistics are definitely important. And what's worth noting is that the female labor force participation rates as of 2019-20 in Tamil Nadu were 35%, roughly about 15% more than the national average. And that was primarily in the urban areas, and in the rural areas about 23%, again about 7 to 8% higher. So I think from an Indian context, definitely Tamil Nadu has over the years made sure that it preserved that advantage that it had with respect to women workforce. So talking about how this is represented globally from a manufacturing perspective, if you look at countries like Europe or US, obviously the representation of women in the shop floor is significantly higher compared to what we see in India. Now, having said that, I want to talk about a couple of examples where we've broken the stereotypes. So when you look at LG equipment in our own backyard, they actually created an assembly line, a production line with women only. And what they did was they curated a 3-year course, a 3-year vocational course, where women were trained in machining, welding, engineering, and production. And after the completion of 3 years, straight away they were recruited and kind of learned on the job. So in terms of having women on the shop floor, we have advanced quite a bit. We started off with industries like spinning, textiles and automobile, and now we are actually segueing into electronics and solar cell manufacturing and the like, EV and the like. So I think we are doing quite well there. The one thing that I think we should probably want to see more of is how do we now help women, talented women, move from the shop floor to, let's say, mainstream management roles. So in manufacturing, while some companies have started to pay attention to that, to look at potential and adaptability, because if you have already an established system and if there are so many role models, then it becomes easy. But then because this is still new, what I think companies are trying to do is to identify potential amongst those people, give them the right training, and then help move them into management. I can speak from my own example from a services standpoint, where we had someone who came in as part of the housekeeping team, a young lady with diploma in computers, very bright, very sharp, and she was doing a role which was not really commensurate with her background or qualifications. So we put her through a test, and we realized that she was capable of handling a junior level role in admin. And thereafter, we've seen that she has become a role model for others to follow. She's been taking on additional courses, we're training her on digital. So that way we are able to see the talent here in Tamil Nadu, very bright women. They just need to be given the right opportunities. And I think the acceptance also is important, right? Because it's a shift, like Gayatri mentioned, it's about being inclusive and open-minded. People from, let's say, underrepresented segments of the society or sections, when you bring them into mainstream, it's not just about organization, rewriting policies and creating opportunities. It's about coaching your teams to be, aware that the person who is coming in comes from a different background, but you pay attention to the talent potential rather than, prior experience. Because if we always stick to experience, we're never going to get there. If you look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 5 talks about gender equality. And one of the reports said that we are not there yet to achieve gender equality by 2030. So I think there's a collective responsibility of all of us to do that. The mechanisms that are put in place by governments are certainly helping. I mean, especially when you talk about shop floor, some of them really are happy that, they're able to travel in buses free of cost, and all that is helping, but only up to a point. So I think the collective responsibility of private and public sector and the governments come into play there. The next one that I want to talk about is after, getting them into management, how do you actually help them to move up the ladder? So that's a different story. I particularly want to talk about our sector, engineering and oil and gas, hydrocarbons industry, where the percentage of women is not on par with what you note, Gayatri, in IT, and we know that. So we are trying to make the needle move, but I'm so happy and delighted to share that when I came on board in 2022, Q1 last year, we had only about 55-60 women in our company in India, and today it's about 300. So that's tremendous growth, and it's thanks to the talent we have. Brilliant engineering students, the girl students are so brilliant. We just need to remove the blockers, give them the opportunities, and they will shine. So for me, coaching is not as much an important thing as removing blockers. I mean, I truly believe in that. Yeah.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you so much. Now we'll go back to Dr. Soundarya. So you did speak a bit about the re-entry or second careers that women take up. Do tell us about a few examples, inspiring role models that from Tamil Nadu, because we are in Tamil Nadu talking about Tamil Nadu, inspiring role models. And you also give out the inclusion awards year on year. So let's hear something about whether the gender quota, the gender part of your criteria what is the percentage of using gender in a workplace to evaluate them? I'm assuming that this will have a larger significance.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for asking that, Ramya. Before I just answer the question, I wanted to, sort of just reflect a little bit on what Geeta shared. So, like Gayatri very rightly mentioned, when you're a multinational organization where there have been a lot of best practices that, from your global headquarters, you have kind of, taken and brought it into India, I think you have that head start. And, both these leaders, and we are fortunate to have worked with them on multiple occasions, they are very inspiring people who don't do it because it's tokenism, and they do it because it really, makes a difference to the workplace. So it is definitely, a matter of concern when you when you are in a company or when you run an organization which doesn't have such a mandate. So I think the first thing that we really need to look at, whether we look at programs like second career programs or mentoring programs or programs where we upskill people, and absolutely right with regard to what Gayatri mentioned about, the fact that it doesn't need to be just a woman-led thing. But then I have to say that the reason why we still are talking about women, and when Bharat spoke about the fact that, right here, he is the only token diversity candidate on this panel, and the fact that, there are hardly any women in many of the either workplaces or on boards and so on, I think the need to make it the business case for organizations to pursue diversity is very crucial. Now, when Avatar began speaking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and that was way back in the year 2000, so that's 23 years of speaking about this, I think we've needed this concept of a business case, because we were selling to organizations to start looking at having a gender mix in their workplace, providing opportunities for women to actually participate on an equal footing, and the companies wanted to know why. They wanted to know why is it important for women, to actually play that role in the workplace. What do we gain as an organization by having women? It can just be any skill. It can be anybody who does the job. It can be, a male or a female. So long as they do the job, that's okay. So why are you, promoting the fact that we need to hire more women? And so at Avatar, we had to build what is called as a business case. And the business case is very simple. What amount of contribution to your EBITDA or to your margin happens when you have greater number of women in your workplace? Does that really contribute to your being able to reach your targets, revenue targets, on time or ahead of time? And what does the presence of, another gender, with the same skills, with the same kind of, talent, with everything being same, what does having a woman in the workplace really bring into the workplace? And we, at Avatar, we kind of perfected this concept of creating that business case. So we had many early, organizations that really partnered on this. To first of all, just being able to say that, here is an organization that supports the fact that there is a business case to having more women. Now, to put it very simply, and for those of us here who are keen on making our workplaces gender equal and want to leverage the power of this diversity in your workplace, the fact that you have more women in the workplace, and to Bharat's point, and he painted a beautiful picture of the morning where you have the lazy men and the crazy kids. I quite liked that. I'm going to borrow that from now on. You have lazy men and crazy kids, but I want to give a lot of credit to the men. Today, especially millennial men, sorry for the other older cohorts here, but the millennial men are truly very, very supportive. I'm able to see the fact that they are equal partners in the kitchen too. Less lazy. Yeah, I do agree. So we began talking to the organizations. What happens when women come in? When that woman who's so used to, packing those lunch boxes and running behind the children and, being the curator of lost buttons and the person who finds out where your tie is at the very last minute, what does she bring? When she is educated and when she is empowered and when she is skilled, she brings in a completely different heuristic of problem solving. That is what having a gender diverse workplace really means. And to Gayatri's point, it is not sufficient if those women are only on the shop floor. If those women are only in the entry level where you say proudly, I've got 50% women at entry level, but you look at your board and it is devoid of any woman and it's a very lonely place for women. That cannot be the case. This cannot be a pyramid. It has to be a pillar where you have equal numbers of women that go right up to the top. So that business case is something we began talking about. And the, the project that you referred to, that's called the Avatar and Seramount Best Companies for Diversity. And we have two categories there. We have the best companies for women in India, and delighted to state that the two organizations represented here by the two women are consistent winners of the 100 best companies for women in India. And we have another category called the Most Inclusive Companies Index. Each year, companies fight to actually, win a spot on that list. It is an alphabetical list, mind you. We don't rank and then name and shame and tell, this person went up and that person came down. We don't do such things. We are an inclusive list. So what we do is we rank them by alphabetical order, and we say that these 100 organizations have done some incredible things for women. And we speak about the fact that whether those organizations have done it as a, as a gesture of their goodwill towards women, they have done it because they feel that diversity, equity, and inclusion is similar to CSR, which, by the way, it is not. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is a strategy. It's a business strategy. Just like you practice Kaizen, just like you practice Lean Six Sigma, that is what diversity, equity, and inclusion is. CSR is philanthropy. It's corporate philanthropy. And we must never mix up the two. But nevertheless, if organizations have decided to do that for women because they feel good about it, what we do when we look at the best companies for women in India is we actually look at their ability to be able to not just attract women into the workplace, not just retain them, not just grow them and bring them into positions of influence, but actually be able to state that they are a gender equal organization, whether they're looking at a 50-50 gender balance or anything above 30 to 35%, that is a good deal. And those companies we list every year, and very, very happy to state that this initiative, while it has been pioneered by a company that is headquartered in Chennai in Tamil Nadu, it attracts participation of over 350 organizations across the country who literally, they spend almost a year filling up that application. That application is like a PhD thesis paper. We ask for such an amount of data, and we look at so many different numbers, and we also look at what we call a social acceptability quotient, which means we don't want the companies to put wrong figures. So we have questions that actually check if they have been, giving us the facts right. And there, one of the things that happens to organizations that have got a great gender balance is their inclusivity results not only in more women in the workplace, it results in the fact that the community they build around is an incredibly powerful, very empowered community. I have two examples here from Tamil Nadu to speak about. One is Farida Shoes, and we all know about Farida Shoes, an organization where you have more than 80% women on the shop floor, and they have been working on this because the promoters felt very strongly that that gender representation will do a great deal of help for the community around. And the story goes, and stories are always more powerful than data, and we know that. The story goes that there are a lot of men who bring lunch boxes to the women who work inside Farida Shoes, and you will find a long line of those men waiting to actually support the women who are working inside. And that is the story of Farida Shoes. The second story is that of our own Kavin Care. And you do find that, wherever Kavin Care has a presence in terms of their manufacturing, you will find that the children around that plant, the delta of their education will always be better than, the extended radius. And this again is not just because, it's a nice thing to have, not because of the business case. We needed the business case because we needed to sell diversity, equity, and inclusion. We needed to make sure that organizations see its value. But here, it's the leadership. If you take a Farida Shoes or if you take a Kavin Care, it's the leadership. And the leaders are the lighthouses. And if they are able to cast that long ray of light and say that this is important to me, then you can have a business case, you can have a talent case, you can have a culture case, and the organization will win every time on all these counts. Thank you for asking that.
Thank you so much for that. Quite inspiring there. Actually, there's a startup idea right there. Someone who's young enough can start a consultancy to fill up those forms for your companies who are applying for the awards now.
Thank you so much. Absolutely, that's very true.
So, since we've been speaking about women being involved at the workplace, and I'd like to come to Gayatri. You have an interest in POSH as well, sexual harassment at the workplace. And since the Me Too movement, we've had a sort of uptick in the interest that companies are showing in Me Too. I mean, it's also mandated that they have a committee, internal committee to look at complaints that come up. So how seriously are companies now taking POSH as against in the past? And I have a rider as well. While even POSH might be acceptable to more people, what is the response to something like menstrual leave for women, which is a growing demand?
Sure. I think, very, very relevant question in the corporate world today. See, post-2020 and, the entire COVID wave, we saw sexual harassment happening digitally. Today, you have so much of social media around. It's not that sexual harassment has to be physical, right? There can be a lot other components which can be equally unnerving and uncomfortable, and you can't bring your full self to the workplace, physical or digital, and deliver. So it's very, very important topic to address, and I think corporates, the awareness is much, much higher. While every organization is required to have an internal complaint committee and ensure that the, the case is heard and dealt with immediately, you still see a discomfort amongst people to come out and call out with all your Me Too movements and everything that's been around, to say, I'm being harassed. Because the understanding of harassment is still very gray. So many organizations today, and I have worked in this field both within Capgemini and outside, do extensive amount of education. The education is not limited to women. Okay, the education is for all employees. In fact, we start this earlier even at college, before they join. Because in college, certain comments are passé, they're cool, it's fun, But at a workplace, they are completely unacceptable. We not only discourage, but we also take punitive action against such kind of free, cool, comfortable, so-called easy comments that are made. Today, we see not just harassment against women, we also see harassment by women. So let's not be under any, tinted glass saying only women are getting sexually harassed. We see it the other way around. And power play comes in too, yeah? So education for us is not limited just to the scope of employees, though it's very strong there, but it also envelops subcontractors, people who are coming and delivering in the organization, in the premises, your garden, your nursing, your hospital. I mean, we have so many services in the office environment. It envelops everybody. Workplace today, the way the law defines, is fantastic. It's not about you just coming into the physical infrastructure called workplace. It could be even here. I'm representing my company, and if I get harassed here, which is obviously not likely, but if that happens, it still is construed as workplace. And this definition of workplace is very important because we commute to work, we travel for work. So it's very important that we understand what the law means. It's a fantastic law. It has to be absorbed, articulated, and educated for the employees and all stakeholders engaging in the corporate level. So, we had many focus group discussions on menstrual leave. And we've had extremely mixed kind of results. So we said, do you want leave? Many women predominantly said, no, that's our choice. We make the decision whether we need menstrual leave. The organization has provided us leave. We decide when, what that leave has to be. We don't want to classify. I don't need my manager to know when I have my periods. If I need leave, I'll take it. So this was intense discussions across, we are in about 14, 15 cities, and we are about 185,000 people across India alone. So we've had these group of discussions with external stakeholders, SMEs, who come in and have these conversations with our women folk. Women across the ages, and we have people from 20s to close to 60. They predominantly said, it's my personal business. I don't need to call out in the system, communicate with my manager or my clients that I have my period. It's my personal choice. So it didn't work for us to call out that menstrual leave. Why? Because in an IT sector, the physical exertion is not that much. If you compare that to maybe a hardcore manufacturing center, the environment and the context is different, Ramya, and that needs to be brought into perspective. I have gone and trained or even spoken in different manufacturing places where they don't even, you have to walk a mile to go and use a restroom. In my early days of training, it used to stump me that I had to take a buggy because I was the trainer, so they needed me back on time. And they would send me 3-4 kilometers just to go use a restroom and come. Forget having a sanitary cup or a sanitary pad. I had to go there to use a restroom. So, well, we have advanced, but is it enough? We need to provide these places where women feel confident. In fact, girls in schools that we support through our CSR, we educate them on the need for using such protective mechanism for their self-confidence so that they can invest completely in everything, education, sports, wherever and however they want to grow. And this is what education is all about. How do you help enable, equip the growing talent within the country. That, to me, is a huge step that we all need to work together, as Geeta said, and move forward.
Thank you. That's my link to the next question. Geeta, I'd like to, ask about, taking on from where she left. We'd like to know from you if this provisioning for women has improved in both the manufacturing and services sector. In fact, there are certain, innate problems in the services sector, especially for people who are out on the field. So what is the role of a company, the employer? What is the role of the society and the government in ensuring that this provisioning needs are met for women, whether in the workplace or a public place, or people who are working from home? How do we ensure that all their needs are met in the right way?
Sure, thanks Ramya. That's a very pertinent question. What I've noticed from my experience is that some industries were the early movers in the space. They realized that women, we're losing out on human capital, which is locked in women not being in the workforce. And so they took some steps to create that enabling environment, be it in terms of providing creche facilities or flexible working hours, or in ensuring that there's also a support system in terms of medical facilities and things like that. But some of the industries were very late to realize that. My view is that it's a definite need, simply because in India, particularly, we are a country where still it's predominantly, I would say, the workspaces have been historically, designed by men for men, and we are changing that narrative, we are changing that history now. So a lot more needs to be done to empathize with the needs of women. In some instances, the points that Bharat, you mentioned, I think industry, private sector has also moved on from that early days where partially COVID was a disruptor, which actually opened the doors for more women to be hired virtually. In fact, I can say that for KBR, the Global Chief People Officer, Jenny Miles, she was hired and onboarded completely virtually. So we've disrupted that in many ways, and more women, we are able to offer those opportunities to work remotely, and that way, we're able to reach into the workforce, as you said. And secondly, talking about making sure that our employees are sensitive. Now, this is the one thing that I've noticed, is that when you talk so much about, bringing more women in, focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion, sometimes there's also murmurs, from men to say, okay, why are we going overboard, so is it all about that? But the fact is, statistics are true, and they reflect the state of where we are. And for every 100 men, for example, in engineering, you might have anywhere between 20 and 25%, depending upon whether it's core engineering or other engineering. And maybe in IT, it's 30, 35, 40. But then if you look at traditional engineering, there's a lot more we have to unlock. And R&D, you have so few women, okay? And if you are able to unlock that talent, just imagine the amount of innovation that could come in. There have been huge innovators in the past, some women who have, made a mark in different fields. We are not able to tap into the talent because, we still need to recognize that we have to make it more easy and flexible. So one is at the workplace, we have to do more, but at home, you brought up a very important point, Ramya. I think families have a huge role to play here. And once a woman realizes that I have a passion, I want to do this, okay? Some may be happy doing what they are, like you said, managing the crazy kids and the lazy dads or the husbands, but others may want to do more. They want to actually bring out the talent in them. How do you enable that? So the entire family has to find ways to support, and the woman needs to ask for help, be comfortable to ask for help, whether it's at the workplace or at home. And we ought to make sure that we also give, let's say, paternity leave more, in offices, because then the man will also share more responsibilities. We'll have an opportunity to share. Sometimes they will want to do, but they may struggle. I think it's also about educating our kids, our children, our sons and daughters to say, both are equal, all of them can dream big, do the same jobs. There's no need to stereotype to say pink is a color of, a girl and, blue or some other color is associated with boys. Yeah, so I think a lot more has to happen. And from a grassroots level, what I would like to do and I'm trying to do is that going into schools, particularly when you look at STEM, which is so important for R&D and innovation that I talked about, because we are dreaming big and we are dreaming so much for Tamil Nadu as well. We could unlock a lot more potential in the area of R&D and innovation if we are able to make an outreach, to schools and particularly girls, talk to them about the huge opportunities that exist and really have a connection with academia to say how can corporates enable that journey. Whether it's sponsorship or co-creating curriculum or actually, embracing it through some other CSR activities. I think that has to happen at a more holistic level because then I think truly everything will then follow through. Right now we are trying to retrofit some of the things that were built over years by, doing those provisionings. But I think 20 years from now, it should be a completely new era where it should be very natural to see, equality across all levels and hopefully including, boardrooms. I hope that answers.
Yes,
Ramya.
it does entirely. And then we come to the lone man on the panel. And since this is the last question, we'll give you the last word. So when we look at data in Tamil Nadu specifically, every exam, every board exam, every competitive exam, women always do better than, girls do better than boys, right? Yeah. So why aren't these bright young women in the workforce? And the other, I have another rider to this. So you have a lot of people looking to improve themselves, looking to prepare for competitive exams, and there are a huge range of institutions now. How do they pick the right kind of institution that will, actually lead them to where they're going?
Yeah, fine. Let me start with that. First of all, yes, in fact, we were discussing last year, I think like 6-7 months back, one of my friends was saying, they can do well in 10th exam and 12th exam, maybe in TNPC, but for UPSC, they may not come. Next day results came out, all the top 3 are women. I said, we don't stand a chance. And that's the irony here. So these toppers, what's happening to them? Yeah, that's the point. I think there is, just like vaccine hesitancy, which the last panel spoke about, there's a hesitancy among the parents, maybe because of in-laws or something like that. It's still there. And most of the people, I think we may need a new awareness campaign, just like mutual funds, sahi hai. Just like that, we need to create at least one campaign for pushing women to, it's okay to work. It's good to work. Go to work. If you're not going to work, you don't get married. Something like that. We have to say it straight face. Something like say that. Because when in our class, we used to say, boys and girls, they have 2 kinds of problem. Within 2 years, if they don't get into a job, girls get married. They can, if they don't get a job, they marry. And boys, they can marry only when they get a job. Something like that, right? So we can say the same thing to the women as well. So we need to create a campaign, just like V2, Hours 1, V2, Hours 2, something like that. We have to create a campaign for a decade. Let's stick one campaign that will go for the next 10 years. And I learned that it would take at least 100 years to gap the gender gap. To build, because it's there, to bridge the gender gap. It's so big, it will take 100 more years. I hope it should come down. And, it's again, when we see the data, we used to see like girls starting, when we see our admission data, we have girls when they join at 21 years, 22 years, 23 years, 24 years, then 25 years, it goes to blip, 0. Some like 2%, 26, 27, 28, 29, after 29, they have to come back, 31, 32, 33, that's a peak. What happens is, 4 years are lost. 4 years are gone. They got married, they're waiting for kids born, 2 years, gone, whoosh. Then they come back because they understand that her husband who got lesser mark in college is going to work and they were top boys, sitting in the home, taking care of kids and all these things, right? So they're coming back. So for them, government job looks very comfortable, and that's still a taboo regarding private jobs, because I don't know what's happening. Parents or in-laws are okay with the girl working in a college or a teacher or a government job. But when it comes to private sector, why? That's the question. So it may take years to change the mindset, just like the millennial kids are becoming less lazier. So maybe once we become father-in-laws and mother-in-laws, things will change, but it will take some more years. So government job is always safe option for women. I'll give you one example. In fact, we have some students, 45% of our students are homemakers in online. Sometimes, fewer cases, I would say, there are cases where these books are delivered to to different addresses. When you call them, they say, because, sir, I don't want my mother-in-law to know that I am studying, I am preparing. She's not happy with that. She's not happy with it. My husband, even he doesn't know. I am preparing. These books are delivered to my friend's home. When her mother-in-law sleeps, I go back and study. So it's there. I think it might take some time, but once we get older, once we become mother-in-law, father-in-law, these things will be solved.
Also, one small point about how do children choose, the right kind of institution that.
Yeah, regarding institutions, yes, as I said, there's a scheme by the government. They can write a psychometry test. They can see where they fit in. If they're interested in CAT, they can do a lot. And simple search will do. And now this is the right time. In fact, it's always, it surprised me, because with 0 rupees spent, you can learn anything. Seriously, you can learn anything. Everything's in YouTube. Just for 4 rupees, you can get a course in Udemy, but it should come from within itself. So yes, there's a choice. They can check. So it's easy to find.
Right, thank you so much. And with that, we come to the end of this panel. I personally thought that the discussions were quite sterling. I enjoyed, all our speakers. They made some really significant points that we and the government would, do well to bear in mind. Thank you so much for being here and being on this panel and for sharing your views. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our panel. We request our moderator to present our panelists with a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll now take a 45-minute lunch break. We will resume with our next session at 2:45. Thank you so much. VFS Global, Credai Chennai, and Nippo. Our digital transformation partner, Sifi Technologies. Our tourism partner, Tamil Nadu Tourism. Our diversity partner, the Avatar Group. Our color partner, Nippon Paint. Our healthcare partner, Miyot International. Our industry partner, FICCI. And our television partner, Pudhiya Talamurai. We now move on to our next panel discussion, a rather interesting one about the tourism industry, the growth engine of Tamil Nadu. Travel and tourism is a major revenue generator for any economy, and Tamil Nadu has a unique advantage as tourists flock to it for leisure, religious, and medical tourism needs. This session will focus on how this sector is evolving and how the new tourism policy of the government of Tamil Nadu will play the role of an enabler of investments. I would like to begin by inviting our moderator to take the stage. Please put your hands together for Ms. Zubeda Hamid, Senior Assistant Editor, The Hindu. Can we have you on stage, please? Our first panelist is Mr. Vikram Kota, CEO, GRT Hotels. Vikram Kota is one of the most accomplished Indian hospitality thought leaders. Recently, he was recognized as one of the top 10 hospitality leaders by CEO Insights magazine, among other accolades for his leadership. He also serves as an independent director on the board of the Tamil Nadu Tourism Development Corporation. A big round of applause for Mr. Vikram Kota. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Our next panelist is Mr. Sundar Singaram, Director of Operations, South India Hotels and Restaurants. He is the founder of SMTT and is an avid traveler himself. He has always been innovative in creating new experiences for the traveler and creating opportunities for the local community by way of tourism. His personal efforts made Chettinad a destination in 1992, the first homestay in the state open for tourists by involving the local community. He promotes tourism in Tamil Nadu through the Travel Club Madurai and the Tamil Nadu Travel Mart Society as the founding member for over 2 decades. Please put your hands together for Mr. Sundar Singaram. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. Welcome. Our final panelist rounding out the panel is Dr. Prithvi Mohandas, Managing Director of Miyot International. Dr. Prithvi Mohandas has shown that he is someone who leads from the front. Whether it was the 2015 Chennai floods or COVID in 2020, Miyot Hospital has always set an example, putting patients first. Presently, Dr. Prithvi divides his time between training young orthopedic surgeons in hip surgery and his administrative duties as Managing Director, Miyot Hospital, a 1,000-bedded multi-specialty hospital. Welcome, Doctor. Request you to please join us on stage. Zubeda, I leave the panel in your able hands.
Thank you. Welcome on board, panelists. Let's just start with a brief overview of the tourism landscape in Tamil Nadu. As was mentioned earlier, the Tamil Nadu government recently unveiled a new state tourism policy in September this year. It aims at making Tamil Nadu the most attractive and the most experiential destination in all of Asia. The state wants to attract investments worth 20,000 crores over the next 5 years. It wants to facilitate the skill development of about 3 lakh people in the state, and it also wants tourism and its supporting industries to employ 25 lakh people. Now, we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic for 2 years badly hit the hospitality and tourism sector across the world. But despite that, in 2021, Tamil Nadu was ranked second in terms of domestic arrivals and first in terms of international arrivals, and the numbers are growing since then. So let's take a look at what's happening now, how the industry has fared post-pandemic, what else is needed in order to make Tamil Nadu more attractive, safer, a more friendly destination for tourists, what are the kinds of infrastructure support that is needed, what is the kind of policy that is needed. Let's start with you, Mr. Kota. As per the Tamil Nadu government's policy, the government wants tourism to contribute about 12% to the state's GDSP annually. How can the hotel industry contribute to this?
Thank you for that question. I think, like you said, I think Tamil Nadu has been on the tourism map for several years now. We've been the leading state for getting the number of arrivals into the state. And how will we contribute to the GDP is that hospitality is the highest employment generator. I think we generate a lot of employment. The tourism policy says that we're going to generate 25 lakh jobs which are going to come. And I think this is just also an enabler because we also have this multiplier effect. Hotels are infrastructure at the end of the day. And any other industry, what we are talking about today, Tamil Nadu is known for, like the manufacturing or the electronics or the textile, need also hotels to come up around those factories or corridors for people to come and stay and to make sure that we also invite people from all over the world who could come stay and give us expertise. And for that, hotels are required. And also the taxes, what we collect is also a great contribution to the GDP of Tamil Nadu. So that's how I was part on the sidelines when we were doing the Tamil Nadu tourism policy. And these were the things which had come up. But unfortunately, over the past many years, we did not brand Tamil Nadu like some of our neighboring states did. But I think now we have woken up to that, and we are doing a lot of branding exercises. And I'm sure this is going to pay off in the next 5 years when our state is aiming to become a 1 trillion economy. And tourism as such is going to become a major contributor to that 1 trillion economy of Tamil Nadu.
Mr. Sundar, would you like to add to that? Tell us a little bit about how the hotel industry has fared post-pandemic. How are we looking to grow further?
Just, hello. Am I audible? Yeah. Yeah, just I would like to add one point. In the COVID time, as he mentioned the word infrastructure, without the hotel infrastructure, no other industry can really build on. See, for example, in the COVID time, only the hospitals and the hotels were working. So the entire country was closed. But you know what kind of a support that we had given to the government. At that time, we really made the government to understand that the hotels are the infrastructure for the state or for the country. And unfortunately, every other other people have been recognized as the frontline warriors. But we have to literally tell the government to recognize that we are serving, everyone has been quarantined, but we have not been recognized as the frontline warriors. So that's how we got all the vaccines when the vaccines were at the demand. So we were able to get the vaccines for the all hotel employees, and we have done the vaccine campaigns, so many campaigns, thanks to Mr. Vikram that he has given space, that we have done so many campaigns at the GRT. So as he mentioned, the hotels are the infrastructure, and the government should really focus bringing in more investments and in terms of creating the hotel infrastructure, which will facilitate all other industry in the state.
Tell us a little about the kinds of policies that you would like to see brought in order to help the industry grow.
Sorry, come again?
Tell us about what kind of support you would want from the government to help the industry grow.
No, for the hotels that we were talking about the guidance. This is the program run by the guidance. Right. So the earlier gym, so we have been consulted and we have brought in investments worth about 600 crores for putting up various resorts in the state of Tamil Nadu. For example, Tamil Nadu has got about 1,100 kilometers beach line. Unfortunately, very few places that we have beach resorts. So we focused on a place near Rameshwaram, and we personally marketed that place, and we brought in investment from other states and plus from the hoteliers in the state as well. So guidance said that we will give a single window clearance for the tourism, and we signed about projects worth about 600 crores in the earlier Jim. But unfortunately, the guidance did not really supported these investments. Those projects never took off at Rameshwaram. So people acquired land there. The huge land bank is available with the hoteliers. But if the government creates, this is just one example that I'm giving. If government creates the road infrastructure or the power infrastructure and the clearance, so people are not aware of the changes in the law. For example, CRZ zone, the law has been relaxed greatly in the past few years. But unfortunately, the district collectors or the government bodies, they are not aware of these changes. And we have a tough time to do any kind of a project. So people fed up and then they just wanted to withdraw and just the land is idle. So if the government supports these kind of things, that we can bring in more investment into Tamil Nadu in terms of, and as he said, Mr. Vikram said that it will create a lot of job opportunities.
I think as a policy, if you ask me, I think first of all, hotel industry has been crying hoarse that we want the infrastructure status. I think if that comes, I think it's going to be a great boost to the tourism industry because there are a lot of advantages when you become an infrastructure status. I think that's one of the things. And besides that, I think we need to, like I already said, I think branding is very important. As a state, we have to make sure that we brand all around the world of what we are capable of. And as you know, Tamil Nadu is bestowed with some of the best potential tourist destinations. And we have the people also for taking care of tourists when they come in. So I think skill development is another thing which we require as a policy at the policy level. So these are some of the things which we are seeking from the government and which I think changes are being made, and we are very happy of the way forward of how the entire tourism industry is being given focus in the policy making by the policy makers.
That was very interesting, policy support as well as untapped potential that Mr. Sundar spoke about. Moving on a little bit, let's talk a little bit about medical and wellness tourism. Dr. Prithvi, Tamil Nadu estimates indicate that about 40% of all of the medical tourism comes to Tamil Nadu. Tell us a little bit about the medical tourism landscape over here and what you think can be improved upon.
I think that the huge advantage that India has is that India is producing high quality health professionals. And the huge advantage that South India has is that South India is producing around 60% of the country's workforce. In fact, we are producing huge numbers, not just of doctors, but also of nurses and allied health workers. So that's a huge advantage for us because we have the talent to deal with patients who need health care. In terms of medical tourism, it is still the countries around India that are looking for a less expensive option that are principally choosing South India. They know that the level of care is excellent because a lot of work is published. They can access this work on the internet. They can access the fact that there are a lot of thought leaders in several areas in healthcare in South India. And also they find that they can get very high quality, cutting edge treatments at a very affordable rate. And that is principally the reason why they choose South India. So you will see that the big ticket, as we call them, customers from the Middle East will rarely come to South India. And we have a lot to learn from places like South Korea and Thailand, how to attract these big ticket clients, how to make the facility for visas easier, how to make immigration easier, and how to make the whole experience slightly less painless. And that will probably attract even more medical tourism.
Mr. Kota spoke a little while earlier about the need for branding, Dr. Prithvi. Do you think that Tamil Nadu needs to brand itself as a medical tourism destination? Is that something that needs to be worked upon?
I don't think so. I think with regard to healthcare, your name is principally made by what your own country thinks of you. And if you look at Tamil Nadu is the #1 destination for anybody from the Northeast or anywhere else. The trust that people have in Tamil Nadu in terms of healthcare is unparalleled. So really, there's no necessity to overdo the fact that we are capable. But the whole problem really with Tamil Nadu in particular is the lack also of connectivity. You don't have direct flights from Maldives, you don't have direct flights from Seychelles, you don't have direct flights from Mauritius as yet. You don't have direct flights from so many of the neighboring countries. That's a huge stumbling block. Obviously, the huge advantage of a Delhi and a Bombay is that the ambassadorial scenario and the business development scenario of that country, that is your neighbor, especially East Africa, etc., and certain GCC countries are sitting in Delhi and Bombay, so they're able to attract clients better. Also, they have direct flights more frequently. So especially patients who are looking at either diseases that are complex, they prefer a direct flight, or patients who are looking at a slightly cheaper option, they would also prefer a scenario where there's a direct flight. So these are the other challenges that Tamil Nadu is facing.
Let's move on back to the hotel industry, Mr. Kota. What are the segments that you would like to see grow? So we have MICE travel, we have leisure. These are the two segments that we have. We have a lot of tourists coming in for religious and culture tourism. Is there potential to develop others, and would you like to see that happening?
Yes, as per the tourism policy which was released recently, there are 12 themes which we identified. And I think I'm very excited about the coastal tourism which talks about. We have 1,000 plus kilometers of coastal areas, but we have hardly tapped any of them. I think when you talk about Tamil Nadu and you talk about coast, you only think of maybe Mahabalipuram. But we have 1,000 kilometers all around, and it's so beautiful, much better than Hawaii or much better than Bermuda. That's one of the things which I think as government, as private players, we need to sit down and together and make sure that we take advantage of this coastal tourism. Second is, of course, the wellness tourism. I think post-COVID, there is a lot of focus on wellness and alternate health practices like Ayurveda. I think our neighboring state, Kerala, did a fantastic job in branding Ayurveda as their own. But Ayurveda was a 5,000-year-old science, belonged to India. And if you take Marma, which is also part of Ayurveda, I think the seat of it was in Tanjavur, if you know that. But nobody has ever branded it or marketed it or spoke about it vocally. So I think wellness is a big opportunity for Tamil Nadu. And I think we have the places, the people, and the infrastructure to get wellness tourism in. I think these are the two things which, as GRT Hotels also, we are focusing on, and we are also growing these. And obviously, we already have the religious tourism. I think the number of temples which we have in Tamil Nadu is unparalleled across the country. I think only in place like Kanchipuram, there are 1,000 temples, they say. And some of these temples have awesome history, architecture. If you're not even religious, if you are interested about architecture, you go to these temples and you really enjoy spending the whole day looking at the architecture. And we have not actually tapped on this. We say religious tourism, which is actually putting it in a box. But these temples are monuments which have been built 5th century, 6th century by the Pallavas, Pandyas, Cholas. I think we have a wealth of history which we have to tap. We have to make sure that we package it and sell it well. I think these are three of the things which I want personally Tamil Nadu state to take advantage of.
Mr. Sundar, let's talk a little bit more about untapped potential, something you had mentioned earlier. The smaller towns, now we're looking at Chennai and Mahabalipuram for religious tourism, for beach tourism, but what about the smaller towns in the rest of Tamil Nadu? Talk to us a little bit about the potential over there.
No, the other area is the heritage. So we have a lot of heritage tourism potential, but unfortunately, the products are not consumable. unless and until anybody consumes the product, it's not going to be of any use to tourism or as well as the local community. So I will just narrate one example. So we talk about so much of heritage, we have so much of pride and everything, we talk in various stages. But for example, if you take Jain heritage, Jain has got a beautiful footprint in Tamil Nadu, in and around Madurai. There are beautiful things and people can talk about it, the historians can talk about it. But is it consumable? So we have been, I am in this industry for more than 30 plus years. So still today, it is not consumable. You go to Yanamalai in Madurai or Aritapatti, wherever you go, it is either locked, the keys are not there, or vandalism, or somebody will be sitting and drinking there. So there is no storytelling, nobody is aware of the product, and the product is not consumable. So the only thing that we should focus here, especially the government, for example, even Keeladi. So we did a lot of presentations across the country, just as a fam tour. We were talking about Keeladi. Recently, there was a Keeladi museum. Otherwise, there are some pits there, and nobody can experience. I am going and telling that 2,500-year-old civilization is just 6 feet down the ground in Tamil Nadu near Madurai. But it's just a statement. So how one can experience or how one can consume this as a product. But now at least there is a museum, so people can go there and they can connect with the land, and then the exhibition there, what they set up, the replicas and all that, so people can consume it. Similarly, that we have a lot of products, but it is not consumable, but we live with the pride, and we all talk about it. But we don't do anything towards making it consumable. So if we do that, I'm sure there's a lot of other areas we can talk about it.
Dr. Prithvi, talk to us a little bit about the potential of Tier 2 towns in Tamil Nadu. Is there a potential there for medical tourism as well? We know that Chennai is there, we have Vellore because of one institution, and we have Coimbatore also, which is developing. What about other cities?
Well, I think that they're showing great promise. There are great hospitals being built in other cities like Trichy and Nagarkoil, obviously Madurai. There's a lot of investment, a lot of people who've returned to their hometown and developed some excellent services. And I think obviously when people talk about medical tourism in the emerging cities, they have to embrace some sort of unique scenario that they're offering. So either they'll have to talk about a particular disease or a particular, for want of a better word, product in terms of technology. So for example, if you take something that's commonly spoken about, everybody knows about Parkinson's disease and how it's treated. And we know that there are emerging cities in Tamil Nadu that offer some amazing treatments. And these are the things that they could put into the social media, or they could have a hub and spoke scenario where they're able to talk about these things in the neighboring geographies and attract patients. I mean, patients are always looking for, success stories. They're looking for, a very, very complicated treatment at a very, very accessible cost. And so these are the things, they have to work on. Obviously, the huge issue that emerging cities have is catering to the non-medical needs of the patient. So that is something that they have to work on. And this is something that because of the healthcare industry's good relationship, especially in bigger cities with the hospitality industry, they're able to sort of recognize this, how do I receive them at the airport? How do I give them food that they like? How do I connect them with people who can speak their language? All that. And all that is very important, I think, for these emerging cities.
I also think that when we talk about medical tourism, we primarily think people from Maldives, people from Africa. But you'll be surprised with the 1.4 billion people in India. You go to any of our hospitals, including Mayot, I think there are Bengalis, there are Northeast people, there are from other states. And I think Tamil Nadu is in such a position with our hospitals, our doctors, our nursing. I think internal consumption is also a great opportunity.
Absolutely,
Can
sir.
I add a point
Yes,
to
of course.
what Doctor said? In the two-tier towns, for example, Trichy and Madurai, it has got more opportunities because the cost is relatively much lesser than Chennai. As Doctor said, the connectivity again an issue, but there are connectivity. We are far better than any other state in terms of connectivity. Tamil Nadu is very, very good at that. And the plus, the hospitals in Madurai and Trichy around. See, generally the hospitals, they, as doctor said, there is no connect between the hospitality and the hospitals. So the hospitals believe that they market themselves. They have, now they wanted to do their housekeeping. Now they wanted to do their catering. They wanted to do their interpreters with Arabic speaking or whatever it is. So everything they think they produce in-house. Which they don't, I think they can focus on their core treatment and wellness and leave this to the real professionals as, this is the first time I'm hearing because I worked on this panel with CII various times, you know, so there is no synergy between the hospitals and the hospitality or the tour and travel. So that, as he rightly said, the non-hospital needs, that the attendant of the patient can be given a tour, post-tour, pre-tour. You know, even the patients, they can be taken to a beach resort. Their mind will be more relaxed. So these are all the opportunities that the professional, a tour operator or a hospital, hotels can really create all that. But that we have to really look at the synergy between the hospitals and the hospitality. So if that happens, our potential for medical tourism is very high. And for example, Mr. Vikram was talking about wellness, our neighbor state Kerala. The Kerala wellness is maximum marketed by the tour operators, not by the hospitals or the resorts. Yes, of course, they also do it. It is widely marketed by the tour operators. That's why the number of footfall is very high for the wellness in Kerala.
I think GRT Hotels, we are opening a hotel in the campus of Velammal in Madurai now. So I think this is a way forward. I think hospitals and hospitality should join hands together to develop this segment.
I'm glad to see this connection happening. Dr. Prithvi, you had earlier mentioned some lessons to be learned. You mentioned South Korea and Thailand, for instance, and the other panelists have talked about lessons to be learned from our own neighboring state. Tell us a little bit about that. What is the kind of thing that we can incorporate?
Well, I think that our government is making enormous strides because I've been looking at, as you call it, medical tourism from 2007 onwards, myself, because that was the first thing that was given to me to look at on the admin side. And I think that our government has made enormous strides, especially with the External Affairs Ministry and our various ambassadorial staff who sit in various countries. I mean, it's like chalk and cheese compared to how it used to be. The sort of confidence they radiate, the sort of capacity they have about putting our healthcare on a particular platform, the sort of information, powerful information they have about the intricacies of healthcare is amazing. So they're doing a great job there. The problem that we have is on the ground, is you know, the scenario in countries that attract medical tourism, big ticket medical tourism, is to give the medical tourists a separate pathway. So yes, now finally the visas are becoming easier. It's possible to get an e-medical visa, but unfortunately, if you get an e-something else visa, you can't convert it to a medical visa. So if you come here, even from a neighbor like Bangladesh, if you come here on an attendant visa instead of a medical visa, if you're a medical attendant, again, you have to wait to convert. So these are the things that they probably will need to work upon. But the biggest thing they need to work upon is the first impression. As soon as you arrive as a patient, if you are sitting in the same queue as everybody else and hanging around with your cancer or your heart attack or your Parkinson's or your, you know, loss of all your faculties, and your loved one is seeing that you're sitting over there in that queue forever, automatically your sort of grade drops dramatically. So that is very important because by nature, we're an amazingly welcoming country. Look at the number of people who've invaded us. We're an amazing country that has great hospitality, and it is important, especially if someone is sick, that you put them right front and center. I mean, look at our villages function. If you are hungry, you can go to someone's house and they'll feed you. And that's how Indians are. So it is regretful that this is not put into the first port of call. And if it is there, then, then we will overtake everybody else. I mean, there was a time when every single Indian who did medicine thought that he had to leave India to become a great medical professional. There was a time when every single Indian patient who had money went overseas for treatment. Look at our previous chief ministers, etc., etc. But today, everybody is treated here. Today, everybody wants to work here. And the only thing one of the few things we need is to make sure that that first impression blows the client and their family away.
Moving on a little, let's talk a little bit about skill development. That was something you mentioned as the kind of support that the hotel and the hospitality industry needs. Tell us a little bit more about that, Mr. Kota.
I think human capital is going to be a major challenge for, especially for customer-facing industries like hospitality. I think what is happening today is that, especially post-COVID, which scarred this hospitality industry, I think most of the talent moved out, and today talent acquisition for hospitality is a major challenge. And I think this is where government can play a big role in policy making. We have, to my knowledge, 93 hospitality institutes in our state, and out of that, 72 are privately run. And privately run with what syllabus, what are they teaching? So every good brand, hotel brand, when we take people, we have our own school where we again retrain them. So it's a waste of time, it's a waste of resource, it's the entire cycle being retaught to them. So instead of that, if the government helps in doing skill development, open satellite skill development schools, put tourism and hospitality in syllabus in high schools, go to the villages. 60% of our population is in villages in Tamil Nadu, 50 to 60%. That's where you get the actual human capital from. If you're able to go there, attract these people to join hospitality industry, because we don't need degrees unlike in hospitals and other industry where they need to study for a long time. In hospitality industry, if you have a good smile, if you're able to communicate well, and if you have that bend of mind of hospitality, you're a winner there. So, and it's very easy to develop such kind of people because it's in our culture. In our culture, Atito Devo Bhava, what we say, guest is God, is taught to us as kids, and it comes very naturally. But we are not tapping those things, and we are not showing the potential to these people that when they join hospitality, there's a world ahead of them. They can make a living out of it, and they can support families out of it. And this is where I think government should play a major role in policy making, join with private partners like hospitality brands, and then develop people. And like I said, I think it's the largest employment generator, and I think that's what any government wants, that employment is at the highest in the state. And I think this is the answer to it, and that's a challenge which we are going to have towards our 1 trillion economy dream, which we have.
Mr. Sundar, would you like to add to that?
The manpower for the hospitality, I would blame ourselves. Actually, we have not done anything for more than 3 decades. And we believed our own strength, and we have not really reached out to the youth of this country with the career opportunity available in hospitality and tourism. So government fairly did its part. I was in the committee of TNSDC also. So as Mr. Vikram said, that we have to go to the roots, the villages. We do have manpower available, and we do have the job opportunity available. There is a complete disconnect when I proposed in that meeting, this government is fairly doing very well on that. I should give the credit to Madam Innocent Divya on this. So they were surprised with the job opportunities available in the hospitality. They said it is a news to us, and we have been running behind the industry to fill up the, give opportunities for the youth in this country through that non-Mudalvan scheme. So when I said that there are so much of any skill, we have a job. Let it be a painter, gardener, security, scavenger, cleaner, housekeeper, any skill that we have a job available in hospitality. But as he rightly said, it is available in the village. So how to reach them? So we have to collectively work with the government. So now from South India Hotels and Restaurant Association, with a very great difficulty, that I'm going to set up 2 skill centers, one in Dindigul and Manaparai, to reach out to the rural population. It is funded by the government. So the money is available, enormously available, but unfortunately the right people have not used it. And we fail to tell the youth of this country what are all the benefits out of this hospitality. The one good thing is the intangible, priceless benefits of the lifestyle. So today, what I am today, it is my little connect with the hospitality industry. Otherwise, I studied in Tamil medium. I can't speak a single word of English. But today, I was able to address a gathering. It is because of my little connect with the hospitality. So I vouch for what hospitality can do for me. Similarly, that everybody who is passionate about this hospitality industry should reach out with their own examples and motivate the students. I'm sure the parents will be more happy to send their wards to the hospitality industry rather than to the Tasmak shops or to the mechanics or to the road laying or to the construction industry than any other industry, that we have better opportunity and we pay well today. So earlier it was the salary levels are very low, but now we pay very well at par 13,000 rupees. The basic entry level salary has been paid in the hospitality. So we have to reach out and we have to create these rural centers and bring in new footfall into the hospitality industry, human resources. That is the only way, and it is definitely achievable, and I'm very determined to do this in the next 6 months or so. But I think, God willing, it will happen.
That's good to hear, Mr. Sundar. Dr. Prithvi, would you say skilling is something that that the hospital sector also needs?
I think around 15 years ago, there was dependence on Kerala for nurses, and I'm sure a lot of people who are of my vintage, if they had gone to hospital when they were in school, they have most of the time come across nurses from Kerala. It is pleasantly surprising that has completely changed. The number of nurses that this state is producing is ridiculous, and the number of health professionals it's producing is staggering. But the huge problem that Tamil Nadu has is making sure that there are enough in the places that they should be. Of course, the big corporate hospitals in cities and the bigger hospitals in the emerging cities are able to occasionally attract them. Eventually what will happen is that there will be a problem because they're all wanting high salaries. No, there is really no shortage at all of skill level. And as we were talking earlier before we came up here, there is also a huge need all over the world for allied health workers and even for doctors, because the number of health professionals who are willing to work long hours in other countries is very low. So India might not only have a huge capacity for health tourism, but also, especially Tamil Nadu, might have a huge scenario where we are able to look after the health of the world, not only here, but also there. It's a fascinating prospect to look forward to. Imagine going to Mayo Clinic and finding that your nurse is called Sundari or something. That's what is going to happen.
We find that in hospitality. I was in an Alaska cruise and there was a chef who was an Indian. So we go anywhere in the world, you find Indians in the hospitality.
Let's talk a little bit about what Dr. Prithvi mentioned earlier, the welcome that we give to tourists. Specifically, he spoke about the fact about long queues at airports. That's one aspect of it. But also, are we doing enough in terms of making the destinations and the products, as Mr. Sundar mentioned, tourist-friendly? Are we doing enough in terms of our websites, our apps? Are we doing enough in terms of the places that tourists visit being friendly towards them? Mr. Kota?
I think we are, what I feel is that we are on the right path towards it. I think it's not only infrastructure. Of course, we need to also invest a lot into infrastructure, but it's also the attitude. I think there needs to be an attitude change. And slowly that's happening. Intrinsically, I think Tamil Nadu people have this, the hospitality which is built into us. And I think we need to be shown the way how to do it. And if you are being able to give them that, the push or the motivation to think, and it's simple, it's not rocket science. We're not talking about rocket science. We're talking about how to make people feel welcome, how to make sure that we take care of their needs, how to make sure we personalize. Suppose someone is sick and they're coming and standing in a line, it's very easy to personalize to them and say, move into another line and do a fast track. But all this needs leadership. I think that's where we're coming to. I think this is where somebody has to bell the cat, and that leadership is required in making this kind of a grassroots level change in terms of hospitality in all industry. Hospitality is required everywhere, not only in hotels. Hospitality is required in every industry, if you look at it. So that's where we need to work on. And I hope and I wish that the government involves private people like hotels to train people in all the other industries, especially the airports, to do this.
Mr. Sundar, would you like to add to that? You were talking about products that are not really consumable. So for instance, even basic things like signage at tourist destinations, just to make it easier for somebody who's not from Tamil Nadu. It could be a person from another part of India also, to understand what we are talking about when we say that this is an interesting place to visit. Tell us about your experience.
Things are, by and large, things are changing a lot. Even I happened to address one of the training program in airport authority, all the even CASF staffs. So things are slowly changing. People wanted to change, their attitude as well. But it's a process and it takes long time. Whatever the products available, going to your question, whatever the products available, that the signage is improving. See, these are all the things the local stakeholders who are really making their livelihood out of, for example, if I am from Madurai, that I can do all this. You don't need to go everything to the government to put a board or put a story. So government permits, liberally permits for the private players to work. But unfortunately, we don't, involve ourselves on that. So these small things that can be done by the private stakeholders in the respective, monuments or the towns. The other thing is what I find it, the sustained efforts are missing in marketing. So those days, I'm talking about 20 years before or 25 years before, there are international shows like ITB or WTM, where the Tamil Nadu's pavilion is the place for eating food. Nobody will be there, no officials will be there, no stakeholder will be there. So everybody will eat in that place and then throw it in the dustbin and then go. So this is what we were seeing it, and we all used to long, when this will change. But eventually it did change. There are very good officers came in with the vision, and they spent a lot of money in 2017, 18, 19, and all that. After that, we had a very high presence. But are we sustaining those efforts? The Kerala success is the sustained efforts of 20 years. And whether they are doing well or not, the efforts are sustained. But here, the continuity changes when the officer changes. So we don't get the priority for the same event. So whether it should be a system whereby we attend so many road shows, and we have to do so many FAM trips. So these are all the areas that government should invest and work with the private players, as Mr. Vikram said, and promote tourism. Otherwise, we would not have gone to the level 2. Otherwise, our level 1, level 2 in the domestic tourism, the difference is 10 crores. To my knowledge, way back in 2019, we were number 1, and the difference, the next number 2 is 10 crores, 11 crores difference. Yes. But today we are in number 2. Correct. So because the efforts were not sustained. So if we do that, I'm sure Tamil Nadu will be number 1 forever in tourism, because we have so much of product available, and we can slowly keep exploring every different product and create circuits and do it.
And also, I think what policymakers can do is toilets on roads, on highways. I think that's very important for developing tourism. And then certifying guides, I think that's very important. Safety for women. So these are the topics, I think, which we need to address when we're talking about tourism and developing tourism, and tourism as a growth engine for the economy of Tamil Nadu.
Let's wind up with one last question. I want to talk a little bit about sustainability, because that's something that has been mentioned in the Tamil Nadu tourism policy, and of course it's something that the world is very concerned with right now. Tell us a little bit about the hotel industry's role in that, and Dr. Prithvi as well. Mr. Govt.
I think, sustainability has always been on the mind of hospitality industry. It's been brought out recently, and people are becoming more aware. I mean, the recent cyclone we have is, they say, is the fallout of the climate change. And you know what happened to Chennai. And we have been going through this every year. So, and as hotels, I think we are sensitized to this sustainability. In fact, most of our hotels have been categorized by booking engines and by online travel agents with sustainability certification. So now, if somebody is sustainability inclined, they could go on to one of the OTAs, and then they can choose hotels which are sustainable by the grading which they are giving, like the star grading. That's bringing a lot of focus. So slowly people, I mean, if you look at this hotel, I mean, they are leaders. ITC are leaders in sustainability. If you see that we don't have plastics, they don't use plastics. You have water which is recycled, which is in bottles. So they've done away with plastics. And the entire cycle, I mean, of clean living and making sure that we leave a better planet for the future generation. I think it's not only a responsibility of a citizen of India, but I think hospitality being in the forefront, we have to make sure that we focus on it.
Mr. Sundar?
So now there are a lot of challenges on that, but sustainability, again, we are talking about sustainability, it's very expensive. It's not reducing the cost. So some of the groups, really practicing it, and eventually it will come slowly. But people, because the users are preferring more of a sustainable products now. So in terms of the monuments or everywhere, this culture should be developed. And I'm sure the leading brand hotels are following up the standards now. So Kerala, there are a lot of eco-friendly hotels are available, like resorts. So here also the trend is picking up. So Tamil Nadu has got a lot of potential to create a sustainable model in the, as he said, in the beach lines. So we can definitely see a lot of products coming up with the sustainable and responsible tourism over the years.
Dr. Prithvi, is this a focus area for hospitals as well?
It's an incredible area, and surprisingly in healthcare, sustainability cuts costs. So it is a very, very important lesson that we learned from the West, especially when there was a huge outbreak in the West of human form of BSE. So what happened in the West was, for some bizarre reason, they started feeding herbivore animals carnivorous food. It's ridiculous, but it's true, because it was cheaper than having them go and graze. And as a result of that, the BSE virus got into the food chain of human beings. And something that was extremely rare, which only happened in cannibals in historic times, entered into the human disease chain, and as a result of which the Western world went absolutely mad. Every single thing that went to a human being had to be immediately discarded. It was ridiculous. It's like saying that you take a car for a drive, and once you've driven it, you melt your wheels and put new wheels for the next drive. It was based on no logic. It was just based on a political decision because they were scared that it would harm their, their sort of success in the forthcoming election. And it happened all over the world. At the same time, in India, which continues to be a hotbed of cardiac disease, Indian scientists came up with a landmark paper that there is no difference in the outcome and in the sterility if you use a balloon 4 or 5 times. So if you're doing a patient and you're stenting the patient, you don't have to use the balloon once and then throw it off and then open a new balloon. And this resulted in huge cost saving for the Indian patient. And this has been duplicated in various procedures by Indian scientists and is one of the real reasons why cost of healthcare in India is remarkably less expensive than the cost of healthcare. I mean, to replace your hip in the US costs 70,000 rupees because they throw everything. $70,000. Can you believe it? And here it costs $2,000 because they're not throwing everything and using it once on the same person. So it is amazing how our country is. The problem for our country is if we start aping the West, we will go back to their problems. We've always, in the past, been 30 years behind them, but now that we're overtaking them, we should not start making their mistakes. So you're absolutely right. It is a funny paradox that in hospitality, if you're going to have to put your solar panels or et cetera, you've got to invest a lot in the beginning and then see the returns very much down the end. But with us, if you have protocols in place, it's a huge reduction and makes you competitive.
Thank you very much, panelists, for this really interesting discussion. I think we've run out of time now.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists. We'll have our moderator present a token of our appreciation for that wonderful session. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I think everybody thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. I think we all learned a thing or two from that panel discussion. We now move on to our next panel, the topic of the fintech sector in Tamil Nadu, expanding the fintech ecosystem for inclusive, well-rounded growth. This session will talk about the significant economic impact on Tamil Nadu and how the state is enabling not only faster growth of this sector through its various efforts, but also an inclusive growth for the underbanked and the unbanked population in the state. Chennai's newly planned fintech city marks a major milestone in Tamil Nadu's efforts to position itself as the global leader in the financial technology sector. I invite our moderator to please join us on stage, calling upon Mr. Kunal Shankar, Deputy Editor, The Hindu. Hi. Our first panelist is Dr. N. Kamakodi, Managing Director and CEO of City Union Bank Limited. Dr. N. Kamakodi is the MD and CEO of CUB, one of the oldest private sector banks in India today. He has close to 2 decades of banking expertise, and under his leadership, the growth of the City Union Bank was manifold, and the investor base of the bank has spread across various countries. Dr. N. Kamakodi holds key positions on various industry bodies and academic institutions. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Our next panelist is Mr. Mahesh Ramachandran, founder, Commonwealth Inclusive Growth Services Limited. Mr. Mahesh is an entrepreneur at heart and an investor by choice. He is the founder of Tech Solutions, Tech Innovations, an investment platform that provides liquidity to founders and investors alike. He's part of the Leadership Council of FinBlue, the FinTech Center of Excellence set up by the Government of India. He's also the founder and chief mentor of Trusted Donations, which connects CSR and donors to verified NGOs. He's an avid mentor and teacher. He teaches entrepreneurship and the valuation of startups. A round of applause, and thank you so much for joining us here, Mr. Mahesh Ramachandran. Our final panelist is Mr. Prabhu Rangarajan, the co-founder of M2P FinTech. Mr. Prabhu drives operations strategy, new product development, compliance, and end-to-end information security in his role as COO. A space tech enthusiast and an expert in program management, he specializes in building secure and seamless interoperable payment platforms. He believes that startups are the real game changers that challenge the status quo to drive efficiencies. A welcome and a round of applause to Mr. Prabhu Rangarajan. I now hand things over to our moderator, Mr. Kunal Shankar, to take things forward. Over to you, sir.
All of us have mics, so thank you so much for that introduction. So let me first start out with a broad Reserve Bank of India definition of what fintech is. It's an emerging ecosystem and an emerging sector. So it says technologically enabled financial innovation that could result in new business models, applications, processes with an associated material effect on financial markets and institutions and the provisioning of financial services. So that's broadly what fintech is. Of course, when we come to broadly India, we do know well that since the pandemic, there's been an exponential growth of the fintech sector, mainly because people were simply cooped up at homes. One didn't actually even want to touch currencies held by others. It just sort of organically led to this exponential growth. But coming specifically to Tamil Nadu, Tamil Nadu was one of the first states to unveil a policy in 2021 in the thick of the pandemic, foreseeing what was to come, the fintech policy, and also is home to about 5% of the more than 2,000 fintech startups across the country. Some of you represent that over here. Prabhu, you particularly being someone recognized as a pioneer under 40, and Mr. Mahesh as well. So if I can, start out with a very basic question. There's been much, what shall I say, expectation from this sector in a developing economy like India, and it's being rather seen as a sort of a model for financial inclusivity. I'll probably first start with Mr. Ramachandran because he's specifically worked on this in the rural areas. Banking the unbanked has been something that has, been a sort of a slogan for generations. It's been a sort of a something that families tell everyone to save. But in terms of real value of savings, it appears that fintech could actually enable that by the sheer growth of mobile connectivity and things like that. If you can elaborate on that experience that you've had.
Thank you for that question. Good afternoon, everyone. The question is about the financial inclusion. Just visualize a country like India. It has more than 640,000 villages. We can't have bank branches in all the locations because it's not viable where there are transactions which are very small. So the idea is actually to provide financial services in a formal sense through a human ATM type of a model. When I say a human ATM, typically a company like us, we recruit, train, and provide a device to our agents who represents the banks like City Union Bank in the villages, and the customers will come and do transactions on behalf of the bank. So deposits, withdrawal, money transfer, all such things will happen. So in our case, we operate in about 30,000 villages, servicing about 7 million customers, transacting close to about $2 billion. This model has become the model known as the banking correspondent, and it needs the technology plus the person on the feet on street, because in a country like India, not everybody is going to be on a smartphone using an app to do it themselves, although it will change in the future. This is a model that has actually become very prominent, and that's one of the way in which the financial inclusion is happening in this country today.
That's really fascinating. And if I can follow up with Prabhu, sorry, on this particular question. I mean, inclusivity, of course, that is from a rural perspective, but you're sort of working on inclusivity between companies and in transactions that sometimes might appear trustless, and for which a lot of blockchain and other technologies are being used. Maybe you can elaborate on what that means and where that can go. Yeah.
Sure. Thanks for having me here. Good evening to one and all. So yeah, I mean, when we talk about financial inclusion, it is not just about the I would say it's not like people are not included financially. It is also about the underserved segment as well. So what comes as a natural progression, like India has been setting examples for various things. I'll just take a very different view on this, right? Like say, for instance, we never intended to connect each and every household with a landline. We intended, but we tried. When we executed, we hit a lot of roadblocks. But when mobile phone technology came in, we were able to leapfrog and have, now today you can easily see a family of 5 having more than 10 connections today. Similarly with broadband, when cable or fiber broadband was not able to kind of penetrate into the rural areas, we were able to get it through satellite or through mobile broadband. Very similar analogy towards banking technology as well, where the traditional banks like CUB and various other regionally strong banks, while they've been able to bring in a lot of change on inclusiveness, there is also this problem of underserving them, where probably one bank or one financial institution cannot meet all the criteria of all the segments of people. That's where technology kind of comes in as a middle layer, where with companies like us, where we provide infrastructure for financial services companies of all sizes, where while we work with all the regionally strong banks, we also work with the SBIs and HDFCs of the world. A HDFC or SBI might not be able to have the concentration or the kind of local acumen that a CUB has in the Kumbakonam region, right? So what we can do is, like, we can democratize using technology the access to the infrastructure which the country has already laid out. There is an India stack which we can tap into. And how do we connect? How can we make it cheaper? How do we make the technology kind of serve that purpose for the financial services institutions so that financial inclusion becomes like a democratic kind of a situation? So that's where our investments in technology and progression is focused towards.
Right, okay. So, I mean, that leads me to my question to Mr. Kamakoti very well. As Prabhu just pointed out, there is legacy financial institutions like your own, I mean, City Union Bank being the oldest private sector bank in the country. It's done very well and has grown phenomenally. It's in fact grown globally. But there is that element that you sort of need a physical bank, which people sort of recognize it, and have a recall value. But with fintech growing, and of course, I must sort of emphasize that most of the legacy institutions are also beginning to use in-house capacities to expand fintech, financial inclusivity. How do you see the role of legacy institutions in furthering financial inclusion, particularly using fintech?
Yeah, thank you. Just starting from where both Mahesh and Prabhu left. See, if you try to understand how things got transformed over a period of time, and also how to integrate the, let's say, conventional banks like us, the first beginning of the entire transformation was the introduction of the core banking and the availability of ATMs. They were the first one to democratize the entire banking process. Actually, like say, normally if you have, like say, a frontline teller at a branch, maybe he can process about 200 transactions or 300 transactions per day. There was limitation in terms of the capacity to handle things, which got the first level democratization through the ATMs. Then, like Prabhu said, you had all the broadbands and things like that. Internet, I mean, the introduction of the ATMs got into a bigger phase somewhere in the early 2000s. Then you had the, what you call the availability of the internet banking when the internet bandwidth increased. Then you had the internet banking. After that, you had mobile phones getting bigger. Then you got into apps. Then the mobile banking came, which also got coincided with the jam trinity of your mobile, like say Aadhaar and the, what you call, Jandan accounts, which completely democratized the entire services to the people, where now the, like say, the at a fraction of the cost, anybody can get access to the financial services. This is one part. Like say, in fact, Mahesh started talking about, like say, how like say deposits and all were done. Then the government integrated that with the, like say, distribution of their grants and other things and all. Next thing was that to make the banks, like say, whether they can be given loans. So to give loans, probably like say earlier, the entire process was through manual processing, assessment of the people and all. So the next level of development where the data was getting accumulated, bureau scores got accumulated over a period of time. So the small ticket loans, like say it would have been very costly to particularly process manually, and the estimation of like say probability of default or estimation of loss given on default, what is the confidence with which the bank can lend to a person. So all these things slowly and steadily the fintech players got into the play where the algorithms got developed so that there are multiple data points which was able to estimate to like say higher level of like say precision with which we can estimate the like say to what extent like say a person will be credit worthy and all these things got over a period of time. So we are at particularly post COVID, like say the development was at a level that now like say even the central bank has to say that you go slow on that and probably we have to look into that and get into the next league. So it is now the culmination of both the technology along with that, like say almost all banks, like say they all had been developing over a period of time. So this ecosystem where the, like say now after that API technology and all which got into the play, were able to ultimately even like say 5-6 years back when the micro lending actually started, it was a manual process where you need to have a larger like say human interface to handle things and all, which was costly. Now much of the things have become automated and the system is able to take a call in precision. That is where we are currently now, and going forward, this is going to, like say, in fact, when the automated lending started, it started with the people with better credit scores and all. But over a period of time, you had, like say, crores of people who did not have credit score at all. So all, you also had the availability of, like say, when the demonetization followed by the GST and all happened, even a small, like say, a shop having a QR code, he is able to get into the, what you call, some automated tracking which could assess his credit worthiness.
Right.
All put together have now ensured that everybody is now, like say, within the net of his eligibility from credit from the, like say, formal lending process, which is completely changing, and it is going to add oil to the way the general, what you call, the prosperity of the even common man to rise and all. We are at the, like say, probably just into the not even 10% of that revolution, the fruits of which we will be able to see before the end of the current decade.
Yeah, so it's interesting, something that you really, how you sort of set forth that entire process was very instructive. You know, from the presence of a physical bank and the sort of manual process of assessing creditworthiness, whether a person has, say, land to mortgage to be able to take a loan, etc., and so on, which probably got speeded up once there was digitization, and then with the sort of integration of various attributes of a person through Aadhaar, you sort of got. So one thing that I get from what you just said is that this something that is often probably misunderstood is that legacy institutions don't necessarily have to see themselves as being competitors to fintech institutions. They, in other words, they are in fact partners, and they still are a core, what shall I say, institution in the entire lending and formal banking process. And it only further democratizes. Fintech really just democratizes. So take that back to Mahesh. You know, when you said what you did about how there are people who literally go to the doorstep seeking, say, formalized banking, is that also a way of spreading literacy? Because there is that trust factor that sometimes might be missing from, say, a person who's coming home as opposed to a person who finds an institution in a physical bank. And there is, even now, while, you know, say because of COVID, there has been this huge adoption of UPI and everyone who uses it. Pre-COVID, there was still a lot of skepticism of that. People didn't, you know, you kept a QR code at a local shop, he would be much happier if you gave cash. That's really changed. So the sort of, how do you address the issue of trustworthiness, which is usually identified with legacy banking institutions?
Right, so it's a very important area. So trust comes with the kind of integrity that they have actually seen originally from the brick and mortar institutions that has been there, physically present, usually in proximity to where somebody lives. And over a period of time, when there were introduction of new models that actually came in, whether it's digital payments, which accelerated the adoption, it took a little bit of time and hesitation. But what we need to understand in a country like India is that there are about 60% of the people who live in rural India may even have a smartphone, have internet connection, but not necessarily use an app or a banking app all the time. So for them to be able to do a transaction, they may probably prefer to have a way of touch and see kind of a situation. And this is where some of the human element comes, and all they need to provide is some kind of an authentication, like for example through Aadhaar, and the person who is representing the bank with the introduction of the bank and having the appropriate credentials to be introduced by the bank and a local person who is very credible, then the customers are actually going to make use of that. And initially what we saw is they usually use that touch point to withdraw money, and withdrawing money is much more easier than depositing money.
Also, you get cash as opposed to giving away
Yeah,
cash.
that's right. So that's how it starts. And over a period of time, when the banks and the relevant authorities come and say, it is possible for you to do the deposits and apply for loans and other services, they do this. But it takes a lot of time and literacy to educate such population. But I believe that the next generation will be more conversant of using the technology, mobile banking, to be able to do the transactions compared to the current generations that I see in the rural India.
How do you see this? The same question to you, Prabhu. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sir covered almost all the aspects that I thought about as well. The key thing is, when it comes to trust, the most important topic over here, right? Like, banking is all about trust. How are we able to establish that trust is what matters. So let me take a very recent example. In our lives, we have seen how UPI has come and changed the way we actually operate, right? While the whole world was trying to card the entire market, like a credit card or a debit card, while we tried attempting mimicking the credit or a debit card issuance kind of process, the problem is there are over 500 million people having a credit score, but only 50 or 60 million unique credit card holders, right? And the same credit card holder might have probably 3 or 4 credit cards, like you and me, right? So this is not inclusion, right? But how do we actually make the masses kind of adopt technology, form a new habit, and then still pay with trust? If you see why UPI was has become a success, is because it mimics our physical behavior. You go to a store, the shopkeeper says you have to pay 100 rupees. You open your wallet, take 100 from your wallet yourself and give it.
Right.
See the way UPI is kind of structured. It is technology mimicking our physical action, where you take your mobile phone, your asset, you enter the amount, or probably if it is a dynamic QR, the amount is already entered. Right. You authenticate using your fingers, fingerprint, Face ID, or the MPIN, and then the shopkeeper gets an alert, right?
So the shopkeeper,
think of the world, if it is the physical activity was like you give the wallet to the shopkeeper, and the shopkeeper takes away 100 and gives back your wallet. That is what you are mimicking in a card kind of a situation. Right? So when we use technology to build something, it better be easy to learn, easy to adopt kind of behavior, so that people, the masses, the dumbest user should be able to do it without an error.
So
that's the win of technology.
Control that one gets,
right?
Because one is entering one's own amount, one is sort of
correct. So we call it as push payments. Between card as a pull payment methodology, whether you tap or dip or something, you do it, you operate it in the merchant's terminal, right? Or ATM is again a pull payment where that terminal has to decide how much of cash to disburse to you. While you enter the amount, technology is prone to errors. Whereas this methodology, why UPI became a success, why it is so widely adopted, not just India. Take China for instance.
Globally.
UPI is like, similar to UPI, they have many more different QR methodologies, but yeah, QR as a methodology where you scan and mimic your physical behavior is, prone to be successful. So whatever, like even in lending, that's what most people are trying to do, right? Can we do lending on UPI? Can we actually do a credit on UPI kind of a call where instead of going to a shop and trying to dip your credit card just because you don't have money in your bank account, can you use a line? Let's say a City Union Bank customer having a savings bank account and also have an overdraft or a credit line with the bank. Can I use the same UPI? Instead of my debit account, can I select that? That is lending at the time of or moment of truth, right? That's what we should strive to build more and more with technology, where we mimic the existing behavior and try to simplify it using technology.
Right, so this takes me to the next question quite organically, and in fact very topical, because just yesterday we had the Reserve Bank of India warn the general public about fake text messages offering loan waivers and resisting. And I say this because when you just mentioned the fact that, can fintech then also serve as a lending practice, is there an element of, again, it comes back to trust and what Mahesh spoke about, the fact that there's that physical institution which we very easily identify with what a bank is. Do you think there is one other step that is required, or maybe is it a matter of time for the adoption of what might be considered a secured lending practice through fintech services, which again appears to be trustworthy?
Absolutely. So there is absolutely no fintech without the actual regulated entities. Let me be very clear, right? Like fintech cannot exist without the regulated entities. And the RBI and the stance of the government or RBI, the regulator, or take for instance even insurance as a category, it is always an issuer or a regulated entity or an NBFC, which is a non-banking financial corporation underneath. Fintech is only an enabler. Fintech is more like a catalyst to bring in more reach, like City Union Bank or any bank for that instance cannot actually send people or field folks to the length and breadth of the country. That is what fintechs and technology companies can come and solve. Can I partner with the India Post, right? Which can actually effectively service every pin code in India, right? Can I partner with a regional bank, which is very effective in the certain region, right? And then can I bring in the larger democratic build, which actually brings in access to those services, right? So fintech becomes an enabler, but fintech can very, very rarely you will see in any country, for instance, where fintech can run on its own, right? So fintech or insurtech or any tech, it will always rely on the regulated entities, and it is good to be so. It is good to be regulated because there will always be a tight leash on what you can do with technology. That's one. Second is the regulator has always been proactive. What we see, we are in a country where the regulator has always been keeping their ears open, eyes open, and have always taken measures. Like you see at least one circular every quarter, where there is an element that is being, while it is a nightmare for sir and us to kind of keep pace with it, because we have to keep altering our technology and always focus on meeting those regulations. But that's good in a way where you don't have too many gray areas. So to be black or white is far better than having gray areas and then people playing around in the gray area. So I think, in a nutshell, I'm coming back to the same thing. Fintech should build on the layer or the basement that the regulated entities have set, and then they can bring in more user experience, better user experience, or better reach.
Right. So actually, let me put that to Mr. Kamakuti. One of the sectors that require sort of a rollover lending practices, something as a sort of a short-term lending practices, is the retail sector. And one of the sectors in India which tends to be the least in terms of approaching for the smaller retailers. I'm not talking about the bigger retailers. Do you envision fintech being an enabler of substantial growth in retail lending? And do you think legacy institutions would be able to trust fintech as an enabler, or would you think that it might be too unwieldy? Like you said, there is that element where a certain degree of thoroughness might be established when you have your own, staff member look through papers. While algorithms serve a lot and there is a lot of digitization, there's still that element of, creditworthiness that a bank would like to resoundingly establish.
It's already there. It's not that it's going to be there on the future. It has already come. See, how it basically works is, at least like based on the regulatory definition, they say the retail, like say 5 crore, which was then increased to 7.5 crore now, which is defined as the basically regulatory retail, what they call as.
Right.
Say for example, now even our own bank, which we have like say recently introduced, many banks are slightly ahead of us, many banks are behind us, we are somewhere in between. See, basically you like say load the financial statement, GST return, and also account statement. So based on having all these things, it is able to cross-check what is the sales, what is the assets, and what is that everything together. And the credit limit is now given by the algorithm.
Right.
So that has already come, and depending upon the individual banks and their respective risk appetite, they fix at various places and all. Basically, how it starts is the first, okay, whether a customer, now even the account opening, you need not go to the bank. You can have through the video KYC where through camera, more than 90% of the accounts are getting opened even in our bank. People are not coming to the branches and they are getting opened through the, like say, video KYC. So once video KYC is done, they get all their credentials for their internet banking and mobile banking. Cash, only for the dealing with the hard cash, they need to come to the branches. Apart from that, everything can be done. So even in that, like say, the particularly when it comes to the secured lending, okay, you need to have, like say, even documentation and all have come. To some extent now, like say, some of the states, even particularly, some amount of improvement is needed even in the state of Tamil Nadu, particularly on, like say, getting the title opinion online and creating charge online and all. Various states are in a different things online. So all these things will basically converge over a period of time. Now the existing situation is all unsecured lending can be done without a physical touch. Maybe
Right.
at a level, like say, defined by the individual banks, all unsecured lending like below a certain level now can be done, like say, based on the score, their what you call digital footprints and all such things. Now, automated lending has happened. It is technically and also it has started already happening. The amount and like say the amount of hardships in the secured lending is also increasingly coming down. So everybody has their own respective, like say, threshold size in terms of their risk appetite. So what you are saying is already there in practice, and all banks have API integration with, like say, not less than, like say, 100 fintechs now, maybe even hundreds of fintechs now.
Right.
Every fintech is specializing in their respective area, and it will be taking long time for every bank to start their own respective things and all. Originally, say for example, you have account aggregators have come, which are integrating the financial statement with multiple, all financial regulated entities, be it in insurance or mutual funds or even bank transactions and things like that. Credit bureau scores are getting now automated. The financial statements of almost, like say, limited companies are already there in the MCA websites. The tax returns are there. Those things are now getting integrated to the extent that, like say, a few OTPs will give the, like say, so that the customers are giving their inherent permission to use those data and all. So all these things are getting now, like say, the chances of even the fraud registry, whether and the algorithms are to that extent to like say help banks and credit lending institution to say that this pin code you can be 200% sure you will not be having any fraud. If you go to these pin codes, be little bit work out. This particular fellow has a case like that. To micro details are now getting captured by so many fintechs and which are getting now integrated into the systems and all. There are a lot of transformation, particularly in the last 2-3 years around the onset of COVID. Whether I don't know whether it is by design or by default. So all these things are now getting converged. It all originally started with the pre-approved credit limit, or what banks used to say, where they used to talk their monthly salary, and based on that, the track record and also linking with the CIBIL score, they used to give that and all.
Right.
Now multiple parameters are now getting accessed, and even to measure the risk at the individual level and to understand the requirement at an individual level and to make that the technology is building up, and a lot of improvements have happened, and in future, let's say the expectations are that there are going to be a lot more.
Right. Okay, I'll sort of switch gear onto a more emerging topic now, and which is also sort of germane to what's happening currently. COP summit is taking place, COP28 is taking place in Dubai. We've just had a severe cyclone that we faced, and loss and damage is a very real concern, including for very large industrial hubs and commercial hubs like Chennai. And there's a growing realization that one needs to be insured against extreme weather and natural calamities. And you know, there might be some of us over here who've probably have had our cars submerged and all those horrific videos. Is there a role that fintech could play in expediting the financialization of disaster relief claims, be it insurance or even enabling the insuring of you know, what might be a climate calamity? Let me first begin that with Mahesh.
It's an interesting but very important area. So the subject of insurance always goes on the uberime fide, or utmost good faith. So when somebody is actually insuring a product or whatever the asset that they are actually owning, they need to make sure that they provide the information in the truest form. And this can be verified in multiple ways. One is through technology, the other is through the physical verification. So in a country like India, for some time to come, the claims are going to have certain amount of physical inspection, because the insurance company would like to make sure that they are not taken for a ride, even on a damaged car, right? So we want to make sure that this is the actual damage that has happened for that particular asset. Hence, it actually is going to have this amount of claim, which is reasonable and which is also within the policy which they have actually taken. I think for some time to come, there has to be some assisted process, but the technology will also enable taking insurance in a very different direction. For example, if I compare some of the interesting things that has happened in a country like India, let's say I'm not actually going to use my car that often. I may actually use it once a while. Why do I need to have a same insurance premium compared to a next door neighbor who is using on an ongoing basis, everyday basis? So I think we will get into a pay as you use insurance as well, which the technology will make it happen. I think I just want to answer it in two phases. Yeah.
Right. In other words, what you're saying is there's going to be a certain time period when that physical inspection is required. So that was sort of leads me to that question where when there is a calamity, sometimes, you know, for one, the claims may be really large. People are in distress at that moment. And it might actually be hard to even access the person or the physical asset which has been damaged. So how do we, is there a gap there that fintech can serve, Prabhu?
Yeah, so I think we have already addressed some of these regular payments, like direct benefits transfer for gas cylinders or ration shops, and all these things have been, the benefits are now, it's become so, we have become so used to that hitting our accounts directly through, you know, Aadhaar or to the DBT rails, right? So we can actually reuse or repurpose some of these rails already. Like what I'm saying is, if there is an intent for an insurance company to make sure I want to resolve these issues really quickly, right? They already have the required machinery to kind of put into good use. That's number one. Number two, the problem is, like on one side, like Sir mentioned, it is a physical issue where an inspector has to really inspect and indeed have an assessment that this property has been damaged, whether it is a car or a house or like a shop or anything. It is indeed damaged up to a certain extent. So what insurance company will normally do is come up with a package or something like that. But what we can solve using fintech is the moment that adjudication is done, that yes, this is indeed the extent of the damage and this is the claim amount. If the workflow, the insurance companies have a very, probably technology-enabled claims workflow as well. We can embed fintech over there. This is what we call as embedded finance. We can embed fintech over there and reuse the rails that we have already built for DBT. So rewire this entire workflow instead of this going as a check to the person or a, account transfer, which normally takes a couple of days, or an NEFT which takes more time, or send this as a file to a bank which they bank with, and all these things. We can actually make a couple of API calls and get this person who is actually in distress, get the money in no time.
Right.
So that is possible. The only investments that we need to do is like be cognizant of a phygital model to begin with, because there is a physical verification and then the digital payment. And then two, what are the pitfalls here? Can there be frauds over here? So we'll have to have some amount of oversight for a period, like how it happened with Aadhaar-based gas subsidy. It took some time for it to settle down. Till such time, it can be a phygital model, and then it can move into a pure digital kind of model.
Digital sort of model.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's okay. So we are almost out of time. So I think one last question, and I can ask to all of you, and maybe, fintech already appears to be maturing in the state pretty quickly in Tamil Nadu. But when much is spoken about it, one still looks at Bangalore. There's this sort of comparison that comes up. Bangalore seems to have the saturated talent pool, but Tamil Nadu is still where the coders and much of the engineering talent is probably. So what is lacking, and what more does the sector need to do to sort of come up to speed?
I mean,
Yeah,
I will go first because I'm the most affected here with technology, right? So we need to actually stop the tech, or I would say the brain, the number of tech brains that we lose to kind of nearby states like Bangalore or Hyderabad or Mumbai, right? But one good thing is we are one of the oldest banking region. If you remember Madras state, there were only 4 banks which were formed initially, and then Madras was one of the biggest presidency, and we had, it started as Bank of Madras,
in 1682,
right?
yeah.
So we are one of the oldest units, and good part with Chennai is we have everything in a balance. Say for instance, Bangalore is the tech capital, Mumbai is the finance capital of the country, but Chennai has a good mix of both, professionals. And that's why if you see even Citibank or HDFC or any major bank, they will have their nerve centers over here. The operations or the backbones, still till date, it is running out of Chennai. Citibank had a big unit called eServe till some time ago before they shut operations in India. So Chennai has, or not just Chennai, Tamil Nadu has a perfect blend of professionals across chartered accountants, financial specialists, and technology, In technology, pure technology, if you see, we are already called as a SaaS Bhumi.
Right, yes.
Similarly, I think for fintech, we have the best, I would say, we are equipped in the best manner possible to become the fintech capital of the country. And we would honestly hope so that it comes to fruition very soon.
So it's the brain drain that you're saying needs to stop at one level.
Exactly. So we need to first stop the brain drain. I mean, forget about the brain drain going into Americas or rest of the world. We should first work towards stopping the brain drain going into Bangalore.
Right. Okay. Mr. Kamakoti and then Mahesh.
See, maybe some of the things you don't normally design, like say it happens by default. Somehow the risk capital availability, maybe because of the initial few successes, it made Bangalore strongly in the mecca of the technology, and that's how things happen. Maybe you are going to have the express highway when you are going to have Bangalore in 1 hour, then Bangalore will also become the part of Chennai. So you will not be having that.
Weather
See, I think probably they can do up and down. The issue is like a lot of things are developing. In fact, I mean, as Prabhu said, you had maybe when our largest, like say, IT company of our country, TCS, largest, like say, operations came out of Chennai. So almost all, like say, most of the global banks, either they have it in Chennai or Gurgaon. There also they are getting a lot of employment and all. So every now and then when you look into the, what you call unicorns and market cap and all, in that game only some amount of dukam may be there. But anyway, overall, if you feel that, it's a part of the ecosystem and you are seeing many things which are developing over a period of time. We will also find our own, like say, respectable place in that ecosystem. I don't have any doubt about it.
We may not have to actually compare ourselves with Bangalore with something else. Mahesh, last word.
Because of lack of time, I'll just keep it very short. Dr. Kamakodi and Mr. Prabhu actually articulated all the points very well. I just want to actually mention one thing, that everyone in this audience should know that the Government of India's FinTech Center of Excellence is actually in Chennai. And if you are interested to know more, I'll be around and I would be happy to talk about that. I think the FinTech has two words, tech and finance. I think we have a lot of finance people here. And when we actually add that finance plus tech, then we are on the victory path. Thank you.
Excellent. With that, I think we're just a minute away. I think thanks a lot for a very instructive conversation. Mr. Kamakoti, Mahesh, and Prabhu. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. I request our moderator, Kunal, to please present the panel with the token of our appreciation. Thank you so much, and a big round of applause for all of our panelists once again, ladies and gentlemen. And we will now take a 15-minute tea break. We'll start our next session at 5 p.m. Thank you so much. Let's have a little bit of fun before we move on to the next session. Besides looking to the future and how bright things are for the state of Tamil Nadu, this has also been a great motivation, I think, for all of us to get things going. So in that same vein, I'll have everybody indulge me for just a minute before we get right to our panel discussion, but we thought we'll wake ourselves up a little bit. Let's have everybody raise your right hand. Indulge me. We're not about to make you take any oath. This is not a conference where we make you swear any numbers. Place it on the shoulder of the person to your right. You have to be next to somebody ideally. If there's no one on your right, left is also fine. Come on, gentlemen, move up a little bit of effort. Trust me, it means a lot. Place it on their shoulder of the person next to you. Tap them on the back. Say, good job, buddy. Shake their hands. Give yourselves a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much once again for being here at Tamil Nadu Unlimited. We're looking forward to our last two sessions being as interesting as the first half of our day has been. We would like to thank our sponsors. Tamil Nadu Unlimited is co-presented by Guidance Tamil Nadu, powered by Veranda Learning and State Bank of India. Our associate sponsors are VFS Global, Curated Chennai and Nippo. Our digital transformation partner, Sifi Technologies. Our tourism partner, Tamil Nadu Tourism. Our diversity partner, the Avatar Group. Our color partner, Nippon Paint. Our healthcare partner, Miyot International. Our industry partner, FICCI. And our television partner, Pudiya Talamurai. We now move on to our next panel discussion, Tamil Nadu's region-wise growth, a trendsetter. This topic will delve into the growth potential of various regions of Tamil Nadu and how the government of Tamil Nadu is ensuring that adequate and balanced investments go into all regions. The role of GIM 2024 in enabling these plans of equitable distribution of investments across all regions of Tamil Nadu. The Western TN region, spotlighting the Chennai-Bangalore Industrial Corridor and the Coimbatore regions as investment hubs. And the Southern TN region, places like Thoothukudi and Tirunelveli have emerged as new hotspots for the renewable energy projects. To conduct all of this, I would like to invite our moderator, Mr. Pon Vasant, senior reporter, The Hindu, to please join us on stage. Can we give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Our first panelist is Mr. Padam Dugar, immediate past president, Credai Chennai, and chairman, Dugar Housing Group. A commerce graduate with an indomitable will and relentless drive, he has spearheaded Dugar Housing since 1987 as its founder chairman. Their tagline, Homes with a Little More, stems from his strong belief in creating value and delight for the customer. Coupled with integrity, honesty, and transparency, they have carved a distinct niche for the company. Thank you, sir, for joining us this evening. Our next panelist is Dr. Sundaram KS, Managing Director, Shiva Texan, and Chairman of the Southern India Mills Association. He is a well-known personality in the field of textiles in India and also in the field of education. He was the chairman of the Indian Technical Textile Association and is currently a chairman of the South India Mills Association. He has been a member in various business forums at a national level. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. Sundararaman KS. Our next panelist is Mr. Shams Tabrez, Deputy General Manager, SME Business Unit, State Bank of India. He is a banker with 23 years of experience, having held various critical positions at different levels. He has taken sessions and delivered talks on a range of topics at several reputed educational institutions and has been a part of many panels at international symposiums. Once again, a round of applause for Mr. Shams Tabrez. Welcome, sir. And our final panelist is Mr. Vishnu Venugopalan, IAS, Managing Director and CEO of Guidance Tamil Nadu. Mr. Vishnu is an Indian administrator.
Invariably, all the panelists have been making remarks about the major strides that Tamil Nadu has made in economy over the past several decades and how it is in a leadership position in the country. And the state accounts for nearly 1/10 of the country's GDP. I think we attract roughly 1/6 of the FDI that is flowing into the country. So these are some of the larger
data that applies to the entire state. So this is the larger picture. But in this session, what we are going to do is, we are going to sort of zoom in and see to what extent this growth is spread within the different regions of Tamil Nadu, within different districts, and what are we doing to ensure that the growth that we are aiming, particularly in the context of Tamil Nadu targeting to become a $1 trillion economy, how are we ensuring that this growth is geographically widespread? To cite some of the data, I have some data points from a couple of years back. For instance, if we look at the number of people who are employed in MSME sector per lakh population, it is roughly around 14,000 in Chennai and Tirupur. But if we look at the same figure for a district like Ramanathapuram, it is only 923. And in districts like Ariyalur, Perambalur, Tiruvannamalai, it is just around 1,000. Similarly, if we take the net domestic product of districts, if we take districts like Chennai and Tiruvallur, then their net domestic product is roughly around 1.4 lakh crore rupees. But in Perambalur, it is only 6,000 crore rupees. But having said that, Tamil Nadu is not only a leader in economic growth and human development indices and other such parameters, but even despite these sort of disparities within the districts, to the extent that it has ensured the growth to be geographically widespread, I think Tamil Nadu is still a trendsetter compared to most other states in the country. I would like to mention the remark made by the Industries Minister in the morning. He said that Tamil Nadu is often highlighted as the second biggest economy of the country, but it should ideally be called the first economy, because in case of Maharashtra, if we remove the contribution made by Mumbai, its GDP will come down significantly, whereas that is not the case in Tamil Nadu. And Sanjeev Tyagi from MeitY, during his panel discussion, mentioned that Tamil Nadu is perhaps the only state which has at least 4 to 5 cities with adequate infrastructure for any IT companies to come and set up their shop. So we have made considerable progress, and we are taking many more steps to ensure that this growth become even more geographically widespread. So we have a great panel here with us today who will throw light on how this is being done and what more can be done to accelerate this further. I'll start with Mr. Vishnu. I think he's the right person to be in this panel for more than one reason. Of course, he heads the guidance, but I think yesterday he told me that he has spent nearly half of his career in rural districts of Tamil Nadu, particularly in the southern region. So he understands this problem very well as well. So sir, from your point of view, can you give us a broad overview of what are the challenges and what are we doing to ensure that this growth becomes more widespread?
Well, it's always a collateral damage of being in the government that the first question is shot at you. But since we started off with a few numbers, facts and figures, I think ultimately we need to understand the law of averages and look at how in perspective. So yes, the Honorable Minister highlighted the second largest economy aspect, which is very, very relevant. But let me throw two relevant statistics, which is not really discussed in the public domain or in the regular discourse. It's not really talked upon. Two factors. One is, how does the contribution of GDP within the state compare vis-a-vis other states? For comparison's sake, I'll just take Karnataka and Maharashtra, because these two are comparable states to Tamil Nadu's economy and scale, rather than taking outlier states. 8 districts contribute to almost 50% of our GDP, compared to 2 to 3 in Karnataka or Maharashtra. One vital, very, very important metric. More importantly, a sign of more balanced regional development is also a sign of how urbanized a state is. TN today is the largest, highest urbanized state in the country. But more important than that is, what is the contribution, intra-district contribution to the urbanization rate? 15 districts contribute to more than 50% of the urbanization metric in TN. Unparalleled. If you take any other state, it's just 5 to 6 districts, regions contribute to 50% of the urbanization. I think these two statistics drive home the point of definitely there are outliers. There are coastal districts. There are a few districts which could be geographically at disadvantage. But I think here you need to play out the law of averages that clearly states that Tamil Nadu has done phenomenally well, far better than any other state in the country in terms of a balanced regional growth. Take, for example, just as a highlighter, Tuticorin, which is one of the southernmost districts, you have an airport. How many states can boast of us? 6 airports, out of which 4 are international. 3 major seaports. Pretty much the best connectivity in terms of road network. These are all symbols of or relics of growth that has happened and balanced regional growth. Obviously, we can get into the discourse of a human development index, and those are a totally different tangent discussion. But just for setting the context in terms of balanced economic regional growth, I think these 2 statistics drive home the point that we have done for ourselves, but that doesn't deny the fact that a lot needs to be done. There are a lot of strong opportunity area that we need to work on as a state. I think I'll leave the rest the case there.
But we have been also reading that some of the districts that were witnessing a bit of a sluggish industrial growth in the past have attracted a lot of investment in the last 1 year. Can you give us some?
You're right. For example, I mean, there's always been the south versus north divide within the state, without getting political into that. The north-south divide within the state. There's always been an accusation that south has been bereft of large-scale investments. We have had the MSME growth by and large, but large-scale investment. But this is changing thanks to the tilt in geopolitics. Tuticorin port today is the most strategic port in the country, simply because the east and the west are, the Far East as well as the Mediterranean Sea route, both are linked only by the port of Tuticorin. You take any eastern port, the Paradeep or the Haldia or any of those, Vizag or any of these eastern coast ports, you are proximate to the Far East, but not, you're disconnected from the western market. You take any of the western ports, Haldia, sorry, JNPT, your Kandla, any of those, Marmagoa or Cochin port, you are proximate to the Mediterranean or the Suez Canal, but not to the Far East. Tuticorin is the only port which is around 40 to 50 nautical miles connecting the east-west maritime corridor. So today geopolitics is favoring a tilt to India, and TN and especially southern part of Tamil Nadu will play a big role in terms of large investments. Tata Power is one of the classic examples. Tata Power is employing close to 6,000 women into manufacturing photovoltaic cells. Robert Bosch has one of their biggest units down south in Tirunelveli. Tuticorin is fast emerging as a renewable energy components hub as well as green hydrogen. So these are things for the future, and I think southern part of Tamil Nadu is bound to be strategically and geopolitically play a big role, not for the country, but not just for the state, but the whole country as a whole.
Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Sundararaman, you have been a leader of the textile industry, and the textile industry is one of the major engines of growth of Tamil Nadu's economy. But we have the presence of textile industry across Tamil Nadu, but we all know that it is very thickly concentrated in a couple of western districts. But what can be done to make it even more geographically widespread, or what is being done, or what are some of the challenges that did not allow the industry to flourish equally in other parts of the state as well?
We have a disclaimer pact that he will not raise the issues.
No, I will strictly stay within the boundaries of that question. So, well, Vasant, it's actually, I would say the textile industry is reasonably equitably distributed, given the fact that we are more than 100 years old in a state. And given the fact that, like, the organization I represent, SAIMA, is 90 years old. The first finance minister of independent India was the founder, Dr. Shanmugam Chetty. And in 90 years, you do get distributed around. The drivers of our industry are based upon the fact that you have availability of cotton, because we are still a cotton-based textile industry. The availability of power, which broadly is the same thing across the state. But more critically, the availability of labor. And hence, what started off as a spinning, now I'll first talk about spinning, and then I'll come to the specific peculiar cases of Tirupur and Karur to a lesser extent. So what started off as a knowledge-based industry in terms of spinning, where getting originally machineries from abroad, primarily into the western region because education was a little more prominent over there. And you normally find where knowledge transfer happens, that's where industry actually starts. We also had the advantage in the western region of having LMW, the main machinery manufacturers that over there. So there was actually some kind of a cluster effect in the spinning industry. And I'm talking like, circa about 50 years back. That percolated down. You would be surprised to see the amount of large-scale and medium-scale spinning mills that go right up to Nagarkoil. For some curious reason, you don't find it up north. You don't find it up coming into the Chennai and surrounds districts as such. But what has happened then is like, okay, so basically you've got equitable distribution to some extent of spinning mills across the country. Dindigul was a most backward area. So that central region suddenly had an inordinate development because this was actually quota control at that point of time. People wanted to go as close to Coimbatore, but within the zone of getting these benefits. And then Tirupur happened. Tirupur was a pure entrepreneurial drive. I would say at that point it was the entrepreneurial drive of the local place that did. And then what happened was there was a cluster effect because you got multiple component manufacturers in the area. And hence you don't have these little islands like spinning which could actually stand out through the state. But rather everybody would say that I would rather go to Tirupur. I mean, forget equitable distribution in Tamil Nadu. People from Bombay were coming and investing into Tirupur because they wouldn't get that environment anywhere else. And that's what happened. And then Karur happened as another satellite and things. And that's probably the reason that in the textile industry, it was not anything else except that in the forward industries, there's a cluster effect, which led to some amount of concentration. But today, people are going out. The wage arbitrage between, let us say, Madurai and thing, even within the legal framework of wages, given the supply and demand is almost about 20% different from play in Coimbatore. So industries from Coimbatore, Tirupur belt have already started moving out into other areas. And also because of the fact that there was a lot of clustering happening, the processing like Sipcots and Perundurai and all also happened sort of in the western region. And hence that happened. I think going forward that will change purely because labor is a key component. Land is a key component. Land is becoming more and more a component in terms of any project expense. And for an entrepreneur, that's not a very good thing because that's non-productive asset in a sense of way. So it will continue to be equitable. We just have to keep in mind the changing dynamics of the industry because we're going more into an MMF kind of industry, a technical textile industry. Tamil Nadu, I've said this in some national forums, we are a developed country or developed state compared to many of our compatriots, and hence there's a cost arbitrage for them. They have an advantage and things. So we have the knowledge curve, we are up in the knowledge curve. So I was in Europe about 10 days back and I was telling them where you guys were in 20 days and you're looking at Indians with some resentment is where we are as a state within our own country. And we are on a path to go towards that knowledge curve, getting into value addition and things. The dynamics of what that would do equitable distribution, that's a very interesting question.
How do you see the new textile park that is coming up, or it has already been established, but it is going in Virudhunagar, being a game changer in some extent?
Government of India is doing their own bit. They have the PLI scheme. That's the first one that they came out with, the production-linked incentive scheme. But the first one was predominantly towards MMF and technical textiles. There was not many takers here because we've been traditionally cotton. But then the Mitra Park, the mega textile infrastructure park, 1,000 acres of investment that's going into Virudhunagar. And it's specifically going to Virudhunagar because they believe that they can harness the workforce over there. And like what Mr. Vishnu said, the biggest trump card for us is all Tuticorin port. I mean, even today, all of us have such a big advantage, even sitting in Coimbatore, of Tuticorin. So harnessing both that, Virudhunagar will come up, but that's a story in the making. It'll take another 5 years because that will take a lot of infrastructure development and then selling the story and populating it. People are interested. A key differentiator would be the ability of the government of Tamil Nadu to give a marine discharge for effluents, because that's the single largest bugbear in the room. And if we find a way to solve that, and there are challenges, obviously, you can understand the various sentimental ramifications. But if you can solve that, I think Tamil Nadu textile industry is poised to go to the next step. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Dugar, many panelists mentioned in the morning as well about how Tamil Nadu is the most urbanized state in the country, and it is urbanizing even more at a rapid pace. So what does that mean for the real estate industry? And are we seeing a lot of growth in tier 2, tier 3 cities? How is the real estate industry poised to sort of capitalize that potential?
So first of all, thank you, Vasant. As Mr. Vishnu said, we are really proud. Tamil Nadu is always been a steady growth and a very, I would say, a state which has grown in all sides, unlike any other state where they're proud of one city or two cities. So I think that's most important thing which the government's vision is really getting right, whether it's IT parks in the smaller towns or the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, whether it's putting up new industrial parks, because these are, as you said, it is going to be housing is the most important thing for that, quality housing. So definitely there has been a huge change happening for people buying and staying in their own hometown than people trying to come towards Chennai, because opportunities were more in Chennai. Now with the opportunities created by the government of Tamil Nadu, there are a lot of, because the idea is the cost of living is much lower. They have a social family comfort there, and still they earn the money what is the city pays for it. So they have the best luxury concern. So taking that forward, yes, the tier 2, tier 3 cities have started looking up very well. With the technology or social media, everybody is today aware what kind of quality homes they want. So that is also becoming easier for us to make and sell than trying to say, this is something different we are giving you. The expectations at that level, so it's good for us. I think one request or suggestion where I would like to go to the state government, earlier also it's said is, wherever you're creating those industrial clusters and corridors, whether it is, even if it is in city of Chennai's outskirts, if it's possible, a public-private partnership of a residential development with infrastructure. I'm not saying provide houses, but create a infrastructure developed land, because that is definitely going to make even the industrialists much easier, because there'll be some places and where we can develop, which is happening very much in countries like Middle East. But many of the states in our country have never thought about it. Maybe they think real estate is always not a good name to be dealt with. But if the government can create just infrastructure, good roads, a town, let us say a layout of say 100 or 50, 25 acres, because there's a lot of laborers who are going to stay there. So the commuting things become better. So if that could be thought of, industrialization and things could be much faster.
Just to flag here,
I
I believe New York Times has reported today, India's largest industrial housing project is currently underway in Tamil Nadu. Wow. 20,000 capacity, it's in Sriperumbudur, primarily for our electronics manufacturer, where people are coming in large numbers. So I thought I'll just flag it.
So replicate in other tier 2 and tier 3 cities, because this took a long time to start. But anyway, congratulations. Definitely it is most awaited, because even we were told to create labor housing in the Sriperumbudur area, but we did a few, but then, that's a little difficult, because we could only create good infrastructure within the premises, but then outside was a little tough job. So that is quite, with water, drainage still available there with the government. If that is extended, life could become much easier, growth would be much better.
I just wanted to ask a follow-up question on one of the points that you mentioned about, the inclination for people to stay closer to their hometowns. I don't think anybody has done any study on it, but what has happened post-COVID, because it enabled a lot of workforce in the IT sector to go back to their hometowns and start working from home. Has that made any significant difference in the demand for, in terms of the real estate and housing in tier 2, tier 3 cities? Is it noticeable, or is it very negligible?
Definitely it is noticeable, because we have credits, let's say Madurai, Trichy, Coimbatore. Coincidentally, if Tamil Nadu government has made the development and COVID has come, definitely people have decided, many, to start living in their hometowns, because as I said, it's much comfortable, the cost of living is lower. Maybe the flamboyant boys initially want to see and enjoy the metro city, but then once they decide to tie the knot, they are definitely try to become much sober, and they feel it is much better. And sometimes when you just after marriage, you try to become more responsible and to try to ensure that the children are not exposed to too much of city life. But having said that, definitely the people have felt, as you said, during the COVID times, having gone back there, had the best of life. It has become like a, I would say, an habit and good habit which people want to. This is happening in many states also, but Chennai has definitely, Tamil Nadu has definitely has an advantage and edge over because the industrialization and the IT parks were started much earlier, though other states have started seeing us. Yeah, only one thing is we always underplay ourselves, and we must be a little more flamboyant. If we have earned 90 marks, we must say we are 90 plus and not say we are less by 10 marks for century. So I request the government to see, if you see today in any of the media, we are always underplaying ourselves for shyness. What I think we must be talking of tomorrow and beyond that, because that is definitely going to help other people from other states coming in. I was in Uttarakhand for the World Investment Opportunity there last weekend. Uttarakhand, I'm sure many of you know, it's a highly different terrain state. But the way they projected themselves, I would feel that they overplayed it. Having said that, if we can really showcase ourselves in other cities, other states, and underplay the small problems which you keep facing, whether it's a flood. This flood is happening all over. Let me tell you one thing. Mumbai has floods always during May, June. There are many cities keep happening. So yes, we have to keep learning, we have to keep correcting ourselves. We have become better than 2015. So there's no doubt about it. But then, just because you got fever one day doesn't mean this man is sick always. So he's up and right tomorrow. So I think we must showcase our state much better than talking indoors. We should talk beyond this, because this will help all the industries as such. Because today we are losing a lot of other industries, which is the other cities are trying to project themselves. But yes, housing is definitely, with the data, why I'm saying is today we have data from CREDAI. Today the data is available with RERA. All the projects in Tamil Nadu are registered with RERA. So with that, we are able to know which projects, what is happening, and what kind of projects are coming in. This is official data available. And we do have that today CREDAI developers are close to 85% market share collectively. So based on that, we know exactly that there has been a huge demand. Trichy, Madurai, Coimbatore, the projects in Trichy and Madurai and Coimbatore have equal, if not better amenities than what is there in Chennai. So the people who are living there definitely are happy that they have the amenities and they still live closer to their homes.
Thank you. Let me bring in Mr. Tabriz now. We have been talking about industrial growth, but that cannot happen without the availability of capital. And in that, the banks play an important role. Can you give us an overview of how is the credit availability in Tamil Nadu? How is the demand, and what is the State Bank of India doing to ensure that credit is available to businessmen from all the regions of Tamil Nadu for both MSME and big investments as well?
Hello. Yeah, Vanakkam, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Vasant. You have posted a right question to a right person. Let me just give a perspective. I have worked in credit Delhi also. I have been posted in Mumbai also. Now I am here since last almost 2 years. I found here the entrepreneurship is very deepening and very professional. And similarly, the credit portfolio. Let me tell you, as a state bank, we have got 17 circles. And our total portfolio of the bank is something around 4 lakh crores. And since 17 are there, and we are contributing from Tamil Nadu 10%, something 40,000 crore. That is a part, this is, we have got a vertical called National Banking Group. There is a CAG and CCG, together will take, that is 1 lakh crore something. So the credit demand is there, we are taking care of. But they have been slowed down during this period. We have seen that the entrepreneurs are slightly conservative also. Here, they are not very extravagant. They take care about the cash flows. They know what is the, they take care of the viability also. But one thing about the Tamil Nadu in perspective, I will use the word triple E. What we found as a banker also, and we want to enter into that, one E is education. Here the education has been very robust. Second is an entrepreneurship, as I said that. And for entrepreneurship, what as a banker we are taking care of, there are 38 districts. So we have focused two things. One is cluster approach, as already is in discussion. In Tamil Nadu, we have identified something around 20 to 25 clusters. Even the smallest is like Salem Ready-Made, and that is in, and then we can say Madurai Choir, then Rice, so many are there, James and Jewelry also. And obviously, of course, the bigger clusters are auto, textiles, leather, they are also. But we are focusing also the small clusters, because there we know that we need to deepen them. And for that, what we have done, we have adopted one approach, one district, one product. And we got the data, we interact with RBI. There are 6, we can say, somehow not very developed as compared to, these are like Perambalur, Villupuram, then Dharampuri, then Trivalli, something is there, Trivallipuram. We have established one SME branch there. And to take care of these 38 districts, we have distributed the entire this Tamil Nadu SME into 27 regional offices and 176 SME branches. And 176 relationship manager, SME, to take care of SME. And we have got 76 SME branches. So what we are doing now, this is the time we used to tell our people, our relationship manager, we cannot expect the entrepreneur to walk in. We cannot expect. We have to be reaching to them. So we are focusing on the outreach program. So we are, what happens, we are taking the help of the, CRISIL also, Dun & Bradstreet also, then CIBIL also. They tell us where are the industries where we are not reaching. And we want to reach to them. We want to convey them. And one major thing I said, education, entrepreneurship. One thing is very, again, I can say it is dominating here and it is contributing heavily to the country, that is exports. So exports also we are doing very well in the sense from the banking perspective, but I think that is still not enough. Our portfolio is, as compared to all over India, is good. So we used to run to incentivize our people, we used to run the campaign like Export Ka Vijeta and then honor them. So to meet the exporters and then fund them and then ask them to go abroad to take your product. So we are focusing over, first is that to find someone with the potential to make him an entrepreneur. Then once he's an entrepreneur, to make him an exporter. So then fund them. So from here also, our team is also there. Anybody can reach to the State Bank of India. Many of you may be feeling the difference. So State Bank of India is now reaching to the customers and entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much. Mr. Vishnu, when the Industries Minister spoke in the morning, he spoke about a lot of sunrise sectors, new sectors that we are going to focus on, for instance, green hydrogen production. So what's in store for Tamil Nadu in the upcoming Global Investors Meet? What can we expect in terms of both region-wise investment and also investments in some of these new sectors? And where are they going to come up?
So just to put this into context, there are broadly 3 ecosystems into which the investments buckets fall into. One is the large investments, which primarily you can quantify as greater than 50 crores of investments. Then there is the MSME. Then the third is the startup and the innovation, where the VCs and the private equities play a major role. What the Industries Minister, Honorable Minister, was referring to was in the bucket 1, which are the large investments greater than 50 crore, including foreign direct FDIs. Within that bucket, there are two strands. One is capital intensive, and then there's the employment intensive. So there are 2 ways of looking at it. One is the focus sectors and the traditional sectors. That's one way of looking at it. But I think as a state, we are more inclined to looking at it as along these 2 axes. One is the capital intensive and second is the employment intensive. If you look at over the last year and a half, we've been very strategically playing on both fronts. On one front, the capital intensive, we're doing really well in terms of large captive investments. On the employment front, we've been doing fairly well. I'm sure all of you would have read in the newspapers that Crocs, the first made in India Crocs shoe, will be from a small district of Perambalur in the central part of Tamil Nadu, which I think is a matter of great pride that we start from. It's not just made in India, made in Tamil Nadu or made in Perambalur. The people were so upbeat. I was there in the factory during the inauguration. It's in a very remote part. Perambalur, by any standards, would be a region that's looking for a lot of investments. And we have been very focused on one particular sector, which is a non-leather footwear. Basically, why did we do that? Large-scale employment can only be generated when you link it to the global supply chain. And we saw an opportunity in what is today called the China Plus One strategy. Across the world, people were looking at diversifying out from China and looking at India. And I think I'm proud to say that our government, our state, took that first best foot forward, and we were able to attract large-scale investments into the non-leather footwear, which falls under the employment-intensive category, which can also be turned as a sunrise sector. So the traditional way of looking at industrial investments is focus or sunrise and traditional may not really fit in the scheme of things. So I would rather say capital and employment-intensive. Let me tell you, Nike's largest contract manufacturer, company called Pouchin, entered India for the first time. They're setting up their unit in Kalakurchi. So these are some of the things that you could expect during the global investors meet, where definitely balanced regional growth will be a priority. But strategically, if you look, there are 4 clusters within the state of Tamil Nadu. One is the CKT cluster, which is in and around Chennai. Then there's the Coimbatore belt. Then there's Trichy belt. And then there's the Tuticorin. But what is interesting is, over the last year and a half, Hosur has emerged as a very, very, very big player. Today, Hosur is on the global map. You name it, every single OEM in the electric vehicle space today is looking at Hosur, Dharmapuri, Krishnagiri belt, which I think is, again, a very successful strategy by the Tamil Nadu to decongest Chennai and create equally important global value chain hubs. It's not just important of just few hundred industries. It should be linked to the global supply chain. And I think we have been fairly successful on that front. And the state government will continue to invest our energy into ensuring that there's a balanced regional in terms of investment, as well as the sectoral diversity in terms of how we attract investments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sundaraman, again, I'll refer to what the Industries Minister said in the morning. He spoke specifically about the technical textile industry, where he said there is scope for some $50 billion of growth. And Tamil Nadu has a huge potential already because of the presence of huge textile industry here. How are you seeing that opportunity?
I think I'm from that sector. I used to be the former chairman of the Indian Technical Textile Association, and I think the minister was spot on. I think the government of Tamil Nadu is pretty wise and far-sighted in taking technical textiles as an action area. We are currently at about $19 billion in terms of production of technical textiles in the country, and the overall, as a country, we're supposed to go to $50 billion by 2030. That's the plan. At this point of time, it's not an area, unlike in all the other spheres of textiles where we literally dominate the production across the country. In technical textiles, we sort of lag behind the western region, Maharashtra and Gujarat, primarily because the raw materials for technical textiles is predominantly synthetic. As we go on our stated goal of going up the value chain, technical textiles and its a corollary, man-made fiber, synthetic fiber-based clothing, particularly athleisure kind of products, becomes essential for somebody like Tamil Nadu to grow. We have great garmenting skills. We have specific technical garmenting skills. Like, for example, in Madurai, for example, there is a unit that makes jackets for Ralph Lauren using goose down. So we have those little islands of excellence. The question is, how do we actually take it bigger? I'm very happy to say, and on a public forum, that I'm very happy with the government of Tamil Nadu's continued support, sustained support in this government for the last 2 years. Wherever we go in terms of technical textile synthetics, we've always had a sympathetic ear. And given all the complexities, they are trying to find practical solutions of implementing it here. It's a work in progress. It will take us all the next decade to make us a powerhouse in technical textiles. But the right science and encouragement is there. So what happens is that you will have to take this man-made fiber from elsewhere. You have a disadvantage there. We are trying to promote the bringing in of man-made fiber into, I think, both in viscose as well as in synthetics. The Tamil Nadu government has a very clear policy saying that whoever wants to do this, come in, we will sit and talk with you, we will do what it takes. And it's an open statement, and they are walking the talk at this point. And it's, again, like I said, it's a work in progress. So one is getting raw material capability within the thing. Second is going up the knowledge curve, which we are reasonably there. We have the capability to go there. We have the advantage of Tirupur and all having linkages to global brands. So if we are able to slip into that stream, the credibility of whether we can manufacture that in a mass shouldn't be a challenge. Over the next 10 years, I see that these kind of value-added products will dominate Tamil Nadu. Concerted effort by industry, government, research bodies, everything is happening today. And I put it on record, I'm pretty happy on that front that there's a total concerted effect. The results will take a decade to come, that they will come. That's my feeling. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Dugar, I think we also discussed earlier about the opportunities in the warehousing sector, which again is seen as a sunrise industry in Tamil Nadu and other parts as well, with the proliferation of e-commerce industry, which needs strong warehouses. How is the commercial real estate sector growing in Tamil Nadu, and what is the potential in different regions?
Yeah, most of the developers also have their another wing for warehousing, and in fact, Jerry is here, and there has been a huge demand for warehousing, especially with this e-commerce, and of course the Tamil Nadu government having more and more industries and things coming up. People definitely today, most of our warehouses are today driven by top class quality, top class specifications, and very futuristic. If you see, there are a lot of clusters being created. I mean, it's not been projected, again, I'm saying in the state that we have the huge, fantastic, good quality warehousing today. There's a lot of developers who are definitely going into that because it also gives a lot of a good investment asset for many of the developers. And sometimes we get many build-to-suit requirements from various industries to do a warehousing development, which really suits for a cluster of industry which is nearby. So definitely that is very important. And a lot of developers are already into this, and we are developing this warehousing here.
I wanted to discuss workforce and also sustainability aspect, but I think we have very little time. But we cannot go maybe in detail into discussing workforce, but I wanted to ask one question to Mr. Dugar, because that was an issue raised in the earlier panel discussion about women workforce in Tamil Nadu. One of the things that was discussed was the availability of accommodation in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. You spoke about some projects that were planned in near Chennai for laborers and all that, affordable housing. But as industries grow, particularly IT sector in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, is there any way the real estate industry can contribute to providing safe and affordable accommodation, particularly to women workforce, either on your own or through public-private partnerships with the government?
See, a public-private partnership is most important because we're trying to do something which may not suit the situation that day, or we may do a day later, which may not be a right thing. So it should be actually pre-planned. As I said earlier, the government, ensure the new developments or industries which are coming, the public-private partnership development along that areas will definitely help there are a lot of projects, like for example, if you say student housing. Student housing is again, you got women and men. So it's on a similar lines. If we can create similar lines, we have already started doing student housing in certain areas. And for example, in OMR, we have created student housing. And I think in one more place, we have created student housing. Yes, this women housing or for the workforce, definitely it's possible, but the required public-private partnership will be a very important role to play, and the industry is more than ready or to support the entire vision of the government to ensure that such developments take place. And of course, I got one thing, I think that the more we have to look at other states in terms of how proactive have they been, though Tamil Nadu has been definitely proactive, in terms of certain policies, which I request Mr. Vishnu to kindly take it forward. We have always been trendsetters, but somewhere we are suddenly looking backward, so we should definitely see what best and in fact project more than what we are going to deliver, little more than what we are going to deliver, because it is an encouragement. I'm not saying talk beyond what, but please project a little more than what we are going to deliver, and we will deliver that. That's how I think corporate encouragement happens.
At the cost of highlighting, last week there was an election and one state which projected more than it lost the elections. So I leave it there.
No, it's still...
Thank you. I'll probably end with...
On a lighter note.
One question each for Mr. Tabrez, and I'll end with, I'll give the final word to Mr. Vishnu. Since we wanted to discuss the sustainability aspect, you spoke about how SBI is focusing a lot on MSME sector and also in different products in different regions and all that. What is your focus on funding green energy projects, which is a big thing in Tamil Nadu? Are you especially focusing on that?
Yeah, definitely. The State Bank of India is one, if you'll go through the audit report, we have set up a separate unit to take care of the environmental, social and governance. We have set up a CFU, Climate Finance Unit. And to add on, we have funded solar projects. And let me tell you, this is not only taking care of the environment, but taking care of the, we can say, the viability of many textile units. There was already a research also, a study also. Those textile units who has been shifted to power, solar power, for captive users, they have been able to survive because of the power cost, saving of the power cost. So we have funded something around, we have funded 2,000 crore. And then other aspects, this is one. Second thing, we are focusing over the, for the residential projects also, solar rooftop. That also for what we have done, we try to have a tie-up. As of now, we had a tie-up with the 5 vendors, especially EPC are also there. One is Tata Solar Power, the Mahindra Solaris is there, Reddington from Tamil Nadu is there, Havels is there, then we have got 2 more. Wari Engineers is also there. So what happens, we have created, if you'll just look into the sbi.co, you just type the Surya Shakti cell. So it will take to URL. And there it will give 2 options, as an individual, as a vendor. If I am a vendor and I want to take a finance for somebody who has approached me and I want so I can log in and I can give the details of my that person or individuals, those who want to, the bank will contact them. And through the online they can apply, and we have set up a branch in Mumbai, dedicatedly branch, that is called the Shuri Shakti Cell, and they will process it very fast within, that is for the taking care of the 4 crore up to 1 megawatt. And they will process it fast, and then it will be sanctioned, and no collateral, nothing is required. Then there are other products like car loan, green car loan. Then we are giving a concession for green homes. And then what exactly we are doing, since I have been in the Department of Policy and Product, whenever we prepare the products, or policy, we always incorporate, we always see from the risk perspective also, and from the giving the incentives to these products, we always incorporate that some concession, some provision should be allowed that product should take care of the this climate sustainability product. Like EV, we are going to tie up with the EV also. So definitely as a banker, State Bank of India is very concerned and responsible also. And pushing up we are also pushing up that the people, most of the entrepreneurs, the households, the transporters, they should shift to these green homes, green energy, green power.
Thank you so much.
Let me just add one more thing. For the audience here, Chennai is the most sorted destination for weddings. I'm sure there's a reference for what was in the media some time back. People from all over North. Today, if you take a flight from Delhi to Chennai, your return flight even today is 12 to 15,000 rupees. But Chennai to Delhi is only 7,000 rupees. That's now wedding season. So people, for example, Goa. I mean, I'm just saying growth has to happen all sides. So wedding is a very important income for the state because people up north spend a lot of money on that. They invest a lot. So this is, I think, one more thing which the Tamil Nadu government can showcase because we have got the world's longest beach and it is most sorted. In fact, it is much better place than Goa, which people used to go for weddings. So just to give a pointer on that, it's important that we should showcase that also.
That's very interesting to know. Thank you. Mr. Vishnu, we are aiming at becoming a $1 trillion economy, and that will invariably require many big-ticket projects across Tamil Nadu. And needless to say, it will come with its own environmental concerns and resistance from certain sectors. We are already facing that for some of the projects. On the one hand, we are making the investment as easy and as less bureaucratic as possible through single window systems and other such measures. But we are also focusing on striking a balance, how to make them environmentally sustainable and all. So both from a policy perspective and from an implementation perspective, how are we ensuring that we are striking a fine balance between these two?
You can't pose the most challenging question when the timer says 0, 0, 0. So that's a little bit unfair question. But yeah, I mean, it's a very, very valid point that you've raised. There is a, how do you strike the equilibrium in terms of environment? And I mean, that's where I feel that TN, if you look at the energy generation, whenever large investments, especially foreign investments, they look at India as a destination, TN stands as one of their most preferred destinations, primarily because we've been very, very environment conscious. In fact, 50% of our installed power capacity comes from green sources or green power. So there is a recognition of TN as a green state, as a state which values environmental consciousness. I think we have done well on that brand. But having said that, few sectors are challenging. Chemical sector is one such industry, fertilizers are such industry, where there is bound to be some amount of environmental concerns. I think a strict legal regime with a conscious, it's a concerted action. Everybody needs to work together on that front. There's no straight solution for it. We need to strike a balance in how we achieve. It's a means to the end that finally defines on how we achieve the $1 trillion economy. But I think we're doing well for ourselves in terms of doing a fine balance on that front. I leave it there. The red is staring at me, so thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I hope everyone find it useful. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. Request Mr. Pon Vasant to please do the honors and felicitate our panel and present them with the token of our appreciation. If you would do the honors, please. Can we have a big round of applause for our panel, ladies and gentlemen? And once again, a thank you to all our sponsors. The Tamil Nadu Unlimited is co-presented by Guidance Tamil Nadu, powered by Veranda Learning and State Bank of India. Our associate sponsors, VFS Global, Credai Chennai and Nippo. Our digital transformation partner, Sifi Technologies. Our tourism partner, Tamil Nadu Tourism. Our diversity partner, the Avatar Group. Our color partner, Nippon Paint. Our healthcare partner, Miot International. Our industry partner, FICCI, and our television partner, Pudhiya Talamurai. We now move on to our final panel discussion for the evening, Destination Tamil Nadu, a perspective from the Consulate Generals. Tamil Nadu has several Danish and Korean companies and many, many other MNCs. This is a session with the Consul Generals of different countries on destination Tamil Nadu and their take on why Tamil Nadu is the most preferred destination for multiple reasons. I'd like to begin by inviting our moderator on stage. Can we please call upon Mr. Suresh Sesadri, business editor, The Hindu. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our first panelist is Mr. Christopher W. Hodges, Consul General, United States, Chennai. Christopher is the principal officer in Chennai. He was most recently senior advisor in the office of the coordinator for Afghan relocation efforts. And prior to that assignment was Deputy Assistant Secretary for Assistance Coordination and Press and Public Diplomacy in the Bureau for Near Eastern Affairs. Welcome, Mr. Hodges. Thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon. Our next panelist is Mr. Taga Masayuki, Consul General of Japan, Chennai. He joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan 20 years ago and has since served at embassies of Japan in India, Nepal, Ireland, and Southwest Asia Division in Tokyo. Before his role as the Consul General of Japan in Chennai, he was the Consul General of Japan in Kolkata. We'd like to extend a warm welcome to Masayuki-san and welcome him on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a big round of applause? And our final panelist is Ms. Michaela Kuschler, Consul General, Federal Republic of Germany, Chennai. Before her current role, she was in the Federal Foreign Office as Ambassador, as Head of Division for Bilateral Relations with France, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, Monaco, and as the EU Legal Advisor, Head of Division for Migration. Welcome to Ms. Michaela Kuschler. Thank you so much for joining us here this evening. Can we give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I now hand the panel over to our moderator. Suresh, over to you.
Good evening, Ms. Kukla and Taga-san and Mr. Hodges. We're running a little late, as you'll have realized, so we'll try and cut to the chase. Mr. Ball Hatchett of the UK was unfortunately, I think he's indisposed and he's not been able to join us this evening. So, but of course we have all three of you, and I'm sure between the three of you all we're going to give us a lot of substantive information on what you all see as your insights as to why Tamil Nadu seems to be attracting a lot of FDI from each one of your countries and overall from different countries. What I thought we could do to start with is to have each one of you all sort of talk about your experiences having been in Chennai as to what you all see as Tamil Nadu's strengths, and you know, why do you think Tamil Nadu seems to be such a draw for your country's investors and businesses and institutions? And going forward, sort of what are the challenges? You know, there might be sort of relatively small issues or slightly larger issues, connectivity, for instance, direct connectivity, and so on. So shall we just start with Mr. Hodges? I know you're relatively new to Chennai, but I'm sure by now you already have a sense of what's happening in this part of the country. And so if you could tell us from your perspective, what is it about Tamil Nadu that has been a big draw for US investors?
Yeah, thank you very much. So it's a pleasure to be here. I am relatively new to Chennai. I've been here about 5 months. It's a pleasure to be here with colleagues from the Japanese Consulate General and the German Consulate General, and look forward to hearing their insights as well. I think to answer your question, the things that attract U.S. business here are many of the things that have made my welcome and transition so warm and so easy. I think when we bring U.S. businesses to Tamil Nadu, they're uniformly impressed by the warm welcome they receive, the support they get from the state government, from other business partners. The U.S. businesses who are here want to expand their presence and do more. I think in the U.S. context in particular, there are two big advantages that I want to highlight, both as strengths and also areas for potential further growth. One is the number of elite universities in Tamil Nadu, and the fact that universities like IIT Madras, Anna University, enjoy partnerships with US universities, but also really exist at the intersection between industry and higher education as drivers for research and development, as ways to channel some of the intellectual capital of the 260,000 Indian graduate students we have in the US who are still connected back to their home here. And those are, I think, huge drivers for research, for innovation. They're part of Tamil Nadu's, I think, to date, very successful transition to build upon traditional strengths as a manufacturing hub to extend into new technologies, whether it be electric vehicles on the manufacturing side, whether it be AI, whether it be SME startups. I think universities are a big part of that. I think another real strength in the US context is the huge Tamil diaspora in the United States, and the work that the Tamil Nadu state government has done to leverage and mobilize that diaspora, not just as a way to spread and solidify cultural connections, but also as ambassadors for business. When you look at US companies who are here, when you look at US companies in the US who are partnering back to India, it's diasporan members, members of the Tamil and South Indian diaspora who are leading the charge. In many cases who are driving that investment. I think that's fantastic. As we look at all that Tamil Nadu has done to attract business, and I know that's the focus of the upcoming Global Investors Meet, I also want to emphasize what is being done and what I know will continue to happen to keep business. And I think it's very important to draw that distinction between bringing in new investment and then what happens after investment arrives. We're moving into a lot of new and exciting technologies together, a lot of new areas for investment. And I think a big challenge for all of us on the stage and here in India is developing standards and certifications that provide a transparent investment environment for new business and existing business. And that's hard to do when you are kind of, seeing innovation happen by the day, whether it be in these critical and emerging technologies that the US is working on with India or in other areas. How do you build an infrastructure that keeps up with the pace of innovation and new ideas? We were happy to partner with Guidance on a roundtable on electric vehicle certifications and standards. This is the kind of thing that is really important to get into place as a way to provide an environment for incoming and existing US business and international business that is predictable, that is transparent, that is consistent. I think looking also at consistent access to resources, I know that Tamil Nadu is pivoting into green and renewable energy, making sure that renewables and green technology are available across the scope of the business continuum. So it's not just the big blue chip companies that are getting it, but also the SMEs. Everyone has access to these resources. The challenges that you face in every context in every part of the world with sustainability and access to land, to water, to resources, to people. Again, Tamil Nadu has an amazing amount of intellectual capital, the best students in the country, the best new minds in the country, and that's a huge resource. Making that resource consistently and transparently available to every business, I think, is really critical. So, I think from the way that we see it, U.S. business is here, U.S. business is growing. I think we want to be part of the pivot that Tamil Nadu is making into new technologies. And so helping to build that environment for all of us where we have the access to resources, we know the rules of the game. And the last thing I'll say is once those businesses settle down here in Tamil Nadu, having a centralized way that existing investment in business can help to resolve issues, I think is really important. That refrigerator magnet where there's that one number that every business can call to get help with permitting, to get help with access, to get help with all of the things that are part of what business needs to do in every context, I think is something that I know guidance has done a tremendous amount of work on. That central resource and central support for problem resolution, I think also very important. But you know, the future here is incredibly bright. The strategic challenge that I have and my colleagues have is you know, what to do first, because there are so many opportunities. So we want to be strategic. We want to continue to work with Tamil Nadu to, you know, take advantage of the amazing momentum we have in the relationship. Thanks.
Thank you. That's very interesting, Mr. Hodges. Taka-san, Japan has been a major investor in Tamil Nadu, and you've had a long association with South Asia at a personal level in terms of the different postings you've had. From your various, you know, should I say, postings in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and so on, and most recently Kolkata, what sort of insights can you bring to what is it that Tamil Nadu seems to be doing differently, which is helping Tamil Nadu draw investment, and what more can be done? Because there are clearly areas where there are more opportunities to sort of tap.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, first thing that maybe it's not directly related to the investment environment or business environment, but since I joined the mission here in June 2020, the middle of COVID time, and I was very much impressed by the response of the government of Tamil Nadu or this medical system, our health system of Tamil Nadu, how it worked during the COVID time. So we did have a lot of news reports from different places, from New Delhi or from Bengaluru, how difficult situation, but comparatively that in Chennai or Tamil Nadu, it was dealt comparatively good. And that is one thing very important for Japanese company or Japanese businessman to think about destination of their investment. Of course, Tamil Nadu, due to their economic performances, very good economic performance. That's why Japanese companies, especially manufacturing companies, destination, Tamil Nadu is one of the top. And after the COVID, for last 1-2 years, we had several Japanese companies establishment increased. And so as a destination of Japanese company in India, and since you mentioned about to compare with neighboring countries, actually India has a very strong advantage because of huge market, okay? And so many manufacturing companies, they can produce and sell the product in India a lot. But I found many Japanese companies has establishment here in Chennai. Their target is not just market in India, but many or most of Japanese manufacturing companies, their target is the third countries, export to, for example, in Africa, export to Middle East, or export to neighboring countries, like that. So it's a site. Actually, I served in Bangladesh, and Bangladesh, due to very big success of garment industries, many Japanese companies invested or came to Dhaka, mainly shifted from China to Bangladesh. But in case of Bangladesh, it's very much focused only on garment sector. But in case of India, or in case of Chennai, it's various industries. Of course, in the beginning, mainly automobile, like Nissan, in case of Karnataka, Toyota, or Isuzu, they are the anchor company, and because of those companies, the affiliated company came to Chennai. But now, aircon AC company like Mitsubishi, or elevator Fujitec, or health sector Omron, and those companies are coming. And if compare with Sri Lanka, we also have a very good investment from Japan. Number-wise, not so many, but very high technology, what can I say, using the high-tech machine as well as high-skilled human resource, combination of that. These are some Japanese companies are very successful, but number-wise, not many. And that one was several years, or almost 10 years ago. I don't know, after that, you know the Sri Lankan situation. I cannot talk about today's situation. But in case of Tamil Nadu, maybe scope is more wider, and today, actually very recently, JETRO did a survey or ankei to Japanese company all over the world or in Japan, and what is your next destination or where you'd like to invest more. And naturally, India is the, before usually Vietnam comes first, and then India. I'm talking about short term. Long term, India is quite always good, but short term, Vietnam, India. But now India is, and also they asked Japanese company here in India whether you're doing well, and okay, and maybe more than 70% of Japanese companies doing very well, and if they wishes to invest more in India, most of companies say yes. That is a very positive sign, and of course, still there are many things to be improved to attract more investment or more joint ventures, but so far, I'm very doing very okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kukla, from the German perspective, again, Germany has had a very long relationship with Tamil Nadu in terms of, say, IIT Madras and its relationship with setting up IIT Madras and helping. You'll also have a lot of industries. You'll have a couple of automotive majors here, and there's Siemens Gamesa in the alternative energy sector. What is your perspective on what makes Tamil Nadu tick for German investors?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, and also thank you very much for greeting me with Guten Tag. I will reply Vanakkam. I was here this morning and I listened to the industry minister's inaugural speech of this whole day seminar here, and he was telling the success story of Tamil Nadu becoming an industrialized state, building a business-friendly ecosystem, and also talking about the highest number of women employed in industry, in a formal employment in the whole of India. And I was also impressed, and still I am impressed about the number of women who are sitting in this room and who were sitting in the first row this morning at the inauguration of this, this seminar. I'm proud that Germany was a partner to Tamil Nadu on that journey, and I can say that Germany will continue to be a partner on that journey as Tamil Nadu will be growing in the present and in the future. I arrived here 1.5 years ago, and there hasn't been a single month without an invitation to me to assist as a chief guest at the inauguration of a German new factory or enlargement of an existing factory. So there is really a big interest of Germany in Tamil Nadu. Maybe as an example from the past, Siemens, since you were mentioning Siemens Gamesa, which now has become Siemens Energy, Siemens built the first uninterrupted connection, telegraph connection from Kolkata to London, which was 11,000 kilometers uninterrupted. That was in 1870, and it reduced the running time for a message from several days to 28 minutes. That was really revolutionary at the time. So that was Siemens, and they are still here, more than 100 years. Today, Germany is present in India as a whole with more than 2,000 companies. Around 200 are here in Tamil Nadu. There are two major hubs. One is Chennai, and the other one is Coimbatore. In Chennai, of course, you have a lot of automotive and automotive parts industry, like Bharat-Benz, like BMW, who are assembling and constructing trucks and beautiful cars here. I'm pretty sure you're going to see one at the GYM 2024, which is happening in January. Other major fields are machinery, tools, engineering in general, textiles. We just had a panel on textiles, including technical textiles, not only cotton-based textiles, but also technical textiles. A new company is going to open in Ranipet very soon. And also medical products like syringes and other medical products. So it's like Tamil Nadu industry is very varied, also the German engagement in Tamil Nadu is very varied. After COVID and also after the Russian war against Ukraine, not only Germany became aware of its dependencies on the supply of goods from one single country for some of the products. And that led to a strategy by the government and also by the companies in Germany of diversification. And India and Tamil Nadu play a major part in that strategy. So especially medium-sized enterprises, when they think about an engagement abroad, in the past they would have thought maybe about getting engaged in China. This is no longer the case. India now is really the place to go, and Tamil Nadu, with its already high concentration of German companies, is playing a major role in this. What is so attractive for German companies in Tamil Nadu? I would say there are a couple of issues. One is Tamil Nadu reaches very high scores in the Sustainable Development Goals, which shows that it is a very developed country, a very developed part of India. It has a well-trained, young, and highly qualified workforce, including a female workforce. There is a very good business environment. Then, of course, Tamil Nadu Guidance, which plays an incredible role in overcoming bureaucratic difficulties or just helping people in finding their way to settle in Tamil Nadu, be it in Chennai, be it in Coimbatore, or be it in any other place in Tamil Nadu. Then there is the proximity to the port of Chennai and other ports, to various airports, direct connections to Germany from daily from Chennai to Frankfurt and to Berlin, and also to the US. When I go on a plane to Frankfurt, it's filled with people who want to go on to the US. So that's a very good, a very good, a very good connection. And also there, I think there is a very good infrastructure which comprises energy supply, which is vital for a company, so that you don't have power cuts, except when there is something happening like the flood last week, but which got repaired also very quickly. You have uninterrupted internet supply, you have very good roads, and also the commercial spaces like Sipcot, like Mahindra City, and places like that play a major role and invite German investors to come to Tamil Nadu and to invest here. I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kukla. Mr. Hodges, if I could come back to you. You made a couple of very interesting points. One was about the aspect of not just attracting investment, but retaining investment. And there, unfortunately, of course, in the case of Ford, part of it was probably their own business case, or, you know, when they made the investment, the business case was X, and the market moved on, and probably they found that the products they were making weren't necessarily the most viable for this market. But yes, so there has been a case of a particular large investment having to sort of shut shop and go back home. So when you made that point, did you, besides Ford, did you have anything else particular in mind in terms of what more can be done to retain investment, one? And two, you've been in Hanoi and Accra, so just from, you know, your experiences in other emerging market economies and so on, what, especially Hanoi, what is it that the Vietnamese have done very well? And, you know, Taga-san mentioned that the Jethro survey seems to show that a lot of Japanese investors are now preferring India to Vietnam as the short-term destination. So what are your thoughts on these two issues?
Yeah, thanks. I think on keeping business, no particular case studies in mind or causes for concern. I often think, though, in other places I've been as well, that you can be so relentlessly focused on attracting new investment that sometimes once that investment crosses the door, it loses a bit of priority. So, and I've seen that in a number of different contexts. And so, again, I think just making sure that the same incentives are available for existing business that are there for incoming business, apparent across both new and existing business, and ensuring that existing business rather has the avenue to resolve problems with someone who's empowered to do so, someone who can cut across ministries and get answers and advance the necessary documents, the necessary phase of investment, whatever. I think that's something that you see fall by the wayside in other contexts where, and we have our own interagency that goes through this too, you'll get something that gets caught between 3 or 4 different agencies and it stays there. You need someone to be able to push that to fruition and across the finish line. When we look at other markets, when I look at other markets, places I've seen, I do draw direct comparisons in some ways. And I'll start with Ghana and then spend a little bit more time on Vietnam. What Ghana was able to do in a much more uncertain and less stable regional environment and domestic political environment was harness the diaspora as an agent and catalyst for investment, for tourism, and capture the emotional significance of Ghana for the African-American diaspora that had left there under dire circumstances, you know, hundreds of years before. And Ghana was good at realizing how to leverage that diasporan community, not just as something in a travel brochure, but as active drivers for investment. I think when you look at Vietnam, now Vietnam is still in some ways a command economy and prides itself on being able to kind of by force of will or diktat move things forward as ways to encourage investment. What I saw as a real problem in Vietnam, that is an advantage for others competing with Vietnam, that is still a problem today, is intellectual property rights protection. That is really key. And in my opinion, the Vietnamese government and other governments can sometimes view intellectual property as kind of the price of prosperity, right? That we not really are going to enforce this because ultimately these ideas and their dissemination will benefit everyone and the tide will rise and everyone will will do better from that. It's absolutely imperative, particularly when we're talking about new technologies and research and development, that there be a solid foundation in place to protect intellectual property. And that companies in the environment and companies considering the environment and multinational companies, whether they be from Japan, Germany, the United States, or elsewhere, are always looking at a number of different options. And those companies need to know, as they invest their bottom line, that not only will their existing processes be protected, but that any research and development they do on the ground in the new investment environment will also be protected. That's critical, critical, critical. And even though I think there's a false belief in some contexts that there can be a short-term gain to indifferent enforcement of intellectual property protection, ultimately in the medium to long term, you are cementing and encouraging investment by protecting that research and those ideas.
If I may just ask you a sort of follow-on question. You mentioned Vietnam is a command economy. Does it at any point in time, do you ever get feedback from, say, some of your, the American businessmen saying that, in Tamil Nadu, we really like this and that and this aspect, but when it comes to a key decision, say on something about taxation or something, we need to go to Delhi to fix it. So is the fact that, there is a state here, a state government, which has policy control over 90% or 95% of things, and then there is something for which you need to go to Delhi, is that a concern or is that an issue at all? What is your experience? And
No, I don't think so. Obviously, in any context, there are national issues, there are state-level issues. That bouquet, that variety will always be there. I think U.S. companies who are here have been very pleased with the level of support they've gotten from the Tamil Nadu state government. And if anything, I think that those companies and other companies can be effective ambassadors to talk about, as Michaela said, the supportive environment that Tamil Nadu provides. I think one of the hurdles that we face with American companies is just building awareness of Tamil Nadu. You have a lot of companies, and it's amazing to me with the number and magnitude of the American investments that are here, that a lot of incoming companies still are kind of, we've got Mumbai, we've got Delhi, we've got Pune, we've got the usual suspects, right? Bangalore, of course. They don't always realize what an opportunity is here in Tamil Nadu. So again, I think that is something that when it makes sense for U.S. investment, we want to sell that message. I know that Guidance in Tamil Nadu are selling that message. The Tamil diaspora, again, great ambassadors to sell that message. I think getting people in the door, and then of course keeping them, but getting people in the door is really half of that battle. And once companies are here, they see what a supportive environment Tamil Nadu provides.
Fair enough, thank you. Taga-san, you did mention the fact that when it comes to the Jethro survey, you spoke about how the industry in Japan is keen on short-term now, is beginning to sort of gravitate towards India and the market. You also did mention that India is being used as an export base and not just for the domestic market. If I could sort of ask you a little more on that, you did mention Nissan, Isuzu, and Mitsubishi earlier had a tie-up with Hindustan Motors. They were one of the first to come in. Yeah, but somehow when it comes to automotive and Tamil Nadu, right now the Koreans seem to have stolen a march on the Japanese. And Toyota, of course, is now based in Bangalore, and Suzuki in Manesar and Gujarat. So what are your thoughts on, is it that probably the automotive industry is no longer, given that it is, the internal combustion engine is sort of getting phased out, and in EV, probably Japanese companies are still tracking a little behind in terms of they're not gone into the electric vehicle as much as they've been pursuing hydrogen fuel cell cars more. Is it a technology issue? Do you think you could bring back some of your Japanese automakers back to Tamil Nadu? What are your thoughts on that?
It's not coming back or a new investor in the field of automobile. I'm talking about manufacturer, the main company like Toyota, because already all those main Japanese automobile company has a base. In case of Suzuki, that Haryana and Gujarat, and in case of Toyota, that Karnataka, in case of Nissan, Tamil Nadu, in case of Isuzu, Andhra Pradesh, like that. So, but today, what's going on is that how in future-looking thing, what will happen in coming years or coming, so EV thing. So this is a different aspect. So in that context, for example, that Suzuki has a cooperation with Toyota, and there maybe the production of EV maybe where they have, and in that case, Karnataka may be possible. And in case of Nissan, they announced early this year about they are going to present that to EV cars in India in a few years times. So these are a kind of new investment or changing of that. But I don't think that some other than already existing automobile company, something new. Of course, parts or affiliate company possible. And of course, changing from automobile to EV, maybe a different company may come. But what I spoke about Mitsubishi is not Mitsubishi Motors. I talk about Mitsubishi Electric. In case of Daikin, they chose that Shrishti, Andhra Pradesh, but Mitsubishi chose that Mahindra origin. So these two big, so I can say anchor company of that air conditioner, they definitely producing in India and selling in India, but also export to the world. That clearly, that's why closer to the port. Yeah, and one more thing that I mentioned about that, since Japanese company think the good destination, but to decide whether they're coming or not is also depend on how that the existing Japanese company are doing well or not. And from that point of view, the initial point, for example, inviting foreign company or inviting investors, that guidance Tamil Nadu, or not only guidance Tamil Nadu, every state, they're doing very well, okay? Okay, promise or what we do, this, that. But the important thing is after coming to the state and various state, various problem, and if that the state government is very responsible to solve the issue, if some issue arises, how they deal with, or how they help the Japanese company. This is very much important point for Japanese company too. So yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Taka-san. So if I could ask you, you mentioned this aspect of connectivity being a big plus for Germany because of the Lufthansa's direct flights to Frankfurt. Are you satisfied with the level of, should I say, tourist arrivals from Germany, for instance? Do you think there's a lot more possibility for enhancing the soft power aspect of, the German-Tamil Nadu connection to enhance it in terms of, you all are doing a lot of work with Max Müller-Bauern and the Goethe Institute in terms of, German films and German language courses, music and so on, art and culture. But is there possibility and scope for enhancing, say, ties with institutions in Germany and in Tamil Nadu on the educational front, and also more people-to-people contacts, more tourist arrivals, drawing more tourist arrivals from Germany into Tamil Nadu? Is there scope for that, and how do you think you could help leverage that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Before answering that question, I would like to echo what Chris said about when you asked him about the different levels, the state and the union, and if that would be an obstacle to investment for American investors. And he said, no, it wouldn't. And the same would apply for German investors because they know that there are different levels. They are used to it. We have the same system in Germany. We have federal states who have their own competencies, and we have the government, the federal government in Berlin, and we have even another level which is in Brussels, and that's the European Commission. which is doing the lawmaking for the European Union. So German investors, they are used to that, and it's absolutely no obstacles. Yeah, well, when it comes to people-to-people contact, yes, absolutely. There's a lot which still can be done, and also as far as tourism is concerned, India is very much on the German landscape for tourism, but it's mostly places like, the Taj Mahal and the cities in the north around Agra, like Jaipur, Jodhpur, and also Varanasi. But the south has not been so much on the tourist landscapes, though. The people arriving from Germany and Chennai, they're mostly businessmen and women, and not so many tourists. There are some nice examples, though. Like, for instance, Coimbatore has a municipal partnership as a city, Coimbatore, with a city close to Stuttgart, which is called Esslingen. And this has existed, I think, for the last 10 years. And it's not like a partnership which is just on paper. There are delegations coming and going from both cities, and they speak about, things like sewage systems or, really public transport or whatever, where they can exchange experiences and knowledge. And there is another encouraging example also in Coimbatore, and that is a student exchange. There is a school in Coimbatore which exchanges students at the age of 14 and 15 with a school in Thuringia. And it's happening just now. I think they just came back a week ago or so. And this is something that will lay a seed in these young boys and girls, which they will never forget throughout their whole life, and it will always guide them in their future life. So this is something very important. You also spoke about Max Müller-Bawan. Actually, all our cultural institutes of Germany throughout the world are called Goethe Institute. Goethe was a German writer in the 17th and 18th century, very famous. But here in India, they are called Max Müller-Bawan. Why? Because Max Müller, he was a very actually, we would have celebrated his 200th birthday last week if it was not for the flooding. So we are going to repeat that. So he was born 200 years ago, and he was a renowned Sanskritist. He never set foot to India, but he shaped with his researches on Indian religion and Indian languages, he shaped the image of India globally, more or less. And so when Germany set up its Goethe Institutes in India, we were asked to name them after Max Müller because there was so much respect for him and his works. And there's another personality from the past which I would like to mention. It's a Protestant priest, Protestant pastor who arrived here in 1706 in Trankebar, and he was employed by the Danish king at the time. And he did something very important for the Tamil language because he arrived here not only alone, but also with a printing press. And he translated the Bible into Tamil and printed it on that press. And that was a major contribution to the conservation of the Tamil language, of the written Tamil language. So, and next year we are going to open an exhibition in that house where he lived in Trankebar. And this is another connecting element between our two nations, between the state of Tamil Nadu and between Germany and regions in Germany, to deepen the people contacts. There are also many students from India going to Germany. They are now the largest group in Germany. I would wish for more German students come to India. This semester, the last semester, there were about 12 German students at the IIT. That's nothing. And it should be much more. But I think with the growing number of contacts between on the business side and the growing knowledge about India and Tamil Nadu in particular, and Jim, I think, will play a major role in that, then also the interest among young people for India will grow, and more students will come to India to study here, not just to travel as backpackers.
Thank you for that. Talking about backpacking, I think Mr. Hodges did a bit of, no, sorry, no, I think it was Mr. Oliver. Volaj. Yeah. Sorry about that. Since she spoke about, the sister city concept, what has been the US experience in leveraging the San Antonio and I think the other city is, there's one more city which has a sister city with Chennai. How has been the experience? Denver, that's right, Denver. And of course there's Toledo also, which has a tie-up with, I think, another city in Tamil Nadu. Do you think these sister city associations are working well in terms of, are there lessons that the urban planners, for instance, in Chennai are able to take from either San Antonio, of course, a very different, spatially a very different city down in the south in Texas, and Denver, which is up there in the Rocky Mountains, and sort of, so what can be done to leverage urban planning lessons from either of these two cities or both these two cities, bring them to Tamil Nadu and bring them to Chennai, for instance?
Yeah, no, I think, I mean, just to echo Michaela's comments about the German sister city partnerships that are ongoing, it's been a very successful model for the US as well, and Chennai and San Antonio in particular is a good example. In some ways, two very different cities, but challenges and opportunities very similar. And particularly when you talk about the rivers that go through both San Antonio and Chennai, and the way that San Antonio has managed to clean and commercialize its own rivers and create a riverwalk community where there's business, tourism opportunities, and there are similar potentials in Chennai to do the same, both on the Kulms River and the Adiyar River, where not only are there environmental angles and dimensions to that, but also the opportunity for real commerce and using those rivers for what rivers have been used for, for a long time, which is as a way to gather commercial activity. I know that the exchanges between Chennai and San Antonio have been robust and ongoing for years. There was a delegation from San Antonio sponsored through the Rotary Club, which was here not too long ago, I think after the pandemic, and looking forward to more such collaborations. We've worked with Mayor Priya's office and the corporation to try to make those connections and keep things going. I know there's interest in Chennai to do it. I know there's certainly interest in San Antonio to do it as well. And so as we look ahead towards those common angles, I think, again, it's a good demonstration that government, and I'm a government official, important many days, most of the time, but a lot of the real enduring progress that you see comes at the urban level. It comes from city partnerships, and it comes from folks in the same situation just sharing those experiences. So I think San Antonio has been a great example, and we're interested and have talked to folks in Tamil Nadu about expanding other sister city partnerships into other parts of the state as a way to leverage everything happening here, not just what's going on in Chennai.
Thank you. Taga-san, when it comes to Japan again, JICA has been a big partner with Tamil Nadu, done a host of things over 4 decades, starting with, I think, Tuticorin Port. There was a dredging project. There was power sector. There have been projects, Basin Bridge was one. There were other projects as well. You'll have had healthcare. You mentioned healthcare, and I think Tamil Nadu Urban Healthcare Project has also benefited from JICA and ODA assistance. Do you think Tamil Nadu can benefit by sort of showcasing these projects? Is there more that can be done to, talk about the fact that why is Tamil Nadu such a strong draw for these projects? Is it because they do a very good job of execution, or is it because the financial management of these projects is good, or what is it? And can this be sort of collaterally, sort of leveraged for bringing in more private sector investment as well from Japan? And
yes, as you say, thank you very much. That we have many projects, starting from that to Chennai Metro to that desalination, that to seawater, or health sector project. And before, we had a project called that Tamil Nadu Investment Promotion, through that project, we provide fund to improve investment environment, improve that access road or improvement of port facility and those kind of things. This helps a lot to bring Japanese investment. But I'm happy that our cooperation through JICA is not only just for the business promotion, so I think balanced way. And from that point of view, each concerned minister of Tamil Nadu is doing very well. So it's a good thing. But I just wanted to talk about this sister city relation. Actually, unfortunately, between Japan and India, not many sister city relation. Very successful cases only, we have only formally 5, yeah? And very successful one is, for example, Mumbai and Yokohama. This is very old one, but this is all not the recent one. Recent one, what happened in Japanese prefecture governing, nowadays we have a kind of understanding with the state government to promote the Japanese company in their prefecture. They are also mainly middle and small scale industry. They are thinking about to their investment or moving to the outside of the country to have the factory. Yeah? From that point of view, state, we call prefecture government wishes to support those companies so that they are willing to have a kind of understanding with state government. And Tamil Nadu is one of the, so very recently that Hiroshima prefecture has renewed their MOU with Guidance Tamil Nadu, and now Kochi prefecture and Ehime prefecture also willing to have that kind of thing, and so that they promote more relation between the companies of those prefecture and Tamil Nadu state. Like this way, I think it's not only the Tamil Nadu, various different states also willing to have that kind of agreement with Japanese prefecture, but this is one kind of a trend now, and of course I like to do more on people-to-people or the tourism side, but I don't talk much on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're sort of beginning to run out of time. Ms. Kukla, I'd like to ask you, since you mentioned the EU, you've also been at the federal the Federal Foreign Office, the EU desk, and so on. How critical is the FTA going to be for, not just for Tamil Nadu business, but overall India-EU ties and trade and business opportunities?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very important, and this is the second time whereas Germany and the EU are negotiating such an agreement. The first round of negotiations, some 10, 15 years back, they failed without a good example. Now we have second negotiations. They are proceeding slower than we would want them to go. There will be a third round of negotiations early next year, and hopefully after that and before the Indian elections next year, we will be able to initial EU-India free trade agreement. Until now, we are only relying on WHO rules, and I think it would make life much easier if we had the FTA and also the investment part of the FTA. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Full day with an illustrious lineup of speakers sharing their thoughts and insights with us. We take back food for thought, and I can say the future is bright for Tamil Nadu. We would once again like to thank our sponsors, co-presented by Guidance Tamil Nadu, powered by Veranda Learning and State Bank of India. Our associate sponsors, VFS Global, Kadai, Chennai, and Nippo. Our digital transformation partner, SIFI Technologies. Our tourism partner, Tamil Nadu Tourism. our diversity partner Avatar Group, our color partner Nippon Paint, our healthcare partner Miyot International, our industry partner Fiki, and our television partner Pudiya Talamurai. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please do stay on and join us for cocktails and dinner. Have a wonderful evening. This is myself, Paloma, signing off. Thank you.
I am the blue of the limitless sky. I am the inspiration that lets success soar.